Hey guys. You are watching your anime world. How are you all? Please support to subscribe this channel for watching new interesting stories. So in this video, we will see second part, what if Deku became Spider-Man after a science experiment. Here is short summary. A single encounter can change the course of history. When Izuku Midoriya tried and failed to pass the UA practical exam, his despair knew no boundaries. However, when he comes across a child in need, his fate would be forever changed, as the encounter leads him to become the science experiment of a deranged doctor, and grants him the abilities to become a hero. But before we start, if you want more stuff like this, then be sure to subscribe and like this video. And if possible, share this video with your friends. Now let's start the story. Shinso had to help Izuku back to the observation room. All of his ribs were bruised, half of them being broken, and were mending very slowly. All Might ordered him straight to Recovery Girl immediately. When the nurse removed his costume, Shinso was horrified upon seeing the damage done to him. His back, chest, and face were all bruised nearly beyond recognition. Recovery Girl commented that he was healing slower because of the extensive damage done to his body, and that it was a good thing that Izuku's quirk offered a regenerative healing factor, or else the damage could have been life-threatening. And then Bakugo was brought in, looking almost as bad as Izuku. His arms were fractured all the way up to the shoulders, his nose, of course, was broken, and he seemed to have a few internal injuries. "Man, you two really did a number on each other," the brainwashing team commented as he offered his help to the nurse in bandaging the pair of them up. Recovery Girl had snorted angrily. "I have half a mind to let you two hooligans heal naturally," she huffed, though that wouldn't do very much in Mr. Midoriya's case, as he should heal on his own within a day and a half. "What the hell?" Bakugo groaned petulantly as he turned his head toward him. "The hell kinda quirk do you have, anyway?" Izuku snorted. "So you admit that I actually have one, now," the boy said before he groaned in pain while the blonde just growled at him from his bed. "Cut it out, you two." Shinso put himself between them. "The match is over, so no more fighting." Bakugo snarled at him. "Don't tell me what to sleep," Shinso said, using his quirk on the boy, who fell back into his bed and started snoring. Izuku chuckled as his teammate turned to him. "He's not gonna be happy about that," he said while Shinso shrugged. "What can I say?" Shinso asked, smirking. "The guy needed a nap." The boy grinned at him. "Good boy. Sleep." Izuku's eyes glazed over and the boy fell back against the bed, fast asleep. Shinso then turned to Recovery Girl. "That should make your job a little easier." He grinned at her. Recovery Girl chuckled. "I should hire you on as an assistant," she said jokingly just as the door to the infirmary flew open, and another patient was brought in. The elderly nurse rolled her eyes. "Oh, here we go again." She sighed as she turned to the young man. "Mind staying a bit longer?" Shinso shrugged. "I'm here, so I might as well help." By the time that Izuku woke up again, the infirmary was filled with a third of his class. No one was quite as badly injured as he and Bakugo had been, but it was bad enough that any of them were hurt in Recovery Girl's opinion. After Izuku was cleared, he and Shinso, Bakugo was still out cold, were allowed to return to class. They were just in time to catch sight of the next match, as it was Shoto Todoroki and Mezzo Shoji acting as the hero team while Ojiro and Hagakure were acting as the villain team. "Daddy!" Eri squealed as soon as she saw him, while Kyoka had allowed Mina to hold her. Of course he was beside them in a moment as the little girl reached out to him. Mina gave a disappointed "ah" as Eri was taken from her, though she wore a smile on her face. "That was some match, Midoriya," the pink-skinned girl said while Eri clung to him. "I'll say it was," Kyoka said with a small glare at the boy. "Didn't I say not to do anything stupid?" Izuku, of all things, had the audacity to hide behind his daughter. "In my defense, I had everything under control," he said, though the tremor in his voice did nothing to help his case. Kyoka rolled her eyes at him before she stepped forward, arms akimbo, and wagged a finger under his nose. "You have a little girl to think about, broccoli brain. You don't get to make stupid choices like baiting a guy that is a walking stick of dynamite into a fight like that." All Might signaled the start of the next match, and suddenly all eyes were on the competitors. Todoroki stepped forward, and the building was completely encased in ice, so cold that they all felt it in the observation room. "Isn't that a little much?" Ochako asked as she shivered. wishing her costume wasn't so form-fitting, or that she had thought to make it insulated against the cold. Kyoka rubbed her shoulders as Izuku came forward and wrapped his free arm around her, bringing her closer to share the warmth that his bioelectricity provided. She blushed, but accepted the warmth he provided while All Might announced the winners of the match. As the teams came back into the observation room, no one was surprised that Todoroki was named as the match's MVP. Momo came forward and offered poor Ojiro and Toru some blankets she created. Shoji turned the offer down, having not been as close to the ice when it was formed. The invisible girl was hopping up and down in place to warm herself up while wrapping the blanket around her. Man, that was totally a cheat. The girl whined while her teeth chattered. It's not fair to just freeze everything without even letting us defend ourselves. Her bare feet were slapping against the floor as she glared at the ice-covered teen. What if I get frostbite from this? Then you should wear more clothes. Shoto muttered bluntly while the girl just gave a frustrated yell. Now, young Hagakure, All Might chuckled, while a bit excessive, young Todoroki acted within the parameters of the exercise. He said before turning to the boy himself, however, young Todoroki, next time you work with a partner, it may be beneficial to actually formulate a plan with said partner. Shoto merely grunted in answer. Eri blinked at him. He sounds like Uncle Baku. Leave it to a child to break every bit of tension in the room because as soon as the words left her mouth, even All Might started laughing. Toru giggled her way up to Izuku then. Hey, Midoriya, I wanted to ask you something about your fight, the invisible girl said. I saw you use something on Bakugo that I think made his quirk unusable. What was that? All Might was the one to answer. Ah, that must have been the new power cuffs that I've heard so much about, the giant of a man said while the students turned to him. From what Mr. Yagi's told me, young Midoriya designed a device that can completely nullify a person's quirk when worn. He pointed to Eri's wrist. If I'm not mistaken, little Eri is wearing one right now. Eri looked down at the band on her wrist. Daddy gave this to me, she said proudly, showing the device to everyone. Isn't it pretty? Toru bounced in place eagerly. Do you have one I could wear? She asked, her voice sounding both excited and desperate. Please. I could pay you back if. Before she could finish, Izuku reached into his utility belt and pulled out one of the bands. There's a thumbprint pad on it, he explained as she took it from him. Let it scan yours so you can take it off anytime you want before slapping it on. She did just that. The red lights on the band turned from red to blue, then she slapped the band on her wrist. The blue light blinked on and off for a moment before turning green. From the point of contact, a slim, alabaster wrist appeared, followed by her forearm and shoulder. Toru squeaked in shock as more of herself came into visibility. Oh, wow, Ojiro breathed out as the girl was looking down at her hands. The girl reached up to her face where tears were forming in her eyes. Does anyone have a mirror? She asked with a trembling voice. Momo stepped forward while pulling a hand mirror from her arm. She smiled as she handed it to the girl. She held the mirror up to herself and saw long waves of messy chartreuse-colored hair. Bushy lashes above big round teal, yellow-colored eyes. Oh, she breathed out. I'm actually kinda pretty. Not just kinda. Denki grinned at her. You're a total knockout. Toru suddenly squealed and lunged at Izuku, wrapping her arms around his neck. Thank you, thank you, thank you. She squealed happily as Eri giggled while Izuku blushed. Kyoka just grinned at the sight, a minuscule spike of jealousy finding its way into her heart, but all that went flying out the window as the blanket around the formerly invisible girl came loose. The observation room was suddenly filled with shrieks, wolf whistles, embarrassed squawks, and booming laughter in All Might's case. The rest of the class passed by without incident, even with Toru's unintentional striptease. Izuku was glad that he got to watch Kyoka's match and was unsurprised when the girl pinpointed the other team without much effort, and knocked them out with a sonic attack within seconds. Needless to say that she was named MVP for her match. Each of the students had been given footage from their respective battles to review so that they could see where they needed to improve. Now, All Might was in the staff office with both Aizawa and the homeroom teacher for Class 1B, Sekijiro-kan, better known as Vlad King. They were each going over the footage from the battle trials, I've got to say that you have some talent in this class, Aizawa, the blood user said begrudgingly, the son of Endeavor, the heiress of the Yaoyorozu family that has a unique creation quirk, and the next speedster in the Iida family. He leveled a half-hearted glare at the shabby teacher. If I didn't know any better, I'd say that the principal was playing favorites. Aizawa shook his head. Believe me, I have plenty of students that would do better under your teaching, he said, pausing a scene during the first match, between Bakugo and Midoriya, these two in particular. The blood hero chuckled. Ah, I remember these boys, Khan said. One broke the combat point record at just over 70, while the other scored well over 50 rescue points, but barely had any combat points, though not for lack of effort. Katsuki Bakugo and Izuku Midoriya, Toshinori said tiredly, former childhood friends until the latter was diagnosed as quirkless, while the former developed a powerful quirk, and was praised to the point that his ego became bigger than Mike Towers. For once Aizawa was in total agreement with the shrunken hero. It would have been safer for both of them if they'd been placed in different classes, he said before letting the footage play out, all three of them wincing with every blow traded by the two teens. These two have something to prove to each other, one wanting to be the very best, and the other just wanting to live out his dream, and prove that he belongs here. And one of them turned into an incredibly vicious bully, Khan said with a nod of his head. I understand why you think he'd do better in my class. He looked at the two of them. Our classes may be competitive with each other, but I know how to curb such an attitude. And you honestly are the best to teach Midoriya if what I've heard about his lack of confidence is all true. Toshinori let out a bloody bark of laughter. Khan, when this kid doesn't have his mask on, he's a stuttering, muttering mess of a boy. He chuckled while he pulled out a handkerchief to wipe away the blood he sputtered up. But, he smiled, that boy has one of the kindest hearts I've ever come across. Plus he's got a decent head on his shoulders, although he seems to have a lack of restraint that rivals even Bakugo's. Lack of restraint? Aizawa frowned at the man. He's been pretty subdued unless that little girl of his is concerned. Both teachers turned to the blonde man for an explanation. Let me put it to you another way, Toshinori began. When it comes to tenacity, that boy does not quit, even if he knows that he could lose, and quite badly I might add. He sighed. When he fought with Rappa, he was clearly outmatched, and in a big way, but he just kept getting back up. I saw that in the papers, Khan said, nodding. I honestly felt a little impressed that he held his own for so long. Aizawa nodded. I've seen some of the tech he's designed, he said, reaching into his pocket to produce one of the power cuffs. These in particular are quite ingenious for a student of his age. He passed it to Khan. Not only does it work as a quirk dampener, but it completely blocks the quirk off from being used. And it's safe for long-term use. The battery is charged from the wearer's body heat, which allows some of the prisoners that are wearing them to be held in normal cells for low-level thugs. Toshinori chuckled. And they won't come off unless a designated person removes them with a thumbprint, he said, remembering how Bakugo had come charging back into the classroom, demanding to have the one Izuku had used on him removed. We actually had a bit of a snafu over them. How so? Aizawa asked. Well, as you know, one of our students, young Hagakure, has a permanently active invisibility quirk, Toshinori explained, and when she found out about the cuffs, and what they could do, she practically begged young Midoriya to let her have one. He chuckled. Young Midoriya handed one to her, and allowed her to slap it on without a second though. He took a sip from his coffee. Unfortunately, he didn't know that her costume only consisted of a pair of gloves and a pair of shoes. Khan's eyes widened. You mean she was naked as a newborn baby? Toshinori nodded. Luckily she had a blanket provided by young Yaoyorozu to cover up with before too much was seen. He chuckled. You should have seen their faces. Poor Midoriya nearly fainted while Hagakure was terrified that young Jiro was going to strangle her with her earphone jacks. Even Aizawa gave out a small snort over that, and Bakugo. Toshinori gave out a deep sigh as he rubbed the back of his neck. Well, you've both gotten your reports from Nezu, right? Both of them nodded in confirmation. Then you already know what he's like. He's been taking therapy sessions with Hound Dog because he's overly aggressive, right? Khan asked while Aizawa nodded. Beyond that I wasn't made aware of his reasons since he was placed in 1A. Aizawa frowned. Basically, that bullying we mentioned was beyond what normal bullying is, he said, I had to stop him from outright attacking Midoriya when I gave them their quirk apprehension tests. What caused that? Toshinori asked, having not witnessed the incident. Aizawa frowned. Basically he thought the boy was quirkless until he saw it with his own eyes, which made him angry, well, angrier. He corrected himself, plus, he hated whenever someone got a better score than he did. Yaoyorozu, Uraraka and Midoriya beat his score by leaps and bounds in the ball throw. But the minute he saw Midoriya's score, he lost it. If I hadn't been nearby, or if he hadn't activated a ternary quirk, Bakugo could have seriously injured him. Toshinori frowned, and leaned on his knees. Young Tokiyami mentioned that young Midoriya has plentiful and heavy scarring across his upper body. The two men looked at the blonde with shock, and he wasn't exactly subtle about who he thought was responsible. Aizawa gestured to the footage they were watching, and we have hard evidence that he's done worse. Khan palmed his face in exasperation, so not only is the boy naturally violent, but he also has a massive superiority complex and highly is disrespectful to anyone that he thinks is weaker than he is, which includes teachers. He gave his two companions a hard look. Remind me why this boy hasn't been expelled, yet. Aizawa shrugged. Nezu thinks that we can break him of this behavior, he said while Toshinori nodded, and if we kick him out, then there's no hero school out there that would accept him. So there's a huge possibility that he could become a vigilante, or worse, a villain. He shook his head. I'd hate to imagine the damage he could do if he went rogue on us. Khan nodded in agreement with him. Besides, Toshinori muttered, it's not like he's openly hostile with all of the students, not physically, anyway. Just Midoriya, Khan said, that should be enough. He's also hostile towards Jiro, Aizawa reminded the two of them, but I will say that that girl gives as good as she gets because she does not put up with his bullying at all. He then shook his head, but it's not enough for others to stand up to him. The man went on, he needs to be taken down a few more pegs. Not just by any student, either. He looked at the other two. It has to be Midoriya. Why does it have to be him? Khan demanded with a grumble. The boy's good, but he has enough on his plate without us planning to throw him to the wolves. He recalled seeing the boy walking through the halls with his daughter sitting on his shoulders. And then there's the trauma we could cause to his little girl. Aizawa turned his attention back to the video footage. It has to be Midoriya because Bakugo is fixated on him, that's why. He gave Khan a look. You said it yourself, didn't you? This kid has a superiority complex on a massive scale, and Midoriya when unmasked has a severe inferiority complex. He's just as bad as Bakugo in the reverse sense. He said, we may not be able to reverse all of the damage done to these two, but we may be able to level it out. The blonde man sighed. I don't know, Aizawa, Toshinori asked. Pitting them against each other was nearly a fatal mistake on my part, and that was just by chance. Khan gave Aizawa a frown. He's right, Aizawa. Bakugo used unnecessary force against Midoriya in an enclosed space that could have resulted in not only a death, but severe injury to the other students present at the time. Khan said, but frowned a moment later, but I can't say that I don't see the reason. Put two tigers in the same area, and both of them will try to either take the other out, or, in the best case scenario, duke it out until they find out that they can live in harmony. Toshinori thought for a moment, seeing some logic in what they were talking about. All right, but how do we do it? Off the books, Aizawa said, catching both of their attentions. If we do this in front of a class, that'll only make a spectacle out of the whole thing, he continued, and all it would take is one student with a phone to post it on the web, then we have a newscaster catastrophe on our hands. Khan nodded, so we offer them a chance to clear the air. Or duke it out like a pair of alphas. Toshinori frowned, then palmed his face. This is going to get messy, but it might be our best shot. He then looked at Aizawa. After the sports festival, Training Ground Omega, and, provided that the festival doesn't solve the problem for us, the families will witness it. Khan looked at him with surprise. That's a little far, isn't it? He asked. Their parents surely wouldn't. You haven't met the Bakugos, Toshinori said. I've only spoken with them at length. But the boy's mother sounds like a female version of him, minus the explosions. I can agree with part of that, Aizawa said, but still, allowing the parents to watch the boys potentially beat each other bloody. He shook his head. they may not like that much. Toshinori frowned, thinking of how Inko had suffered because of Katsuki Bakugo's treatment of her son, and the absence of her husband. This was going to be a way of giving her justice. Meanwhile, as the teachers were devising their plan, the household of one Izuku Midoriya was in an uproar. Izuku covered his face in embarrassment. I can't believe the cameras caught that. He beeped as his parents and the Jiros watched his battle trial against Bakugo, and his little dance scene at the end. Kyoka was sitting next to him with Eri sandwiched between them, and grinning widely. I am so never letting you live this down, Green Bean, you know that, right? She giggled. The only thing better than seeing your happy dance was seeing that puffed up firecracker get what was coming to him. Inko nodded firmly. I have to agree with Kyoka, sweetie, she said as the two looked at her. Katsuki had a lot of that coming. She crossed her arms with a slight angry look on her face, especially considering how long this has been going on. Izuku sat back with a sigh. Yeah, but I don't think I was able to get through to him. He frowned. He still thinks I was, looking down on him this entire time. Kyoka shook her head. I wouldn't worry about it. She told him, he's not someone I'd want as a friend, or even near me. You don't know him like I used to. Izuku sighed. He was good back then, but all that praise the teachers loaded on him just turned him into that. He pointed at the screen as Bakugo was about to pull the pin on his gauntlet. Kyoka winced. You scared me half to death when that happened, she said with a look on her face that he couldn't read. After you warned me about him being able to bring down a building with one of those things, I almost lost my mind. She said with a small blush rising to her cheeks. Izuku's own blush could have brightened up the night. I know, and I'm sorry. That reminds me, Inko said, Mr. Toshinori came by not long ago, and gave us a contract for you to look over. The boy looked at his mother. Contract? For those power cuffs of yours, Hisashi said, apparently he wants them freely available to the police, and for public use. He said with a small amount of pride in his voice, I let your mother make the decisions over the contents, so everything should be to your benefit. I left it on your desk, sweetie. His mother said. Kyotoku chuckled. Not even a licensed hero, and he's already rolling in dough, he said, smiling over at his daughter. I could almost approve. Almost. Mika smirked at him while their daughter just glared. Izuku frowned. Approve of what? Nothing. The girl huffed before she noticed that Eri was beginning to nod off, and smiled. Come on, Munchkin, time for bed. She got up from the couch and picked the little girl up. Izuku got up to join her. The parents watched as their children took the little girl upstairs to be put to bed, Mika and Inko smiling at each other knowingly. Kyotoku smiled as he picked up the remote. Mind if I skip back a few scenes? That crotch move was classic. The look on the other kid's face. Go ahead, Hisashi grinned. I wanna see that myself. Upstairs, Kyoka was just tucking Eri into bed while Izuku pulled the covers over her. She was already fast asleep before her head hit the pillow. I thought she would have been scared to death today. Izuku said quietly, but she handled it a lot better than I ever thought possible. She's stronger than you think. Kyoka stepped back and smiled at the doting look on Izuku's face as he looked down at his daughter. You should have seen her cheering you on in the observation room, she told the boy. It was adorable. I don't think anyone was rooting for you as much as she was. Izuku looked at her with that same smile on his face, making her heart flutter against her ribs. What about you? Kyoka blushed slightly. What about me? Izuku turned to her fully. Please, don't play games with me, now. He said in a pleading voice, we've known each other for months and by now, even I can tell that there's something between us. He took a step closer to her. That kiss was. Kyoka stepped back. Yeah, I know. She frowned and began twirling one of her jacks around her fingers. Listen. Izuku. Quicker than she could blink, Izuku closed the distance between them, his left hand rising to her face. When it came to kissing, neither teen had much experience. Kyoka had only ever kissed her parents, and that was always on the cheeks. Izuku was the very first boy she had ever kissed, the only boy that she had ever wanted to kiss. What Izuku was doing to her was a simple touch of their lips, nothing fancy like what she had read in the romance novels she secretly kept in her closet. But the famous spark was definitely there. Literally. Ouch. Kyoka yelped, barely managing to keep her voice down as she felt the electrical charge pass between their lips. Izuku, true to fashion, all but freaked out. Oh god, I'm so sorry. He yelped, his face flaming red. Are you okay? Kyoka looked at him, her cheeks as red as his own, one hand raised up to her still tingling lips, then she burst into quiet giggles. Wow, I never thought you were supposed to feel an actual spark when you kissed someone you liked. Izuku felt a small smile tug at his lips, so then. She raised a finger to his lips, quieting him down for the moment before she took hold of his hands and led him out into the hallway. The door to Eri's room closed with a soft click. She then smiled up at him. You really should have known better than that. She said in a mock scolding tone, what if Eri had woken up and seen us? Izuku rubbed the back of his neck bashfully. I claim momentary insanity. He muttered, making the girl giggle again. Well, it's true. It's been hard to think straight because of you lately. Kyoka gave him a small, tender look before she stepped up and wrapped her arms around his chest. Then you need more practice, she sighed against his chest, and, to answer your sorta question, her face darkened in color again. Yeah, I do like you, like a lot. She heard the pace of his heart increase in speed. Her jacks curled in delight. I try not to show it, but I kinda get crazy jealous when the other girls get too close, or flirt with you. Izuku chuckled at that. I'm honestly flattered, he told her as he brought his arms up around her, but you don't need to be jealous. Are you kidding me? She looked up at him with annoyance. I'm the only girl in class that has an AA cup, and a stick figure. She attempted to step away, but he held her tighter. I don't care about any of that, he said in a hushed tone. Yes, I find the rest of the girls in our class attractive. She huffed and looked away from him only for him to lean down to her exposed ear, but I'm not attracted to them. She shivered. How did this stuttering nerdy mess of a teenage boy turn into this husky-voiced Casanova wannabe? She bit her lip, refusing to look at him. Give it time. She muttered, you'll want someone else with a better body than me soon enough. Izuku frowned at her, but, I like your body. She finally turned back to him with wide eyes. Sure, you're slim, but you have curves. To prove his point his hands ghosted down her sides, tracing her figure. Her skin prickled with goose bumps under his touch as his hands skimmed just below the edge of her shirt. Yo your chest, it's perfect. She scoffed, you say that when Yaomomo has a C cup. She muttered. She half expected him to start muttering about proper proportions, but she was not expecting one of those hands on her waist to rise up, and, very slowly, make its way up her body. She looked at him in surprise as he paused a moment, his hand against her ribs, his eyes boring into hers. He was silently asking her permission. Her eyes drifted down toward his hand, her head bobbing slowly in a very slight nod. His hand moved upward. A gasp escaped her while she clapped a hand over her mouth to keep her voice down as his hand palmed her through the thin cotton of her shirt. His hand jerked away. Did I hurt you? He asked, almost frantic. Kyoka's face was flaming red, but she shook her head. I'm just a little sensitive. She saw a small smile twitch on his lips out of the corner of her eye for a moment before his hand returned. Perfect, he muttered as he massaged her. Kyoka's legs trembled as he continued until her restraint broke. She reached for him then, pulling his head back down so she could reach his lips. His arms went around her to hold her in place as her own wrapped around his neck, her fingers twisting into his wild hair. Ahem. Both teens froze. They turned in unison toward the top of the stairs and were mortified to find her mother standing there. Mom, Kyoka squeaked before pushing away from Izuku, her back hitting the wall with a loud thump. How long have you? Unfortunately for both of them, Izuku's quirk tended to go haywire whenever he got flustered, and being caught by your girlfriends. Mother while in the middle of a makeout session was more than enough to do the job, and this caused his hands to literally stick to her shirt, followed by the sound of ripping fabric. Mika's hand rose to her mouth. Oh my. She was just keeping herself from laughing at the scene before her as her daughter's shirt hung limply from Izuku's flailing hands while Kyoka was trying to cover both her navel and her purple bra. Izuku. Kyoka yelped. Sorry. His hands were flying around, waving the remnants of her t-shirt like a flag. Kyoka, Hyotoku called up. Fine. The girl yelled. We're totally fine. Mika snorted as she stepped forward and removed her jacket. The only reason you're fine is the fact that you didn't decide to go braless. She draped the jacket over her shoulders. And Izuku. The poor boy snapped to full attention as the woman leaned toward him. I approve. She smiled at him. Just try not to give me any grandchildren for a few more years, all right? Does Eri count? He stammered out. Only if she starts calling Kyoka mommy. Mika giggled, and began urging her daughter downstairs. Now, come along. This little wardrobe snafu isn't going to fix itself. Doctor, said a pale, thin young man as he entered the darkened laboratory. All around him were large tubes filled with liquid, and bodies in varying stages of decay. He wasn't sure. All that he did know was that the doctor had something he needed and wanted. Something that was currently floating in one of the tubes. He stopped in front of the creature inside. Hello. He smiled thinly as he gazed at the muscular creature inside. It was large, bigger than he was by several 100 pounds, with skin as black as tar. It had a large beak-like mouth with jagged teeth behind it, and an exposed brain on top of its head. Nomu. Tamura. The doctor came around the corner of one of the tubes. Ah, it is you. He smiled at the man. Good, I've been expecting you. How are the preparations for our little field trip? Tamura smiled at the man with his beady red eyes aglow. We have everything we need, he said, reaching out to touch the smooth surface of the container. Everything, except for this. The man just chuckled as he twirled his mustache. I'm happy that you think my child here will be the deciding factor, he smiled, but there has been a change in the roster. Tamura looked at him with a manic glint in his eyes. This Nomu is now obsolete toward your little venture, but never fear, for I have something better for you to take along. Do you, now? He asked. The doctor smiled and beckoned him to follow. You see, my boy, recently I have been experimenting with the blood samples I took from my side project, he said, gesturing to a cage to the right of him marked number 6. You can see part of the result here, he said as Tamura peered inside, receiving glare from 6 red eyes from within. This fellow is stronger than the Nomu I had planned to send with you before, but he doesn't follow orders as well as I'd like unless I give them. Then he's useless to me, Tamura sneered, and the monster inside lunged at the bars, rattling the cage as 6 clawed arms reached for him while green acidic drool fell from the creature's mandibles. True, but I wasn't about to let you go without one of my creations. The doctor smiled happily, so I kept working. He continued on, showing various cages with similar creatures inside, some slightly more human than others. I worked myself to the bone until I had the perfect son. He stopped in front of a pair of life support pods, and then I replicated him. He pressed a button and the pods hissed open. Inside were a pair of tall hulking creatures that lumbered out. Let me introduce you to my arachnoids. Number 7, he gestured to the creature on his left, and here we have number 8. He gestured to the creature on the right, both of them larger than number 6 had been, totally obedient, merciless, and deadlier than any Nomu I've ever created. And these will be able to kill All Might? Tamura asked warily as acid dripped from their mandibles. Oh, these fellows aren't for All Might, mind you that I wouldn't dismiss them taking him down as powerful as they are, he said hurriedly. But they will be going with you. And so shall I. Tamura looked at him in surprise. You, doctor. Someone has to control my boys. He smiled proudly at the 2 hulking creatures, and UA is a treasure trove of untapped resources I can't possibly pass up. He grinned as he pulled a photo from his coat. Also, I have been asked by the local Yakuza to retrieve something for them. He showed Tamura a photo of a tiny, white-haired little girl. And using her quirk, I think I can expand my Namus abilities tenfold. His eyes glinted behind his glasses dangerously. Well, then, who am I to deny you when you sound so excited? Tamura asked. Hisashi Midoriya hated the press. Not only did reporters and photographers not know how to take no for answer, but they often caused more problems than the low-life villains he had gone up against in his time as a vigilante. This morning had been no different than that as a swarm of reporters had flocked to the gates of the school, dragging himself, Eraserhead, and Present Mike to the forefront to keep them out. One plucky reporter had tried to barge her way in, which had set off the school's defenses, nearly costing her an arm. But it had solved the problem of the reporters, for a short time. As Hisashi was making his rounds across the school, he came across one of the metal plates that had once been a gate to keep people out. Rusted and corroded into dust. He took a sample of it to the forensic science class to be analyzed before making his report to Nezu. Aside from the reporters barking outside the walls to see All Might, he said to the intelligent rodent, "The only anomaly I've found would be the corroded steel gate, which forensics said was the work of someone's quirk." He said as he read his report, "Do any of the reporters that were here today have a quirk that can do something like that?" The principal shook his head. "I'm afraid that I don't know, but I can assure you that I will be looking into it," he said with a deep frown on his mammalian face. "Those reporters caused quite a ruckus, and I can't have such things happening on my campus. Especially since it caused a panic during the lunch period. Some students were nearly trampled." Hisashi nodded. "I'd heard about that." He then smiled. Apparently Izuku was the one that stopped it. He sounded pleased with the way his son had handled the situation. "Indeed, your son is shaping up to be a fine young hero in the making, Hisashi," the rodent said. "He was recently made the class representative alongside Miss Yaoyorozu, a fine upstanding young lady, if I'm not mistaken." Hisashi frowned. "I hope that doesn't cause any friction between him and Kyoka," he muttered mostly to himself as the principal looked at him. "Those two have become pretty close since entering UA, and little Eri adores her like a mother," he explained. Nezu nodded in understanding. "If that's the case, then I understand your worry, but I feel that it's not necessary." He smiled. "If the rumors I've been hearing lately have any truth to them, then your son and Miss Jiro are the school's new power couple." Hisashi grinned at that. "That's a good thing. Inko's been hoping they'd get together for a while," he said. "Anyway, that's my report. I'll check the security footage for anything I might have missed." "A moment before you go," Nezu said, "I'd like to ask if you'd mind subbing for one of our teachers in a few days' time." Hisashi looked at the rodent with a raised brow. "Really? You want me to teach your students?" he asked with disbelief. Nezu nodded happily. "I don't see why not," the principal said. "Technically, you are a part of UA's staff and all of our staff members have a responsibility to teach our students." The former mercenary crossed his arms. "And how many of your teachers were once vigilantes?" he asked with heavy sarcasm. The principal just smiled at him. "I know that you believe you haven't the right to teach these children, but I've watched you while you trained with your son and Miss Jiro in martial arts." He reminded him, "Not only do you take care to not harm them during your sparring sessions, but you take the time to explain the movements during the spar, instead of letting them make fools of themselves as some of our other teachers do." Hisashi shrugged. "That's because I have street smarts," he said. "Most of your teachers haven't had their noses to the pavement in years." "I will admit that," Nezu muttered. "Aside from All Might or Aizawa, most of the teachers don't work the streets as they did in their heydays." He smiled at the former vigilante. "You, however, are unique among them in that you fight as a hero, but you also know how to fight against other heroes." "To my great regret," Hisashi muttered. "There's no regret that can't be made into a boon, my friend," the rodent said. "And your skills could save the lives of our students if you took the time to teach them." He smiled at the man as he donned his helmet. "What do you say?" "I say." Someone knocked on the door. "Come in," Nezu called out softly. The door opened and in walked Izuku. "Sir, I was wondering if you've seen my dad." The boy paused as he saw his father standing in the room. I'm sorry, I'll come back later." His father called out to stop him. "Hold on, kiddo, we were just finishing up," Hisashi said, nodding to Nezu before turning toward the door. "I'll give you an answer by the end of the day." "Fair enough," the rodent smiled as the pair left his office. Hisashi looked at his son as they made their way out of the principal's office. "It's rare that you come looking for me during the day, son," he mentioned as the boy blushed. "Something happened in class one need to know about." Izuku opened his mouth, but nothing came out. He sighed in frustration. "This is so awkward." "Well, take your time," his father said with a slight chuckle in his throat. His son was finally trying to open up to him, and that meant he was beginning to trust him. No matter how long it took, he would listen to anything his son had to say to him. How did you know Mom was the right girl? Izuku blurted out. All right, almost anything. This is about Kyoka, ain't it? The man sighed deeply, disengaging his helmet so he could look down at the boy. Son, you're young, and thinking that you've already found the girl you wanna go steady with so early on isn't something to take lightly. Izuku looked at him. You mean you don't like her? He asked hesitantly. His father gave an exasperated groan. Not even remotely what I meant. Hisashi shook his head. I'm glad that you've found yourself a girlfriend, and a damned good one at that, Izuku, but only thing that's gonna tell you if she's the right girl is time. He saw his son looking at him in confusion, making the man palm his face. All right, I'll tell you how I felt about your mother. The boy smiled brightly. We've known each since we met in high school, your mother and me, but neither one of us managed to get a hero license. She was okay with that, but I wasn't, so I started doing vigilante work while working another job. She knew what I was doing, that I was doing good work, and doing what I loved. She supported me, son. That's what made me want to be with her. And somehow, she wanted to be with me just as much. He smiled down at his son and ruffled his hair, and then you came along, and I got into that whole mess that caused me to leave you two behind. He gained a far-off look. The boy furrowed his brow in confusion. So, how am I supposed to know? Izuku asked. Hisashi sighed. Time. He told the boy, grasping him by the shoulder. Kid, if you want to take this relationship seriously, then do it, but please don't slack in your studies. He warned him. I realize you're far too stubborn to just turn your back on things, and only focus on becoming a hero, especially since you've adopted Eri, but I will give you a warning. Don't take too much on if you're not sure you can handle it. Izuku seemed to be only half listening. So I should take everything seriously. Then, an idea popped into his head as he suddenly rushed ahead of his father. Hey, kid, Hisashi shouted. Thanks, old man, Izuku shouted back. A vein pulsed on Hisashi's head. I'm not that old, damn it. He yelled after the boy. Later that evening, Kyoka's room was unusually crowded as she, Momo, Toru, Mina, Ochako, and Tsuyu were gathered there, the floor littered with snacks and drinks that they were sharing, while their laughter cascaded off the walls. I'm totally serious. Toru grinned widely from under a pink bear-themed onesie, her form still visible on account of her refusal to remove Izuku's power cuff. When my parents saw me, they went nuts. I thought I was gonna start crying, too. You totally started crying when you first put that thing on. Kyoka grinned right back at her before crossing her arms with a glare thrown toward the girl, and nearly flashed my boyfriend. Ochako giggled, and the teacher. Pretty much the whole class, Tsuyu said with a cheerful croak in her voice. It's lucky that Mineta was transferred out. She then gave out a slightly annoyed croak. I'm sorry that he was kicked out of the hero course, but I've heard some pretty bad rumors about what he gets up to. So, Mina drawled out with a sly look in Kyoka's direction. What's it like dating Midoriya? She asked as she, the girl looking excited at the chance to hear about the first romance to happen in their class. Sitting on her bed, Kyoka gained a neon red blush across her cheeks. Well, she took the ends of her long lobes and started tapping her jacks together. We haven't really had the time to actually date, you know. She mumbled as the other girls giggled around her. I mean, we just got together recently, plus he's got Eri and we've both got our schoolwork. Being a new couple I can believe, Toru butted in, but both of you take care of Eri, and you do your homework together most evenings. She wiggled her bushy eyebrows at her. Are you gonna sit there and tell me that nothing's happened between the two of you aside from that kiss during the battle trials? No kissing. The pink-skinned girl leaned toward her with a small lavender blush on her cheeks. No touching. Mina grinned at her when she saw a more prominent blush rise up on the girl's cheeks. Aha, I knew it. Deets. I need deets. She squealed excitedly. Momo giggled at the girl's antics. Now, we really shouldn't pressure her. She smiled at the girl who smiled back gratefully. Though I have to wonder, just how long have you, well, liked him, I suppose. The girl stopped playing with her jacks and leaned back on the bed. For a while, I guess. Kyoka shrugged. Kinda hard not to like a guy that'd risk his life to save a little girl, she said as Momo nodded in understanding. even when he's bleeding out." The other girls paled. Ochako frowned a little at that. "I knew you said that he'd been shot," the round-faced girl said, "but I didn't think it was that bad." She nodded, remembering that strange, horrible rainy day when their paths had crossed. "Yeah, it was really bad." Her tone was somber, but she smirked a moment later. "Weird, huh? Falling for a guy that was covered in his own blood when we met?" She asked humorlessly. "If you don't mind me asking, Hiro," Tsuyu said, "where did he get the scars I've heard about?" She asked with Mina and Toru turning in her direction. Hyoka looked at her in confusion. "How do you know about them?" she asked. She didn't remember saying anything about them to anyone. Tsuyu lifted her shoulder. "I overheard Kirishima and Sato mention that he was covered in some pretty nasty burns," she explained. Hyoka nodded and gained an angered look as she huffed. "You can thank Bakugo for that," she sneered. "He's Izuku's childhood bully." "Yeah," Toru frowned. "We heard as much over the speakers the other day when they were fighting." She sighed as she shook her head, shivering. "Did he really tell him to kill himself?" she asked as the others turned to Kyoka with looks of concern. Kyoka gave a quick shrug. "He doesn't bring it up, and I won't drag it out by asking about it." She shook her head with a deep sigh. "I'd rather not open old wounds." "Good idea." Momo nodded, "though I will say that allowing such a person to enroll in this school is beyond anything I thought UA would ever tolerate." She frowned as she thought about the ashen blonde. "He's more of a villain than a hero at this point, and aside from Kirishima, there aren't that many in our class he's close to." Mina giggled. "Yeah, but since we all saw Midori kick Bakugo's butt, we know that he's not untouchable." She grinned as the others agreed before she directed her attention back to Kyoka. "So, you knew Midori for a long time before school started?" Kyoka nodded as Mina spoke. "Mind telling us what attracted you to him?" Kyoka had to giggle at that. "Oh, you know, the usual," she said, twirling one of her jacks around her finger. "Cute face, and a totally rockin' bod." Mina and Toru squealed while Ochako, Tsuyu and Momo giggled and blushed when they remembered the vedette's form-fitting costume, and the other girls quieted down and moved in eagerly. "Well, you all know this, but he's probably the sweetest guy I've personally ever met." Yeah," Toru sighed dreamily. Mina giggled. "He sorta gives off this warm vibe, doesn't he?" She gave a sly look toward Kyoka. "I bet kissing is like biting a hot cinnamon roll, ain't it, Kyo?" She got the reaction she wanted because Kyoka's neon blush returned full force. "Aha, I knew there was more kissing than during the battle trial." Kyoka's jacks were going haywire, "so we kissed a few times, big deal," she half shouted. "Kissing is good and all," Toru grinned at her, "but has there been anything else?" She wiggled her brow suggestively at her and Kyoka covered her face as the question brought up another little incident. "Oh, my gosh." Toru and Mina squealed as the dots connected themselves. "Seriously? You guys already?" "Whoa no," Kyoka shouted, her face so red that she was literally steaming out of her ears. "We have not gone that far, yet, no way." She said yet. Mina pointed out while she and the others howled with laughter. "You guys," Kyoka wailed. Even Momo and Ochako were beginning to laugh as the poor girl covered her face in shame. "Now, both of you stop it," Momo giggled. "I'm sure that they're both being responsible. Plus their parents live on campus." Ochako pointed out. "I know that if I had a nice boyfriend, and my parents were nearby, I wouldn't even be brave enough to hold his hand." Kyoka had calmed down slightly after seeing that at least two of her friends were on her side. Plus they have Eri to think about, Hiro. And Tsuyu made 3. "Does she call you mom like she calls Izuku dad?" Kyoka smiled a little. "No. At least, not yet." She wasn't sure how the little girl saw her, but it was obvious to everyone that Eri was just as attached to her as she was to Izuku. Before the conversation could go any further, someone knocked on the window. Toru blinked in confusion as she noticed the hand disappearing below the window sill, but we're on the 3rd floor. Kyoka yelped as she guessed just who it could be right when Mina made the same connection. Now, who do we know that can climb straight up a wall, and would be knocking on a certain someone's window? She giggled as the perplet leapt off of her bed and bounded toward the window. "Oh, this is totally like a scene straight out of Romeo and Juliet." Tsuyu looked at her. "Mina, I don't think that's a good reference considering how it ended. Hero. Suyu croaked as Kyoko threw open the window, and a familiar head of green popped up. Hey, Midoriya. Izuku's eyes nearly bugged out of his head. Sorry, I didn't know you had. Oh, don't mind us. Momo got up and started ushering the other girls out of the room. We were just leaving, weren't we girls? Mina and Toru complained loudly while Suyu and Ochako helped in herding the two romance-loving girls out. Kyoka giggled and waved at them as the door closed behind them. Then she turned a faux glare on her boyfriend. Please tell me you weren't hoping to catch us in our panties. Oh, of course not. Izuku was already freaking out just as she had hoped he would. I'd never do something like that, you know, MMPH. She silenced him quite successfully as she leaned over and planted a kiss right on his lips. Izuku nearly lost his hold on the wall, but thankfully whenever his quirk went haywire it tended to strengthen his wall-crawling ability. And added a little electricity to his body. Kyoka leaned back just as a small spark ignited between them, giggling. That never gets old. She smiled at him before stepping back to allow him in. This isn't like you, though, she said as he hesitantly crawled through her window, marveling at all the instruments in the room. Oh, what, you knew I liked to play. No, it's not that. You're teasing me again, aren't you? He accused as the girl sat on the edge of her bed and crossed her legs and arms. A move that made him blush all the more as she showed almost all her legs, and the act of crossing her arms made her S more prominent. Proof that she definitely had curves. Maybe, she smirked at him, but this is the first time you've come to my room here in the dorms. She pointed out with a small laugh, usually you're too afraid of Aizawa catching you. Izuku scratched the back of his head bashfully. Well, I wanted to talk to you. His blush was ridiculously bright. Kyoka was even more curious now as she sat straight on the bed, letting her hands rest on the mattress. About what? She asked, a horrible thought crossing her mind. Is this a breakup kinda talk? The boy went pale as a sheet at her question. What? No. Izuku yelled loudly before clamping his hands on his mouth. Heaven help them if Iida caught them. I mean, this is just the opposite. He grew quiet. Kyoka let out a breath she realized she'd been holding in ever since she asked the question. Now relieved, she motioned for him to sit next to her. He did so cautiously, which made her smile. They had sat with each other on the couch in his house several times, but their parents had been near, and they'd both had Eri right next to them. Now, they were alone together in her room, with no parental supervision whatsoever. She fidgeted nervously as she felt the heat of his body next to her. Okay. So, what is it you want to talk about? She asked as the boy's legs started jumping nervously. I mean, it hasn't really been that long since we got together, but I think things have been. She blushed, looking down at her lap, really great. Izuku finally smiled. Yeah, they have. He nodded. That's what I wanted to talk about. He reached into his pocket and pulled out. Kyoka's eyes widened. Holy crap, there was one thing that the two teens had in common. When completely flustered, or speechless, their brains completely shorted out. And when Izuku pulled out the little velvet ring box, her brain went as wild as one can go. Her heart started beating like a rapid drum solo while she heard wedding bells ringing in her ears and started seeing visions of herself in one of those gaudy white dresses, a house with a white picket fence. The works, really. I had a talk with my dad earlier today, Izuku went on, startling her out of her teenage romance-induced stupor. He thinks we might be moving too fast, but He hesitated for a moment, but then, with shaking hands, he opened the box. Her heart fluttered. Inside was a simple silver ring with small diamonds laid out in a pattern to form a musical note. But it wasn't an engagement ring, much to her surprise and disappointment, but a promise ring. Still, seeing the ring brought a smile to her face as he lifted it from the cushion. She offered up her right hand, allowing him to take it and gently slip the ring onto her ring finger. I'm not really sure I know what love is, Izuku confessed as he clasped her hand between his, raising his eyes to meet hers. So I can't say I love you, not yet. He shook his head, but I do know that I want to be with you for however long this, whatever it is, can last. He gave the girl a shaky smile as he finished. All the while Kyoka had to bite her lip to keep herself from choking up, her left hand flying up to hide her quivering lips. You sweet, sappy, jackass. She lunged at him, her arms flying around his neck as her lips smashed against his at full force, a surprised grunt coming from him as his back fell against the mattress. Surprised as he was, his arms still wrapped around her as their lips molded together, the heavy breath from her nose tickling him as he attempted to return her assault with just as much passion as she was beginning to show as she nibbled and worked his lips with her own. He rubbed her back, his hands moving in gentle circles while trying to memorize each curve. Her hands weren't idle, either as she moved them up his neck and into his hair, her nails scraping against his scalp pleasantly before they traveled down the same path to his chest. His abs. Then she surprised him by slipping her hands beneath his shirt, beeping into his mouth as she felt up his muscles. But two could play that game. While one hand stayed on her back, the other dipped lower and cupped her bottom with a light squeeze. She beeped, pressing herself firmly against him while pushing his shirt up toward his shoulders. She broke off kissing him for a moment as she pushed the shirt higher. He raised his arms instinctively as she pulled the article of clothing off of him and tossed it aside. Her eyes traveled across his skin, her heart almost stopping. Once again, she was reminded just how harsh Izuku's life had been. The boy, having realized why she was staring, went pale for a moment, turning his head away from her in shame. Kyoka hated herself in that moment, knowing that he was as self-conscious about his scars as she was about her body. So she did the only thing she could think of. She reached down and pulled her top over her head and dropped on the floor next to his. He turned his head back and stared at her in a way that she couldn't fathom, the way his eyes seemed rove over her body sending shivers through her. She crossed her arms over herself, embarrassment clear on her face. See, could you not stare so much? She asked, her voice was trembling. Then, instead of waiting for him to respond, she leaned down, circling her arms around his chest, pressing her lips against a patch of scarring on his left pectoral. His breath came out of him in a strained hiss. His arms wound their way back around her, Kyoka loving how his rough hands felt as they moved across her bare back, and she found herself giggling when she was rolled into the mattress with him now hovering above her. He reached out and touched her cheek. He skimmed his fingers along her jaw while she leaned into his touch. He pulled her into his arms and kissed her. She cupped his face between her hands, peppering his face with light, feathery kisses. Izuku, she breathed against his face, her fingers tangling into his hair as she drew him toward her lips again. His voice was hoarse as his body hovered just mere inches above hers. We shouldn't be doing this. His words seemed to sober up from the passion-induced high for just a moment. Looking at themselves, she found her shorts pulled half down her hips, and the straps of her bra down her shoulders, almost revealing her S. Izuku was in a similar state. The sight of the normally proper boy in such a disheveled state brought a small smile to her face. It was her that had brought him to this, and it made her feel every bit as beautiful as any other girl she had seen with a curvaceous body. She let her fingers untangle from his hair so that she could loop her hands behind his head and pull him closer, but she brought a hand down to caress his cheek. I like kissing you, she whispered as his lips hovered just a few inches from hers. Now, come here. He went without hesitation and they began to kiss each other deeply, massaging each other's lips with their own. And then, well, Murphy's Law and all that. There was a very loud commotion from the halls just outside her door. Iida, no, Momo's voice shouted in panic. Toru's voice joined in, stop. It's not like they're doing anything. Quote, they're doing homework. Mina shouted desperately, I swear. Absolutely not. This is a clear violation of the school's rules. Iida's outraged voice roared out. Ochako's voice rose over the din. I'm pretty sure that barging into a gal's room like this is another rule breaker. She shouted, her country accent coming through like a bell. The door to Kyoka's room crashed open as Iida, who was wearing his pajamas, nightcap and all, was being poorly held back by Mina, Toru, Momo, Tsuyu and Ochako. Somewhere during the scuffle, Ochako had gotten a hold of the speedster and activated her quirk, which was causing Iida to float, while the girls were trying to restrain him. Of course, Now that they had unintentionally barged in, their eyes went right to the bed where the two teens were tangled up with each other. First to the scarred back of Izuku as he knelt over the half-naked Kyoka, whose face was as red as a tomato. Oh my! Momo blushed upon seeing the pair of them. Toru was sitting on Ida's back, either covering his eyes so that he wouldn't see anything he shouldn't, or holding his face down toward the carpet, so they were doing something. She said, her eyes as wide as saucers. Sorry to interrupt. Yeah, sorry, Suyu croaked while Kyoka sat up and pulled her pillow around to her front to cover herself before Ida saw anything that he shouldn't see. Ditto for me, Ochako said with a bright blush on her face as she tried to avert her eyes while keeping Ida still. Mina had hearts in her eyes. Oh, this is so hot. She was perched on Ida's back, most of her weight holding him down. But, you might wanna run for it, Midori. Tenya's pissed right now. Right then, Ida's head popped right up from where he was being held down. His eyes had a manic white glow to them. You degenerates. Yo, Ida, said a familiar voice from outside the room, you need any help in there? Ida turned his head slightly. Yes. I could use it very much. His eyes suddenly went dead white and his body went limp. Ida, go to sleep and stay that way until your alarm goes off, Shinso's voice said from the hall, and forget why you were upset with Jiro and Midoriya. Ida's head suddenly dropped while a huge snot bubble started rising in and out of his nose while he snored. Toru sighed in relief as she got off the sleeping teen. Phew, thanks a lot, Shinso. She called out to the teen. Just tell the lovebirds that they owe me one, Shinso said, his voice growing fainter. Good night. Momo and Ochako were quick to move the prone teenager out of the room while Mina and Toru cast a few curious glances toward the pair of them. Suyu took it upon herself to usher the two of them out. Sorry we couldn't stop him, Hiro, she said, have fun, you two. With that she used her tongue to close the door. Thanks, Izuku muttered, his face flaming red just as Kyoka's was. Oh, God. Kyoka beeped, laughed as she buried her face in the pillow she held. We're never gonna hear the end of this. Izuku got off the bed and reached for his shirt. I should probably. One of Kyoka's jacks whipped out and wrapped around his neck. Go. Kyoka smiled at her boyfriend. Oh, I didn't say we were done. She reeled him back in. Get over here. The next morning when Kyoka finally managed to drag herself out of her happy, dreamy romance-induced sleep, the first thing she did was check her right hand, and release a sigh of relief when she saw the promise ring nestled on her finger. It wasn't a dream. She sighed dreamily as she hugged her pillow against her chest, giddiness rushing through her like the ultimate sugar rush. A soft rapping at her door pulled her from her thoughts. Kyoka. It sounded like Mina. Sorry to wake you, sweetie, but Mr. Aizawa popped in and said that you've got some new equipment waiting for you down in the support course room. Kyoka perked up. New gear? She asked, but I never ordered any. Mina opened the door and poked her head in. Yeah, everyone else thought it was weird. She stopped as her big dark eyes landed on the girl still in her bedclothes, minus her normal deep dope tank top which was still on the floor. Whoa. Midori really did a number on. She shook her head. Never mind. She coughed suddenly and bustled into the room. Come on. We need to get you presentable before Ida comes barging in here again. The girl cocked her head. Presentable. She wondered as Mina grabbed her and hauled her out of bed. Mina, what are? Mina turned around and pointed at Kyoka's neck. Sweetie, the entire left side of your neck is covered in hickeys, she informed her, the lavender blush on her cheeks deepening. Something rare in Mina's case, and I doubt you want Ida, or, God forbid, a teacher seeing those. Kyoka's hand all but flew up to her neck, feeling her heart sink as she touched the swollen skin around the left side. Oh, God, my parents are gonna kill me. She beeped as Mina dragged her into her bathroom and sat her down in front of the mirror, giving her a perfect view of the extent damage Izuku had done to her. Oh, God. Mina had not been kidding when she said that her neck was covered. It looked like a huge bruise. Now, this is fixable, Mina assured her as the bubbly tone returned to her voice. She nipped out of the room for a few minutes, but returned with a makeup case in hand. I've got everything you need right here, so no one will be the wiser except you and Midori. Kyoka groaned. She hated makeup. A few minutes later. Kyoka loved makeup. Mina was humming a tune as she applied the toner to her skin. The redness was all but gone now thanks to her work. She then applied a light shade of violet lipstick to Kyoka's lips to hide the swelling from last night's kisses. There, the pink-skinned girl smiled as she let Kyoka take in her work. "You look absolutely beautiful, Kyoka." A blush rose to her cheeks. "You really think so?" she mumbled with quiet disbelief. Mina just grinned at her in the mirror and hugged her from behind. "I sure do, and all of us girls are really happy for you, ya know." Mina giggled as both recalled the near fiasco that had happened the night before, "And since it's Midoriya, you probably got the best guy in class." Kyoka giggled when Mina rubbed her cheek against hers. "Seriously?" she asked, though she was in silent agreement with the girl. Mina nodded. "Yepers," she grinned, "he's cute, he's smart, and he's got a quirk that's bound to take him far in the hero business." She told her, her dark eyes twinkling happily, "You two are bound to have a great life if things work out the way I hope." Mina obviously hadn't seen the ring on her finger yet, so Kyoka covered it discreetly with her left hand. "You really think we're a good match?" she asked as she thought back to the night when it all began on their way to UA to keep Eri safe. The first thought of being included in Izuku and Eri's little family that had crossed her mind had happened then. "Oh, totally," Mina giggled, "and personally, I'm super jealous." She gushed and hugged her tighter while rubbing cheeks with her again. "I mean, come on. Midori's a catch that you'd be crazy to throw back. Plus Eri's the sweetest little angel I've ever met." She giggled as she gave the girl a sly grin in the mirror. "I can honestly say that if you two break up, then Mama Pink's swoopin' in to snatch both of them up." Kyoka grinned right back at her. "That's never gonna happen." She giggled. "I'm not planning to giving him up." Mina giggled once more and kissed her on the cheek. "That's what I like to hear," she said, releasing her from her arms. "Now, come on, and get dressed." Kyoka allowed her to pull her up as she remembered that Iida had barged in on them last night. How long will Iida not remember walking in on us?" she asked, hoping that there was little to no chance of it happening. Mina gave her a reassuring pat on the shoulder. He didn't seem any wiser about it this morning, and no one was dumb enough to say anything. But the girl frowned a little, though Shinso did mention that he'd remember in a few days, "But that'll give you guys time to prepare." Kyoka palmed her face. Of course it wouldn't be permanent." She beeped while Mina just giggled. "UA, Toshinori, All Might's office. Thank you for coming on such short notice," Toshinori said as he poured tea for his guest. "I realize that this came out of nowhere since we haven't spoken in such a long time." The man in front of him shook his head. "There's no need to explain yourself, All Might," he said. "I was rather insistent the last time we met." He reached for his tea and took an appreciative sip. "Now then," Mirai Sasaki said, "to what do I owe the pleasure of this meeting?" Toshinori chuckled. "You're the one with foresight, Night Eye, so why don't you tell me?" "It has something to do with your successor, that much I am certain of," the man said. "I do have someone in mind to accept it, if you're willing to meet him." Toshinori nodded. "In truth, I thought that I'd already found the perfect successor." Mirai gave him a startled look. "A quirkless boy with a kind heart and a brave soul. You say that you thought you had found the right one," Mirai said, his thoughts turning to his quirk for a moment as he considered using his foresight to see All Might's choice, even though he knew that it would only anger his former mentor as it did the last time he used it on him. "Did something happen that made you change your mind?" Taking a deep breath, Toshinori gave a very slow nod of his head. "Yes, something did happen, Mirai. I happened," he said, much to his former sidekick's confusion. "When I first met him, he poured his soul out to me, and asked if he could become a hero even though, at the time, he didn't possess a quirk. He shook his head, and given my own past experiences, I sought to protect the boy, and told him that he couldn't become a hero without any sort of quirk to help him." Mirai nodded in understanding. "Admittedly a cruel, but wise choice," he said, "though it is uncommon for quirkless heroes to arise. When they do, the mortality rate is extremely high." He sighed before zeroing in on his former mentor's words. "But you said that he didn't have a quirk at the time." Toshinori chuckled. "I'll get to that in a moment," he told him patiently. "Anyway, after we parted ways, I turned to my future career as a teacher in order to find that successor you mention, and when the entrance exams came around, who should I see there but that same young man? He shook his head with a small grin of amazement. I had never seen such a transformation before. In the time between our first meeting and the exam, that boy had not only improved himself to the point of near quirkless superhuman strength, but he had also created support items for himself that made him a shoo-in for the support course. He sat back, remembering the day Midoriya had taken the exams. His scores on the written part of the exams were among the highest in the history of the school, he said before shaking his head, and when the practical exam came up, he sighed sadly. His support gear managed to help him damage some of the robots, and he absolutely bloodied his fists in his attempts, but the combat points he earned were minuscule. He then gained another smile on his face, but he shattered the record for rescue points. His smile dropped, but Nezu found out about his quirkless status, and vetoed his acceptance into the hero course because he thought that the boy wouldn't survive. Mirai nodded again. Unfair, to be sure, considering that could be grounds for a geneticism charge. That's close to what I said in the end, Toshinori snorted. I failed to find him after the exam, and I lost hope of ever seeing him again. He laced his fingers together. Then I get a call from Naomasa. You remember him, about a case of abduction and extreme child abuse. The former sidekick winced. Those types of cases are never pleasant to deal with. He muttered sympathetically. I'm actually working on something similar at the moment. The blonde nodded. It's actually part of the reason I called you here. UA's hosting a child in protective custody, and I'd like for you to use your quirk on her if we have enough time. He explained. It might shed a little light on who was holding her, Toshinori said while the detective nodded in understanding, but this little girl was saved by the same boy I just told you about. He was shot in the process, but all the time that he was bleeding out the only thing he thought of was getting that poor little thing to safety. He sighed. Luckily enough, he ran into some friends that were able to take the girl to the police and get him medical attention, and that's where things took a strange turn. The doctor that treated him used the boy as an experiment, I suppose. Toshinori's form began to smoke as he bulked up in anger. He was injected with a mixture of what I'm told was devil's breath and Black Widow venom, either one of which should have killed the boy, but they didn't. Instead he spent a week in the hospital in a coma before coming out of it with arachnid-like powers. If I were to try to sum them up as separate quirks, the boy would have 6 quirks in total. Mirai looked at him in shock. Superhuman strength, enhanced speed, an extremely powerful healing factor, the ability to crawl or walk on any surface without losing his balance, a sort of sixth sense that lets him detect danger, near or far, and he has a form of bioelectricity that he can discharge at will in small bursts, or one massive blast that not only fries tech, but messes with the nervous system that controls a person's quirk, and can easily damage his surroundings when he unleashes enough of it. Mirai looked down at his tea. It's amazing that things turned out so well for him. He said as a thought struck him. Is it this arachnid-themed hero the news was barking about a few months ago? The one that took on Kendo Rappa? That's the boy. Toshinori nodded. Why? Mirai frowned and then looked his mentor in the eyes. I want to meet him. Meanwhile, seriously, Midoriya, you caused one hell of a commotion last night. Shinso sighed as the pair of them walked through the halls toward the support course room. Iida woke up almost half the entire block with all that yelling he was doing in the halls while the girls were trying to keep him away from Jiro's room. Izuku rubbed the back of his neck bashfully. Sorry, but I'm not sorry. Shinso snorted with a small grin on his face. Hey, I'm not judging you, but next time, take the romance somewhere else. He chuckled as he lightly jabbed him, like a hotel or something. Izuku's face absolutely burned with embarrassment. We didn't do anything like that, shouted the flustered teen. The brainwashing teen just laughed at him. Sputter all you want, loverboy. Shinso grinned as he pointed to his neck. I'm not the one with a huge hickey on my neck, now, am I? The blush on the boy's face had gone from neon to nuclear red. He raised his hand to the left side of his neck. It was a lot worse when I got home. He muttered with some embarrassment. If I didn't have a healing element in my quirk, then I'd probably look a lot worse. Damn, Shinso droned out. Didn't think the girl had it in her. He grinned as the boy next to him chuckled. Anyway, what were you going to do in the support room? Izuku's face brightened immediately. Oh, Mei's got some upgrades she wants me to test out for my mask, he said, pulling one of his now infamous notebooks from. Shinso didn't want to know. Really, his costume had no pockets. I also wanted to pitch a new costume design at her. Shinso looked at the page he opened the book up to, and whistled. Hey, not bad, he said with a smile, but isn't the suit you have right now made by Might Tower's personal support gear company? Izuku patted his chest where the arachnid insignia was. Yeah, and it also follows the color scheme that Dad uses for his costume, too, so I really like it, Izuku said with a small amount of pride, but I'd like something that makes me look a little more friendly while doing hero work in the daytime, and keep this one for night work. Shinso looked at him, and then his grin returned. Eri thought it looked scary, right? The verdette's head dropped. Yeah, Shinso laughed then and patted his classmate on the back. You really do love that little girl, don't you? She's my world, his friend admitted with a brilliant smile. Well, her and Kyoka, he said as they came to the support course room, right as Kyoka was coming out with a small box in her arms. Shinso smiled when the girl caught sight of them and blushed as her eyes landed on Izuku. Speak of the devil, he sighed as he stepped past him. I'll go ahead and ask Powerloader about my equipment and costume design. You two, take your time. He chuckled as he entered the room, leaving the two teens alone. Izuku had a bright blush on his cheeks as he noticed the ring on her finger. Why you're still wearing it? He pointed out, cursing himself for his lack of brainpower. Kyoka giggled, her jacks floating around her head happily. Well, yeah, it's not like I'm gonna take it off anytime soon, she said, her cheeks warming with a small blush of her own. You getting some upgrades done? Yeah, Mei's idea, he said. I also wanna have another costume made that won't scare Eri. Kyoka blinked rapidly. She's scared of your hero costume? She asked incredulously. This is the first I've heard of it. Izuku shrugged. She didn't actually say she was frightened by it, but she did say that the eyes on the costume were kind of scary. He said with a little smile on his face, and since she's been through so much already, I thought I should have something else on hand when I'm around school since the costume Mr. Yagi had made for me is more suited to combat. Kyoka giggled. I can see that, she said as she turned and placed her box against the wall next to the support course door. Do you have a design sketched out? He handed her his notebook, and she looked down at the black and white sketch. Wow, I love the hooded look. She had a huge smile on her face as she tried to imagine the costume on her boyfriend. The darkened spots are obviously gonna be all black, but what about the white and gray areas? Izuku frowned. I was gonna go with the same colors of my first costume. She bopped him on the forehead with his notebook. Ouch. Kyoka giggled at the disgruntled look on his face. That color scheme works for that costume, green bean, but if you're gonna take a step away from the original, then why not go all out? She reached into her pocket and pulled out a red pen. See here, she asked as he leaned over her shoulder to get a look at what she was doing. Red and black go really well together. Here in these lighter spots you can make it a crimson red. She colored in the chest area and part of the upper arm, and the darker areas can be ruby. Wine red would look better with the black accents. Izuku smiled at how she was lighting up while she worked. Wow, you're really good at this, he said in amazement, before he noticed a very warm scent. Is that cinnamon? At the mention of the scent, the girl turned redder than the suit she was designing. She yelped and jumped away from him with wide eyes and her jacks going in every direction. She groaned and hid behind the book. Damn it, Mina. Izuku was about to ask what was wrong when he noticed that, unlike himself, her skin was clear of the previous night's activities between the two of them, and that she was wearing a light shade of purple lipstick. The moment he noticed her perfume and the makeup, he saw the girl in a new light, literally as it seemed as though there was an actual glow around her. Wow, the teen breathed out. You look stupid, Kyoka asked, thinking that Mina was just being nice to her earlier as she complimented her looks. Gorgeous, Izuku corrected her right away, a total knockout. He stepped forward and moved the book away from her face. Besides, he tugged at the neck of his costume where she had left her own marks. Your way works a lot better than this thing. He grinned as she gave a slight giggle. BTOOOM. Gya, damn it Hatsume, sorry. The doors to the support course burst open, and out ran Shinso looking charred and completely terrified. Save me. He shrieked as he rushed past them with Mei running out after him carrying what looked like a spiky dog collar. Wait, the Rosette ran after him. You still haven't tried my latest baby, yet. Izuku and Kyoka watched the drama unfold with twitching mouths as they fought back laughter while Powerloader came out with an irritated look on his face. Oh, man, here we go again. He muttered before looking at Izuku. Oh, hey Midoriya, here for that new upgrade. Well, he pointed down the hall at the chase scene. Didn't Mei put it together? Powerloader shook his head. Are you kidding? Sure, she comes up with the idea, and machines it here in the shop, but I'm the one that finalizes everything. He said, gesturing to the ruins inside the room, and makes sure they're safe, unlike her test subjects. Kyoka laughed. Yeah, no kidding, she said with a gesture toward their fleeing classmate. Is Shinso gonna be okay? She asked this knowing that Mei was relentless when she had an invention she was bent out on testing out. He should be fine, Powerloader sighed. Now, Midoriya, about that upgrade. He held out his hand to Izuku. This is a new chip you'll need to install into your gauntlets. Since you can turn invisible, Hatsume figured you'd need something that would act like a silencer for your web shooters. She calls it the Ghost Strike program. Izuku grinned as he accepted the chips. Thank you, sir, and please, thank Mei for me, too. He said before Kyoka handed the teacher his notebook. I'd like to have another costume made, too. Is that okay? A new suit? Powerloader asked, wondering what was wrong with the one he was wearing, before Izuku explained his reasoning. Well, I can understand that, and it wouldn't hurt to have a spare costume. He thought for a moment and nodded. All right, but I'd like to use a different material than what Might Towers used. Go ahead, Izuku nodded. Powerloader had a grin on his face as he took the design. I'll use a combination of military-grade fabric and adamantium threads. He informed him, it'll be a little heavier than the usual, but way lighter than your other costume from Might Towers since it uses plates instead of any kind of mesh or threading. And it will be completely bullet and knife-proof. Elements, though, I'm not so sure. Heat will definitely be a problem, and maybe. Powerloader then began to sound like Izuku on one of his muttering rants as he returned to his workshop, and left the two alone again. I think you might be rubbing off on him. Kyoka laughed. Izuku shared a laugh with her before he spotted Toshinori coming down the hall. Ah, there you are, young Midoriya. The blonde man smiled as he met up with the pair, turning his gaze to Kyoka for a moment. Young Jiro, do you mind if I borrow him for a bit? He asked, smiling at the girl as she nodded. Go on. Kyoka smiled and bumped her boyfriend's shoulder lightly. I'll see you at your place when you get done, she said as she picked up her box and started away from him, giving a nod to the skeletal man as she passed him. Try not to keep him too long, okay? She said in a bright tone. Toshinori chuckled at her. You have my word, my dear. He said as she passed him while Izuku smiled after her, his eyes unconsciously drifting down to her hips. He took note of where the boy's eyes seemed to be wandering to and chuckled. I hope I didn't interrupt you, my boy. Nah, we were just finishing up with the support course, the boy said. What did you need, All Might? Toshinori nodded. I feel that there's no need to ask, he said with a small smile, but are you familiar with Sir Night-Eye? Izuku beamed at him excitedly. He was your second sidekick, and your first official one when you came back to Japan after your time in America after David Shield. Izuku rattled off before he managed to stop himself before he went on another one of his rants. Ahem, is there something I can do for him? He said with a small cough to hide his embarrassment. Toshinori frowned. I'm afraid that it's a little unpleasant, he said much to the boy's confusion. It concerns Eri, and the people that held her for so long. When Izuku heard that, his fists clenched involuntarily, producing miniature arcs of electricity around his knuckles. Does he know where they are? Toshinori was surprised in the boy's sudden change in attitude. Young Midoriya, he said in a firm tone as he reached out and placed a calming hand on his shoulder. I have absolutely no right to tell you not to be angry with these men, he told the boy with an apologetic tone. However, if you have it in your head to learn about, and pursue them, then our conversation will end here. He continued, his tone growing serious. I will not allow you to put your future at risk for the sake of seeking vengeance when you don't even have a hero license, yet. Izuku took a breath, and nodded. You're right, he breathed out, feeling frustrated. As much as I want to hunt them down, I can't risk them finding Eri if I fail. The blonde sighed in relief. That's better. Toshinori nodded in approval. Now, let's go talk to Night Eye. He turned and started leading the boy down the hall. There's a lot that I need to explain as well, young Midoriya. Shigaraki smiled beneath his father's hand as he returned to the bowels of the doctor's laboratory. The day of the attack was drawing near. He had gathered a force large enough to give the advantage over even All Might, and even if they failed, they were all nothing but pawns to him. The real threat lay in the creations that he was now seeing. The doctor was in the middle of injecting some sort of substance into Black Spider's arm as he turned to the young man with a welcoming smile on his face. Tamura, good to see you again, my boy, the man smiled as he finished with his creation. I take it the preparations are all in order. We're ready, Shigaraki said, all we need now is the time of attack. The doctor grinned impossibly wide at him, and that, my dear boy, is what I have. He said, gesturing for the creature move back into its pod while he motioned for the younger man to follow him. The files you managed to get for me were of great use. All Might is scheduled to teach a class off campus in 2 days' time. That would be Monday. Then, Shigaraki said with a hint of excitement, this is gonna be so exciting. I can't wait to rub the people's faces in it when their favorite hero is lying dead in the dirt. The doctor chuckled deep in his throat. Indeed, my boy, I've lived through far too many of these puffed-up goody two-shoes doing hero work. He frowned as he pulled at his mustache, but let's not forget that I will need all of the samples I can get. He reminded the young man, and there is one child in particular that I'm greatly interested in. He pulled a photo from the pocket of his lab coat and showed it to the boy. I think I've told you about her, haven't I? Shigaraki nodded as he looked down at the photo. Yeah, I think so, but I really don't care, he said. I just want to kill All Might. Ah, yes, I know, he said, and believe you me, my boy, even if we do not kill All Might, this time, the data I gather from the battle will give me all the information that I need to create my true masterpiece. Those two spiders aren't? Shigaraki asked. The doctor shook his head. Far from it. He led the boy deeper into his lab, passing various pods that held other Nomu inside. My creations all have their flaws, my boy, but when the process is complete, my creation will have not a single, solitary weakness or flaw when they is born. He turned to the boy. Even my own quirk wasn't perfect, you see, but that is what I strive for, absolute perfection of a quirk. Shigaraki nodded slowly as they passed a four-armed mechanism attached to what looked like a spinal cord. And the master's been helping you do that. He has, the doctor said, and it's for that very reason that he has my total loyalty. He continued, now, while my body has aged, my quirk research has allowed me to evolve my quirk from life force to immortality. He grinned, I know more about quirks than any other human being on this planet, because I go beyond what normal people are willing to do. And it is for that reason that I absolutely must have this child, he said with a determination that almost scared the withered teen. She, according to Kurono and Shisaki, has the power to rewind an organism to non-existence if she didn't control her power properly. That means she could, theoretically, restore a being to their prime. He turned to the boy with his impossibly wide grin. Do you see where I'm going with this, Tamura? The teen did as his beady red eyes widened. You think you can use her to restore Master? Precisely, my boy, he grinned, and I do not care how much of her I have to dissect, I will have her power and I will bring the Master back to full power. Shigaraki smiled beneath the hand on his face. Then we should find this little brat while we're out having fun, shouldn't we? Indeed we should, my dear boy, the man grinned wickedly, indeed we should. To say that Izuku was nervous at the moment was a massive understatement. He was about to meet one of All Might's two former sidekicks. But judging by Toshinori's behavior, he should have been terrified. The man was worried, and seeing the man, in his skeletal form or his muscle form, worried about him just meeting one of his old friends of all things had Izuku more nervous than he usually would have been. Standing outside one of the teacher's lounge, the man took a breath before looking at the young man. Put your mask on, he told the boy as Izuku gave him a look of confusion. His quirk requires direct eye contact, and I don't want him using it on you. Okay. Why? Izuku asked as he pulled the mask on. Toshinori sighed. Mirai can be a tad bit paranoid. He explained, and he's just about as fond of me as you are yourself. Izuku blinked. Oh, so he's a huge mega dork fanboy, Toshinori said, then chuckled, but he is a good man, and a fine hero. He frowned, even if he is a bit overprotective. He straightened and reached for the knob and opened the door. Mirai was no longer alone. Hey, I know you. The blonde-haired boy in the room yelled excitedly, you're that spider guy that the Daily Bugle's been writing about. The hero sighed and pushed his glasses up his nose. Mirio, what have I told you about reading that hero-hating nonsense? Sir Night-Eye asked in a drone. Aside from that horrible newspaper, I understand that he's been the talk among the first-year students. He nodded to Toshinori. Thank you for bringing him to meet with me so quickly, and I see that you've warned him about my quirk. Toshinori nodded. Can you blame me? The skeletal man asked as he took a seat on the couch opposite of the man. And I see that you've brought your young protege, Mirio Tagata, wasn't it? The boy beamed at him. That's me, sir, he said with an outheld hand. Mirio Tagata, hero name. Lemillion, the hero that will save 1 million lives. Toshinori chuckled as he shook the boy's hand before he say, Izuku following suit. I can see why Night-Eye likes him, the man thought. He's much like myself after receiving my quirk from Nana. Izuku, thankful for the mask since his smile would have put all mites to shame, kept his voice level and calm. Mr. Yagi said that you had information on Eri. His voice then hardened, and who might have tortured her. The blonde boy, Mirio, looked horrified. Tortured. His voice came out in a strangled croak. Mirai kept his face just as calm as Izuku's voice seemed to be. That all depends on who this young lady might be, he said as he reached into his pocket. He pulled out what appeared to be a Polaroid photo. Is this the little girl that's currently under your care? He held it out, face down, toward the spider-themed hero in training. Izuku was already prepared for the worst when he took the photo, but when he turned it over to see the image, the glow from the spider emblem on his chest intensified while sparks of electricity erupted all over his body. Whoa there, young Midoriya. Toshinori shouted as he was nearly hit by one of the miniature lightning bolts. Easy. The blonde man soothed him, careful of the sparks. Mirio and Night-Eye had leaned back from the display, the younger blonde nearly climbing over the back of the seat, while his mentor remained calm and simply leaned back. He frowned at the emotional display as he leaned back in and laced his fingers together. Judging by your reaction, I assume that she truly is the little girl I've been investigating. He sighed and laced his fingers together. Mr. Midoriya, I would like you to tell me everything about the day that you met this girl, from the moment you left your home up until the very moment she left your sight. Izuku, bringing himself back under control, nodded before handing the photo back to him. He then launched into a very detailed explanation of the moments leading up to his meeting of Eri on that day, from the rotten mood he had been in, right up until he shoved the quivering little girl into Bakugo's arms, ordering him to take her and run. All the while Sir Night-Eye was taking vigorous notes on all that the boy said. Mirio was looking at the younger teenager with a deep newfound respect, and no small amount of awe. You're a very brave young man, Night-Eye finally said as Izuku finished. I can see why my old friend is so willing to help you. Thank you, Izuku said, but you haven't answered my question, yet. The tall man sighed. I suppose I haven't, he said with a nod. The picture I showed you is from exactly 1 year ago, just before meeting you. The figure you saw with her was one of her caretakers, I suppose you could call them, but really they're just her guard dogs. He gave the boy a look over his laced fingers. I don't know why anyone would want this girl, other than the fact that she must possess a highly dangerous quirk, and these men are making use of it. Izuku frowned at that, then looked at the man. First of all, you're not telling me everything there is to it. The boy said, catching the man by surprise. Yes, Eri has an extremely dangerous quirk, one that I've actively tried to help her with, and safely restrained for the time being until her body is strong enough to handle the backlash, but these men. He gestured to the photo. What have they done to make use of her quirk when she can't even control it? He has a point. Toshinori said, "What are you not telling us, Mirai?" Knight looked between the two of them, then at Mirio, who nodded. "I'd like to know, too, sir," the young man said with a look of concern, which he then turned on the older blonde and younger hero. "These guys that were holding on to this girl. They're all that remains of the Yakuza," he said. "Sir Night Eye's been trying to link them to the illegal sales of trigger that's been growing in the last 3 years. And I have," Mirai said, hanging his head. "I just don't have enough proof to lock them away for good. They have so many branches that they move their product through that it's legally impossible to pin them unless I catch one of them in the act," he said, then looked at his former mentor. "However, these men weren't always this brutal or organized. They once had a code of honor, as all Yakuza did. However, in recent years, the new head of this clan, the Shihasaikai, has been selling something new, a bullet that erases quirks." "What?" Izuku and Toshinori rose to their feet, the latter coughing up a large amount of blood. Mirio offered the man a tissue to clean himself up as the coughing fit subsided. But the glare he cast at the man from his electric blue eyes was one of shock and anger. "No wonder you wouldn't let me near this case. You're already limited in your abilities thanks to your old injuries," Mirai said, which thanks to secrecy, went right over Mirio's head. "I couldn't risk you being hit with one of these bullets, even if the ones I've seen have only been temporary in their effectiveness." Toshinori held up a hand and used the other to pinch his brow. No, you're right. I would have gone charging in guns blazing and not even thinking of the consequences, but what does this have to do with Eri?" For the first time in his life, Izuku's analytical mind was a curse, because, since he had spent so much time with Eri, and attempted to help her control her quirk so that she wouldn't be afraid of it anymore, he knew exactly how the sweet little girls could be related to a quirk-erasing bullet, the bullets. He muttered, his voice trembling, "They're darts, aren't they?" Mirai looked at him and nodded. "And the substance inside them that erases a person's quirk, there's human cells mixed in with them, isn't there?" Now Mirio jumped out of his chair. "They wouldn't." But the gauntlets on Izuku's hands were already charged with electricity. "Eri has the ability to rewind living organisms to a certain point in time," he ground out, the green on his suit glowing dangerously bright. "If a person was skilled enough, they could use the quirk genes she has in." He stood up abruptly. "Young Midoriya," Toshinori said as the boy moved toward the door. "Kid, listen, I need to be with my daughter right now," Izuku said heavily, his voice thick, before looking back over his shoulder. "If you want to use your quirk on her, then the 3 of you are invited to dinner, but I'll understand if you have prior engagements." He turned his lensed eyes on Sir Night Eye. "Just promise me that you won't ask her any questions involving her captivity," he said while the man gave him a slow nod. "And when you use your quirk on her, find these sons of bitches." He opened, then closed the door with a heavy slam, making the 3 men wince. Mirai looked at Toshinori. "I knew you said he was smart, but..." Toshinori nodded. "He's near genius, Mirai, but he's like me and wears his heart on his sleeve." He looked down at the floor. "Honestly, sometimes I think he's too pure for this world." He raised his head up. "Enough of this. Mirai, we have a dinner to prepare for," he said, trying to sound cheerful. "Young Tagata, why don't you come with me for a bit? I bet the ladies of the houses would love a bouquet of flowers from such a nice young man. I'll provide some sake and wine. I'll bring some sort of dessert." Then, Mirai provided Izuku's offer. It is too promising a lead to pass on. He rose with a look at his protege. "I'll let your teachers know that you are to be excused for the rest of the day, Mirio. And I'll, Toshinori, I trust you'll speak to Mirio of your situation." Toshinori regarded the boy for a moment as he looked at him with a small smile, then looked to the door that Izuku had left from, "Tonight, at dinner." Mirai looked at him sharply. "No more lies. No more secrets," he said to his former sidekick. "These boys are in the thick of it now. Perhaps both of them should understand what's coming. I owe it to both of them, especially young Midoriya." Meanwhile, Kyoka was sitting on the floor next to the coffee table as she watched Eri drawing pictures. "That's really good, Squirt," she said, pointing to a mostly green figure. "Is that your daddy?" Eri beamed at her. "Uh-huh." She then picked up a purple crayon. "This one's gonna be you, Mo." "Oh." Kyoka. She corrected herself as she began drawing again. Kyoka bit her lip as it started quivering. Hey, Eri looked up at her with those pretty red eyes of hers. You know, if you want to, you can. You know, she started fiddling with her jacks. Call me mom, or something. But only if you want to. She yelped in a slight panic. The little girl looked down at her drawing shyly. Is that really okay? Kyoka looked at her. Well, yeah, why wouldn't it be? Eri smiled, abandoned her crayons and rushed around the table. She then jumped right onto her. I'll call you mama, okay? Kyoka giggled and hugged her tightly. You bet. I'll be the best mama ever. The front door jerked open then, startling them both as Izuku walked into the house. Kyoka rose with Eri in her arms. Hey, Greenie. How'd it go? She trailed off when she saw the look on his face when he pulled his mask off. Eri was the one to say something. Daddy's sad. Izuku jumped, not even noticing that they had been there until then. Oh, hey, you too. He said, not sounding like himself. Eri wriggled out of Kyoka's arms and ran right for him. She hugged him around his knees. Don't be sad, Daddy. She practically begged. If you're sad, then I'll be sad, and so will Mama. Izuku choked on a laugh when he looked at his girlfriend. Since when does she call you Mama? He quirked his brow at her. She huffed and crossed her arms, her cheeks red as apples. Since now, but so what? She demanded with a hint of embarrassment. She needs a strong mother figure in her life, and since we're dating, I figure that I'd be it. Izuku chuckled and shook his head as he picked Eri up in his arms. He then surprised her by walking over and enveloping her in a hug that Eri could be part of. Hey, seriously, what's the matter with you? She asked as she patted his back. What did Mr. Yagi say that has you acting like someone just died? Izuku just shook his head. Later, he turned his head and kissed her cheek before doing the same to Eri. Right now. I just need both of you. Kyoka felt him shiver for a moment before putting her arms around his chest. Yeah, okay. She felt a small smile coming to her face. Even though she was worried for him, it felt nice. He needs me. Are you truly planning to go through with your plan to invade UA alongside Tamura Shigaraki? The master asked as the doctor was bent over a microscope. You do realize that you are one of the very few indispensable people around me, do you not? The doctor chuckled. Yes, I do, he said as he raised his eyes from the equipment. I realize that it will be quite a risk, but think of the possibilities, my old friend. He turned to the screen that was black and read sound only. Not only would I have the opportunity to harvest some potentially worthwhile quirks for my research, and perhaps your use if you think them useful, but it would give me a much-needed chance to see just what my firstborn has endeavored to become since our last meeting. The master chuckled. To say that his subject is one of your children must mean he is quite special, is he not? Oh, he is, the doctor smiled fondly. The samples I took from him gave me these clones. He gestured to the pods all around him, many containing horrendously mutated arachnid-like creatures, and my more advanced black and white spider subjects, but they are far from perfect. He sighed. This boy. I believe he could be the answer in creating my perfect child involving this truly unique quirk that I have created. He cackled. Do you realize that, sir? I created his quirk. He laughed, which was joined by the master's laughter. How many scientists can say that they have successfully created a viable quirk? And all it took was one quirkless individual among a veritable ocean of quirked individuals. Just don't do anything to jeopardize yourself, the master said. As I said once before, you are irreplaceable in my court of friends. The doctor smiled. Worry not, my old friend. He turned to a case containing 4 long tentacle-like arms attached to a cybernetic spine. I have ways of keeping myself safe while collecting my samples. Dinner that evening in the combined Midoriya-Jiro households was a tense affair after dessert ended. Mirai used his quirk on Eri not long after the meal ended, and he learned all that he needed to know. Izuku wanted to ask him what he had seen, but Toshinori forbade it in consideration of the boy's earlier reactions to Eri's mistreatment. I know that you want to do something about these people, the blonde told him in a hushed tone, but if I know you like I think I do, then you'll go off on your own, and possibly get yourself killed. He told the boy, and that is not something you can afford right now. Eri needs you, and so does young Jiro, even though she won't openly admit it. Mirai nodded as Kyoka and her family took Eri into the living room. He's right, he said, these men are nothing like what you've faced up to this point. Even Rappa is considered low in their ranks. Izuku frowned as Mirio took a seat next to Night Eye. It doesn't make it any easier. Izuku said, casting a glance over his shoulder at his little family. Hisashi nodded in agreement with his son. I won't say I don't know how you feel, he said to his son. He gave him a small glare, because I know that I'd do anything if I knew you were being hurt. Says the man that was on the run for 11 years. Izuku grumbled. I'll tell you the story someday, Hisashi promised, pinching the bridge of his nose. Anyway, I have to go on patrol. Stay out of trouble. He ruffled the boy's hair and left the kitchen. Toshinori waited until Inko finished clearing the table and started washing the dishes before he looked at the two young men. Now then, he laced his fingers together. I think it's time you two knew something about myself, and All Might, and my quirk. And, as Izuku and Mirio sat and listened to Toshinori, All Might, speak, both boys gained pallid complexions as he spoke of his quirk, his time as a hero, and the one that had laid him low, forcing him to reduce his time as a hero. All for one was, and always will be a terrifying villain, Toshinori said, even now his name is spoken as if he were some sort of boogeyman. He looked at the two pale-faced boys, but make no mistake, he was, without a doubt, a very real, very dangerous villain. He said as he unbuttoned his shirt to reveal the horrendous scar on his left side. And this is why he needs a successor, Night Eye said, his gaze falling on Mirio, and I believe that you are the perfect candidate, Tagata, he said to the blonde, and for that reason. I don't want it, I'm sorry, Night Eye blinked. I don't want All Might's quirk, Mirio said, then looked at the man himself. Don't get me wrong. I'm honored, he said hurriedly, but, well, I'm already well known for what my quirk allows me to do, but what happens when I suddenly start throwing punches that can knock down a whole city block? He asked. Plus, I'm Lemillion, the hero that will save 1,000,000 lives. He nodded, smiling. That's who I am. That's who I want to be. He gave the withered hero a small smile. If I take your power, then I'm going to have to learn how to use your quirk and probably mine all over again. He shook his head, and then I won't be, well, I'll be me, but I won't be the same me I used to be, so. The elder blonde reached across the table and grasped his shoulder, smiling widely. That, Toshinori smiled, was very well said. I'm actually quite impressed, he said, then looked at Izuku, and, truthfully, after all that I've put you through, Izuku, I wanted to offer it to you first, but you, the boy looked at him in confusion as Toshinori shook his head and smiled at him. No. I know that someday, both of you will be neck and neck for the #1 spot. Night Eye looked at him, but what about your quirk? Relax, Mirai, I have plenty of time. He smiled, and who knows, I may find someone that is just as good as one of these boys. He smiled at Izuku and Mirio, but knowing that I can pass my quirk on to another. Izuku, I'm so sorry for how we met all those months ago. Izuku smiled at the man. It's okay, the boy said, if you had given me your quirk back then, I probably wouldn't be where I am right now. He said, then looked into the living room where his family was. I would never have met Kyoka when I did, and knowing what I do now about Eri's past, I might have never met her, either. Then he returned to the blonde man with a smile, and even if I could go back and accept it, I wouldn't, because I wouldn't change 1 minute of my life, no matter what kind of pain or hardships I had to endure. Toshinori smiled and watched as the boy excused himself to head into the living room where his mother and the Jiros were playing with Eri. Mirio was next as he went to speak with Izuku a little more before excusing himself for the night. When Mirai and Toshinori left for the evening, the blonde man was smiling as widely as he ever did when he was doing hero work. Mirai on the other hand was looking rather depressed. I'm sorry, All Might. I truly thought that Mirio would accept the quirk. Toshinori just looked at him with that same smile on his face. Don't apologize, my old friend, he said. Tonight I witnessed something that would make any mentor proud. He looked back at the Midoriya and Jiro homes. I saw 2 young men becoming amazing heroes in the future, and I don't even have your foresight. He smiled at the home. Lemillion, the hero that will save 1,000,000 lives, He chuckled as the image of the young blonde appeared in his mind's eye standing upon the stage of the top heroes, and your friendly neighborhood Spider-Man. Those two are going to rock this world to its core. Hyoka noticed that Izuku was still acting strangely as she helped him put Eri to bed that evening after everyone had left. Hyotoku had already gone back home for the evening, leaving Mika to chat with Inko while helping her clean up. Hisashi was out on patrol around the campus for the next few hours. All of this left the two teens a lot of time to themselves as a sleepy Eri was laid down and tucked under her covers. Hyoka smiled as she placed her teddy bear, Hyoka's gift to her before coming to UA, in her arms as she cuddled it. You know what? She asked her boyfriend in a hushed tone. The boy looked at her with a slight smile on his face as he flipped on Eri's little nightlight. What is it? You could have told me this was going to happen a few months ago, and I would have told you to get your head examined. The girl smiled at him before looking back down at the little girl as she dropped off to sleep. But now that I think about it, I don't think I'd change a damn thing about how all of this happened, except that I'd have wanted it to happen a little sooner. Izuku nodded slowly, sadness marring his handsome features. Yeah, if only we'd met sooner. He sighed wistfully. Hyoka gave a soft scoff before smiling at him and reached out to pull the boy from the room by his arm. Come on. She tugged him along. Let's go over some of those new upgrades for your gadgets. Okay. He mumbled in confusion. Mika had just come into the living room when she saw her daughter tugging her boyfriend urgently with a knowing smile coming to her face while the girl pulled him into his room. The mother sighed and rolled her eyes with a shake of her head. Hyotoku's not going to like this. She chuckled to herself. Meanwhile, Hyoka, the boy said in confusion as the girl gave him a light shove into his room. I don't have any more designs to go over. The girl didn't waste any time before she spun around and kicked the door closed. Then she turned to look at him with frustration written across her face. All right, mister, you are telling me what's going on. Right, now. Izuku froze. I don't. Don't say that you don't know what I'm talking about. She snapped. You've been acting strange all night, she told him with one of her jacks pointed dangerously close to his nose. Ever since you came back from that talk you had with Mr. Yagi, you haven't been yourself. Now tell me what happened. He frowned a moment before taking a deep breath. It's not gonna be nice to hear, he said, looking away from her. She stepped closer to him and placed her hand against his face gently to make him look at her. Izuku, the worry in her voice made him acutely aware of just how troubled she was about his behavior. You barely ate anything at dinner. When you came home, you wouldn't put Eri down for hours. She stepped back and pointed at the door, and then that weirdo in the suit shows up with a third-year student and Mr. Yagi. Don't think I didn't see his eyes turn purple, green bean, because I know he did something to her, and if he's hurt her in any way. Whoa. Izuku rattled off. It's nothing like that. He assured her quickly. That was Mirai Sasaki. I mean Sir Night-Eye. A pro. Hyoka looked at him in surprise. What did he want with Eri? Izuku took another breath. He wanted to use his quirk so he could find out where she was being held and by whom. She crossed her arms with an expectant look. He pretty much already knew, but he wanted some real proof. His face started growing pale as small beads of sweat began to appear on his skin. She reached up and cupped his face between her hands. Hey, she whispered as she caressed the cheek under his left eye with her thumb. Take a breath, Izu, she said gently as he followed her instruction. Good, now, what are you trying not telling me? She asked. What did they? Her voice began to tremble. What did they do to her? He reached up and took her hands in his before kissing the back of her knuckles. Sir Night-Eye thinks she was used in experiments, to make a quirk erasing bullet. She gasped and took a few steps back. Those scars on her arms, her hands flew right to her mouth as if she was going to be sick. Oh my god. Izuku reacted just in time as he reached down for the waste basket and held it out in front of her just as she retched. Slowly, he directed her to the bed where he sat her down while rubbing her back soothingly. Are you all right? He felt stupid for asking, but he didn't know what else to say in the situation. Hyoka gave a weak chuckle. I just found out my pseudo-daughter was used in human experimentation, so no, not really, she said. though she took the bite out of her words with a very timid smile at him as she set the basket down. That's not all, is it? Let me get you some water first, he offered as she gave a small nod. He went across the hall, coming back with a full paper cup of water. While she washed her mouth out, and soothed her suddenly dry throat, Izuku went on, "You were right, that wasn't everything, and it's not even the worst part of all of this," he said to the girl's growing horror. "Mirio said that these guys are Yakuza." Kyoka frowned at him and rose to her feet, basically professional villains that can get away with most anything. She tossed the cup in the trash before biting down on her thumbnail and turning away to start pacing the room. Okay, so these guys are actual pros at what they do, but if they need Eri, then why haven't they sent anyone after us besides that Rappa guy? Izuku shrugged. Probably because of where we are, he reminded her. Not only are we being kept at a school that has pro heroes as teachers, but we're protected by a really high-tech security system, and then there's the fact that All Might himself is stationed here as one of the teachers. Kyoka nodded in understanding. Okay, I get it, she said. They're most likely too scared of him to make a move. She went over to his desk and leaned against it. Then, what are we gonna do about this? She asked with a pleading look in her eyes. We, the three of us, we can't have a normal life until these guys are out of the picture. Izuku shrugged again. Night, I said for me to stay out of it. He grumbled, sounding like he wanted to do something. And, in truth, so did she. I get that, she said looking down at the floor. What I mean is. She sighed. I wanna see this kid happy, Izuku, and that doesn't mean keeping her cooped up at this school for 3 years. She crossed her arms over her chest, a faint blush rising to her cheek. And then there's you and me, she muttered. I know it's selfish to say something like this, but I wanna go out. On dates, dinner, movies, all the things normal couples do. She bit her lip, feeling embarrassed. We haven't done anything like that since we've met. I know that, and we will. He closed the distance between them. He took her by the shoulders and pulled her against his chest. This is all gonna come to an end, Kyoka, and when it does, we'll be free to be perfectly normal, average teenagers training to be heroes, while raising an adorable, beautiful, wonderful little girl. He began rubbing her back again, something she was beginning to like very much. Kyoka giggled at the ridiculousness of his words. What part about any of this is normal, Greenie? She asked as she wrapped her arms around his chest. God, you're so lucky. I like you too much to just run away from all of this. Izuku chuckled. Thank you for that. Seriously, though, she pulled away and looked up at him. What if, and I know that this is a pretty big if, but what if these guys get tired of waiting for us to fuck it up, and let Eri out of our sight, and just bust in here to take her? Izuku looked at her with a glint of electricity sparking over his skin. They'd have to go through me to do that. Kyoka reached up and tapped him on the tip of his nose, and that right there is what I'm afraid of. She said with a small blush rising to her cheeks. We don't know what these guys can do, but seeing you fight Rappa, I still have nightmares about that night. She shivered. What if they've got someone worse? Then I'll have to fight harder, he told her with a strong green glow coming from his chest. Even if they have someone worse than Rappa, there's no way that I'd back down. He smiled at her. The same goes for you, too, so don't think that I'd sit still and wait if you were in trouble. Kyoka shook her head. Well, I hope it doesn't come to that. She gave him a small smirk. I hope that Sir Night-Eye and the police can catch these guys, and put them away for the rest of their lives. And that we can have our semi-normal lives back. He smiled at her. That too. She stretched up on her toes to kiss him on the lips. You're serious? Hisashi growled into his phone. You want me to give a lecture in the morning? That's right, Nezu said from the other end of the line. Present Mike seems to be having problems with a cold, so his voice is not up to scratch for the time being. The rodent chimera said, I realize that this is a bit out of your comfort zone, but I do believe that you can give the students exactly what they need to hear about the topics I have in mind. Hisashi frowned. You know that this is going to make the parents want an explanation. He reminded him, I'm a mercenary. I've got not right in anyone's eyes to be teaching a class, let alone giving a lecture. You have more to offer these children than you realize, Mr. Midoriya, Nezu assured him. I'll have a file sent over in the morning so that you can familiarize yourself with the 2 classes. 2 classes. Hisashi squawked before the line went dead, causing him to glare at the phone. "She's eaten, little weasel." He grumbled before shoving the phone into his pocket. "So any idea what this lecture's gonna be about?" Denki asked as he, Midoriya and Iida found seats together in the larger classroom primarily used for lectures. Izuku simply shrugged, his mood sour on the fact that, while he had been forced, with air quotes, to bring Eri along, his surrogate daughter and his girlfriend had been snatched away by Mina, Toru, and Ochako, who wanted to spend time with the little girl. Iida, his arms moving more robotically than usual, seemed excited by the lecture. "From what I understand, we'll be hearing about several subjects today before we begin our afternoon training with Mr. Aizawa." Shinso joined the group a moment later. "Morning," he yawned, looking more tired than usual. "How's the new suit coming along, Midoriya?" Izuku perked up a little. "No news from Mr. Power Loader, but I assume it's going to be a little while." He sighed, casting a wistful glance across the room where he saw Kyoka laughing at something one of the other girls said with Eri sitting in her lap. Shinso followed his line of sight and grinned. "Separation anxiety getting to you already?" He laughed as he dug an elbow into his ribs. Izuku glared at him just as the doors crashed open. "I can't believe we have to hear a lecture alongside these 1A jerks," shouted a white-haired individual with sharp teeth similar to Kirishima's. What the heck were the teachers thinking? He was swatted upside his head by an orange-haired girl whose hair was done up in a side ponytail. "Just get over it, Tetsu. It's bad enough that I have to deal with Monoma's crap, but I am not listening to yours today." Behind her was a blonde-haired, blue-eyed boy with a wide smile on his face. "Well, it's not my fault that we're superior to Class 1A, which is surely full of delinquents," he said in a haughty tone. Izuku, feeling surly, turned around just as the blonde's group and their class filed in. "You do know that 1A hasn't had a full class since they made Eraserhead their homeroom teacher, right?" he asked as the blonde gave him a look of contempt. "He won't hesitate to expel anyone that doesn't meet his standards. He did that our first day here." He sneered at the boy. "And you think that makes all you special, right?" the blonde asked, dodging a swipe from the ginger. "Just as I thought. 1A is nothing but—" "What's your name?" Shinso asked of the blonde, who looked upset at being interrupted. The blonde frowned at him. "Rude, too, it would seem," he said as Shinso grinned at him. "My name is—" "Shut the hell up and sit down." Before the blonde could finish, as most of the class that knew of Shinso's quirk were grinning widely, his eyes went blank, and he quickly walked to a seat next to one of his classmates, and sat down without saying so much as a word. Denki snickered as he held a fist out toward the tired-looking teen. "Nice one." Shinso reached out and bumped fists with him. "You know it." He grinned at him before the girl came up to them with a small smile on her face. "Sorry about that, but your friend was getting on my nerves," Shinso said to her. She shook her head. "Hey, no problem," she giggled. "Matter of fact, feel free to shut him up anytime." She made a gesture at the blonde that was now glaring back at them with fury. This was actually one of his quieter days. The doors next to the stage came open as Aizawa and Vlad King walked in. "All right, maggots, find a seat and settle down," Vlad shouted as the stragglers scrambled to find a seat. As you can see, both classes 1A and 1B are in attendance, and the reasoning behind this is to promote a good relation between future heroes. The rivalry between our two classes has, according to Principal Nezu, gone on long enough. Aizawa chose to step in. "Rivalry between students is one thing," he said while casting small unnoticeable glances at two students in particular, "but the sheer hatred our classes seem to have for each other is the height of irrationality." He frowned deeply. "If you all manage to graduate, and become heroes, then someday you may find yourselves working together, and this Schulground hatred will only make things difficult for you." At the end of today's lecture, Vlad stepped back in. "Classes 1A and 1B will be working together in one of our many facilities on our large campus." The students started muttering to each other at the idea of working with the rival class. Some more vocal than others. Some not caring one way or the other. "Come on." The teen called Tetsu shouted. "We don't need." Aizawa turned his attention to the white-haired teen, his eyes gleaming red as his hair rose up in a creepy manner. Tetsu quickly shut his mouth and sat down. "Good, Aizawa said as his quirk deactivated. Now then, let us introduce today's speaker. Vlad touched his left ear. That's your cue. The Roughnecks. Starship Troopers OST. This time the doors burst open, followed by the quick, heavy steps of weighted boots. Izuku and Kyoka didn't need an introduction to the speaker as the familiar purple-suited ex-mercenary stepped up onto the stage. Holy crap, is that who I think it is? He heard Kirishima hiss behind them. Shinso looked over at the green-haired boy sitting between himself and Kaminari, the blonde-looking freak. Oh, man. Hisashi Midoriya, the Prowler, was their speaker. He stepped up to the chalkboard. Hisashi Midoriya, he spoke as he wrote the exact words on the board. Ex-mercenary, ex-vigilante, current head of security for UA Hero School and, for today, your speaker for this lecture. He slammed the chalk down and spun on his heel, his arms tucked behind his back. I'm here because Nezu asked me to be, not because I want be. Goodbye, the end. Off to the side, Aizawa and Vlad looked uncomfortable. Now, then, he looked around the room. Who can tell me the purpose of being a hero? Several hands shot into the air. Bakugo. The man barked out. It's to defeat villains that the police can't handle. The ashen blonde growled out like it was the easiest question in the world. Incorrect. Prowler snapped. What? Bakugo shouted back angrily. The purpose, the idea behind the very concept of being a hero. Prowler looked around the room as he had caught all of their attention, is to protect. Protect civilians that can't fight. Protect the police that can't handle the problem themselves. Even the villain is to be protected from themselves, the police, and the civilians that could easily overpower them after they are subdued and brutally maul the villain to the point of being beaten to death. He returned to the chalkboard and wrote in large letters, to protect. He then turned back to the students. A hero's duty, first and foremost, is to protect those that cannot protect themselves, he said as his glowing green eyes swept over the students. If a hero, in their debut, isn't completely aware of this, then they have absolutely no business being a hero at all. He said, defeating the villain is only a minuscule part of the mission that hero is given upon taking up that mantle. And when they fight, a hero must always take care not to do any harm themselves. He continued and gestured to the class as a whole. Each of you has a power that is unique only to you. That power can be used for great good, but when using it, the responsibility of the damage that can possibly be done rests totally on you. He strode down the stage, his eyes falling on Kaminari of all people. A person with an electrical quirk could easily kill if the user isn't cautious with the output of their powers. Kaminari shuddered as he thought of that. Yeah, I know, dude, he thought as Izuku gripped his shoulder. I think about that every time I use my quirk. The same can be said for any elemental quirk, Prowler went on. Fire, water, ice, wind, electricity, all of these can be dangerous if used carelessly. He strode back to the center of the stage, and for those of you with powerful quirks right now, those quirks will someday grow into something more powerful. He strode back to the chalkboard, and wrote, Quirk Evolution. Quirks, in theory, will continue to adapt and evolve as they are passed on from one generation to the next, Prowler said. The theory of the quirk apocalypse is that a quirk, or quirks will emerge that are so powerful that they cannot be contained, controlled, or neutralized if the need arose. He turned and scanned the room, his eyes landing on Todoroki and Bakugo in particular. However, at this moment, your quirks are only just now beginning to grow. He looked at Bakugo. Someday, the sweat from your entire body may be used as nitroglycerin, which would turn you into a walking, talking bomb. Instead of looking excited, or prideful, as he normally was, Katsuki seemed worried. One slip up, and you could level an entire block, or perhaps a city. He looked at Todoroki, and you, young man, could have the potential to be a true force of nature. He said as the heterochromic boy clenched his hands together tightly. Fire and ice together can do great things, but used in the wrong way, they can cause utter destruction. Rapidly cooled air that's met with a sudden rise in heat can cause an explosion, or even a weather event like a tornado. When these powers of yours begin to grow in earnest, all of you will need to take care of how you control them, or they will run wild every time you use them. Even quirks that are seen as weak in the eyes of others can turn into something dangerous. Surprisingly, his eyes landed on Ochako Uraraka, who, meeked, in fright, gravitational powers in particular are, without a doubt, the most dangerous kind one can face. Ochako meekly raised her hand. Sir. Go ahead, Miss Uraraka. Prowler prompted. Well, sir. My quirk, well, it really isn't all that strong. She said, looking down at her padded fingers, I can make things float by taking away their weight, but other than that. Prowler then began to chuckle darkly, pointing to the young teen, and that right there is one of the first and worst mistakes a potential hero can possibly make, he said, underestimating or overestimating the power of your quirks is a near-fatal mistake. He told the girl, long ago, before my days as a mercenary, my quirk could barely produce a welding flame. It was unsuited for hero work. But, as my time as a vigilante soon taught me, my quirk grew in power. He tapped his chest. Now, my flames can burn hotter than lava, and I can breathe a stream of fire 30 feet long. My body can barely handle the heat, now, so I don't often use it. I rely on my physical abilities and my tech to get the job done. Gravitational quirks are as rare as teleportation quirks, and they are never weak, he said, which made the girl blush. You may only have the ability to remove the gravity of whatever you touch right now, Miss Uraraka, but that sort of power is what we in the business call gravitational upforce. This ability can be used via touch, however, in some cases, it can be spread out to affect a wide area. Should your quirk evolve to such a state, then you can use it to greater effect. But I advise caution, as this type of power can cause distortion in the Earth's gravitational force. Ochako looked at the pads on her fingers with a newfound respect. I could, really be, that powerful. I already think you're a badass, hun, Mina giggled as she nudged her shoulder with her elbow. So there's no doubt you're gonna be an even bigger badass in the future. No doubt, Kyoka repeated to her friend. Eri looked up at her. Hey mommy, what's a bada? Ah ba. Kyoka quickly clamped a hand over the child's mouth. Nope. That's an adult word. Vlad had his hand over his mouth to stifle his laughter while the rest of the class was snickering at the little girl's near slip. Ahem. Prowler cleared his throat for attention. May we continue? Though he had a slight amount of amusement in his tone, the students chose to remain quiet. Thank you. The lesson I would like you to take away from this part of our lecture is that, weak or not, a quirk is never what it appears to be in the beginning. He continued, throughout a person's life, and their time as a professional hero, their quirk will only grow stronger. And controlling that power as it grows is just as important as your training to become heroes. A hero whose quirk runs wild is of no use to society but a danger to those around them and themselves. He went back to the chalkboard, and wrote down, lethal force. For the final part of this lecture, the Prowler said as he finished writing, is something I think that is overlooked in society when it comes to heroes. He said as he turned back to the class, all of whom now looked incredibly uncomfortable. Before you say anything to discredit this, let me tell you right now that many professional heroes that are in the top 30 have a fairly large kill count. Even All Might, a boy called Juzo Honanuki from Class 1B asked. Especially All Might, Aizawa spoke up, even though he tries to avoid it. When a hero has a quirk as powerful as his, there's absolutely no way that he can work without having killed some of his opponents. He added, even if some were accidental. Prowler nodded in agreement, not because he wasn't holding back, you understand, he said to the students, but there are some situations that involve villains that are just too powerful and require the hero to use lethal force, or some that are just that stubborn, and will fight to the very end. Vlad stepped forward for his turn, and then there are the ones that give you no choice but to use lethal force from the start, Vlad King said, those types of villains are thankfully few and far between. Indeed, Prowler said, most villains can be subdued easily with minimal damage to the area and just above average force needed to knock the villain out before handing them over to the police. He said, that is about 80% of most villain assaults that heroes have to deal with, but that other 20% can never be forgotten. Surprisingly, Denki mustered up the courage to raise his hand. Sir. Yes, Mr. Kaminari. He stood up. Is there a way to tell if lethal force is necessary? Vlad nodded his head in approval. That's an excellent question, young man. He said, especially when I've heard how much you hold back in some of your practical classes. Prowler nodded. When going into a fight, it is crucial to gauge a villain's behavior, from their speech patterns to their mental state. He said, all of these can be instrumental in deciding if lethal force is needed. He sighed, for example, in my career, I have had 3 fatalities that were necessary. All of them hostage situations where the villain had threatened to execute said hostages, or had already done so, leaving me no choice but to take them out in order to save the remaining hostages. However, using lethal force to end a fight should never feel easy, the Prowler went on. If it becomes easy, then you are no longer a hero, just another villain wearing a disguise that's latched onto an excuse to kill. Prowler looked down at his wrist. Now, before we end today's lecture, are there any other questions? Sir. Momo raised her hand. Yes, Miss Yaoyorozu. I don't mean to take attention away from the lesson, sir, she said, but I'd like to ask about your involvement in an incident in New York some time ago. Izuku felt himself stiffen. That's when he stopped calling, he thought to himself as he saw his father look at the girl, while Vlad and Aizawa both were frowning. Ah, yes, I thought that might come up, he said with a nod. The incident you're asking about involves a company called Roxon Energy, he went on. At the time, I was serving as a guard for their newest form of clean energy. A substance called Nuform. He looked toward his son, knowing that his next words were about to change everything. However, there was a hitch in their product. The Nuform was not only volatile, but highly toxic. Those that were exposed to it developed marrow decay, which was incurable at the time. Even in small doses, the Nuform caused countless severe health problems. He gestured to his suit. Thanks to my suit's design, I was able to avoid being affected by the toxins, but that doesn't mean there weren't casualties. He said, when the CEO was confronted about the risks, he silenced those that spoke against him. That didn't sit well with me. So I took information about the dangers his products posed. However, he also framed me for stealing company secrets, which led to my immediate placement on the wanted list. Later, however, the company was exposed and shut down, granting me my, well, freedom, I suppose. He finished, his eyes never leaving his son. Does this tell you what you need to know? Yes, sir, and thank you. Momo smiled, not knowing he wasn't truly talking to her. Prowler nodded. Excellent. Now, the buses to take you to your next lesson should have arrived. He said, thank you for your time, and have a nice rest of the day. There was a light applause as the students rose and began to file toward the door. Beneath his helmet, Hisashi sighed in relief. God, I'm never doing this again. He said mostly to himself. Meanwhile, Aizawa was talking into his earpiece. Understood. Be sure to give that impractical dunce a lecture for me, he said before turning to Hisashi. Sorry about this, but would you mind coming with us to the next class? Hisashi whipped around at him. What? Why? He demanded anxiously. Because a certain moron decided to duck out of his job today, and we need an extra set of hands since we're going to be doing rescue training. Aizawa said as somewhere, a certain blonde sneezed hugely. I know you're not fond of it, but you won't have to give any more lectures for the day, just some advice if you see the need. Hisashi hung his head. That little rat is so going to give me a raise. He groaned, not looking forward to the new assignment. Vlad clapped him on the shoulder. After a lecture like that, he'd better. Said the blood user. That was good work. A pair of buses had been parked outside of the school. Izuku and Shota Narengeki directing boys onto one bus while Kendo and Momo were directing the girls onto the other one. Vlad noticed that little Eri was remaining with Kyoka. Miss, do we need to have someone pick up the little girl? He asked just before the girl boarded the bus. Kyoka shook her head. She gets a little clingy because of how she was treated before Izuku found her. She told the teacher, so the principal gave us permission to let her tag along whenever she feels too insecure to be away from us. Aizawa frowned. I don't know about it this time, Jiro. He informed the girl, as I said, we will be performing rescue training for the rest of the day. Hisashi came up to the group then. It's not a problem, he said, smiling at the young pair. Nezu asked me to come along since one of the supporting teachers is unable to attend, so I can watch her when you and Izuku are busy. Kyoka giggled as she ascended the steps into the bus. Hear that, Squirt, you get to spend some time with Grandpa. He heard Eri giggling happily while his two companions tried not to laugh. The man's brow twitched as Vlad hid a laugh behind a cough. Ahem, well, if you're sure about this, then I won't raise a fuss. Gran. A clicking sound drew his attention to the man, who was pointing his left arm at him. My wrist gauntlets have a low-caliber Gatling gun in them, he warned. Care to test the accuracy? No need, Vlad said and stepped onto the bus. Though Hisashi could still hear him snickering away. The man rolled his eyes and engaged his mask again. This is gonna be a long day. He muttered to himself as he boarded the bus. Once on, he wished he'd boarded the other one. The girls were all chattering up a storm, most of them cooing over Eri, and making a fuss over the fact that Kyoka was wearing a ring. Seriously, this is just a promise ring. The girl tried to defend herself, but the fact that she was probably the only girl on the bus in a relationship made her almost as big a target as the little girl she was holding. One of the 1B girls, a pale girl named Reiko Yanagi, had a timid smile on her face. Yeah, but that's still pretty special, she said. I mean, how many first-year guys would want to start a relationship, let alone a serious one, right off the bat? Mina giggled from her side of the bus. Normally, I'd agree with you there, but our Midori is a pretty special kinda guy. She said, pointing toward the formerly invisible girl. Check out Toru, for example. He made that cuff she's wearing that lets her use her quirk anytime she wants instead of having it on all the time. Toru blushed. Yeah, I hadn't seen myself since I was 4 years old. She bashfully rubbed the back of her neck. Boo it. When I found out about it, I was so excited about seeing what I looked like that I forgot that I was in the middle of our class and pretty much naked when I slapped it on. And my oh so innocent boyfriend, plus the entire class, nearly got an eyeful. Kyoka muttered, still stuck in the memory of catching sight of Toru's body right before Momo had covered her. Toru blushed as red as Kirishima's dyed hair. I already said I was sorry. She pouted. Besides, you guys weren't official, yet. Momo looked at the girl. Toru, not to cast doubt, but that kiss should have made it obvious. You guys kissed on camera. Setsuna Tokage, another girl from Class 1B, said right before her head floated off from her body. This creeped Kyoka out just a little, but she figured that it was some part of her quirk. Eri was not so lucky, and screamed so loudly at the sight of the girl's headless body that she nearly burst Kyoka's eardrums. Whoa, Eri, calm down. Kyoka yelped as the girl hid her face in the girl's jacket. It's okay. Look, she's fine. Setsuna, pull yourself back together, quick. Shiozaki Ibara shouted while the girl's head floated back into place, both hoping it would calm the crying child down. There, now, see. She was just playing around, weren't you, Setsuna? She said, trying to sound less frantic than she actually was. Yeah, I'm totally fine, Setsuna said for herself. My quirk just lets me separate my body into smaller parts. I'm not hurt at all. Hisashi came back to their row with a worried look on his face. What's going on? Kyoka, Eri's face still tucked into her shoulder with her patting the child's back soothingly, looked up at the worried man. She got freaked out by Tokage's quirk. She told him, an idea popping into her head. Hey, how long is the bus ride gonna be? About an hour, give or take, Vlad King called back, and we're still not ready to leave, yet. He ended on a growl directed at his phone. Power Loader just sent me a text letting me know that one of his students is going to be joining us to assess the first year's abilities to better make their equipment. So now we gotta wait on her. Setsuna was looking sick with worry. I am so sorry, she said as the little girl cried. I totally wasn't thinking that she'd get so scared that easily. What did you have in mind, Kyoka? Prowler asked as he opened up the faceplate on his visor. Kendo goggled at him. Hey, whoa. You look just like my boyfriend. Kyoka grinned at her. Yeah, this is his dad. Hisashi gave the girl a half-hearted salute. Kyoka then began patting Eri's hair. Eri, sweetie, it's okay. No one's gonna hurt you, or get hurt. Still hiding her face, Eri mumbled, but she came apart just like the others did when they were nice to me. No, it's okay, she soothed. They're not the ones that hurt you. Everyone's been nice, remember? Eri nodded. See, Kyoka told her as the little girl raised her head. there's no one in this school that's gonna hurt you, she told her while Eri looked around at the other girls. She then turned the girl around so she could cradle her comfortably. "'Cause you know that if someone even tried, either me, your daddy and your grandpa would beat them up, right?" "MMHM. The little girl mumbled. Setsuna got down in front of her. "I'm really sorry for scaring you, sweetie," she told the little girl. "If I'd know that I wouldn't have done that." Kyoka smiled as the little girl still clutched at her, no longer crying. "See, she's nice," she said as Setsuna took her seat back. Soon, Eri was calm again. The other students cautioned against using their quirks so they wouldn't scare her again. And just as Kyoka predicted, the little girl soon started dozing off. "Someone's getting sleepy," she noted in a sing-song tone, and a moment later she did start singing. "Hush now baby, don't you cry." Her voice got the attention of the other students. "Rest your wings my butterfly." Vlad looked over his shoulder away from his phone while Hisashi smiled and headed back to the front while Eri settled against her sleepily. Within seconds, she was sound asleep as Kyoka finished singing to her. All of the others were looking at her with starry eyes. "Oh my gosh. I didn't know you could sing like that." Ochako beamed quietly so that she wouldn't wake the little girl. "That was amazing. Truly, you are blessed with a God-given gift," Shiozaki said with her hands clasped together. Kendo giggled. "Great, this'll just give Monoma something else to complain about." Kyoka blushed as the others continued to lob compliments at the girl for her singing while Hisashi just chuckled from his place at the front of the bus. "If that boy of mine screws things up with her, then I'm never gonna let him hear the end of it as long as I live." Vlad just snorted. "If the kid's as smart as people are saying he is, then he might have a chance," he said as he looked out the window and saw a figure running toward the bus. "Ah, that must be our missing tag along." He opened up the doors as the student reached them. "What took you so long?" Finishing up some last-minute adjustments, the girl said in an out-of-breath huff, though she managed to sound annoyed at the teacher's question as she hefted a case which looked to contain a costume. "Is there a Toru Hagakure on the bus?" Toru stood up when she heard her name. "I'm back here, May." "Oh, great." The rosette smiled widely as she made her way back. "I got you a new costume design since Midoriya helped me get a better idea of what your quirk does." Toru blinked her multicolored eyes in confusion. "Ah, he must not have told you. When you gave us some of your hair to fabricate something that'll work with your quirk, I asked him if he could have a look at the hair follicles under a microscope." Momo looked at her in interest. "What did you find out?" May looked at her. "When we did some experiments with your hair, we found that your quirk works on any part of your body, Momo," the girl said, then looked at the formerly invisible girl. "She could basically produce anything from any part of her body, even her hair." She pointed at Toru. "Yours, on the other hand, had nothing to do with your quirk." "So?" Toru frowned. "My quirk isn't that my body bends light." May shook her head. "Nope, sure didn't look like it," she said. "Midoriya and I. Duh." The girl yelped as the bus took off and the sudden movement unbalanced her. "Hey. A little warning would've been nice," she shouted at Vlad. "You should have found a seat after jumping on this bandwagon," Hisashi shouted back with a boisterous tone. May huffed. "See if I ever work on your equipment," she grumbled as she sat next to Toru with the case in her lap. "So anyway, the two of us did a little research and didn't find anything about your body that produces a quirk." The girl blinked, more confused than ever. "I still don't get it." Momo smiled. "She means that you can control your quirk with your mind." She beamed, before continuing in a hushed tone as Eri stirred. "Your invisibility is a psychic ability." Up at the front, Hisashi found himself listening to the conversation more thoroughly through his mask's sensors. Toru couldn't believe what she was hearing. "So I'm psychic." Kendo leaned in. "Psychic abilities have a really broad range and variety, Toru," she said. "For example, some can read minds and use telekinesis to move things from one spot to another, sometimes really big things, and some can see into the future on rare cases, but invisibility sometimes falls into the psychic category, too." The girl blinked several times more before she looked down at the power cuff on her wrist. "So, I don't really need this anymore." "That depends," Hisashi called back, gaining the student's attention. "If your quirk's been active all this time, then you'll probably need to work on controlling it properly to make yourself visible all the time. Mei nodded in agreement. Yeah, but that's why I made this new suit for you. She patted the case in her lap. Just like Izuku's cuff baby, this new baby has a power dampening effect based on the same tech that shuts your quirk off with the press of a button. She passed it over to Toru, who opened it, but when you turn it off to use your quirk, it'll turn invisible right along with you. Oh, that blue goes so great with your eyes, Toru, too. Mina smiled as Toru lifted the suit up by the shoulders. You'll look great in this, honey. Toru held the suit to her chest with a blush on her cheeks. Thanks, Mina. She then turned her attention back to Mei. And thank you, too. You've given me a lot to think about. Hey, thank Midoriya, Mei said with a shrug. I just designed to costume, but he's the one that pointed out that your quirk was mental, not physical. Toru giggled. Yeah, I'll ask Kyoka to give him a big ol' kiss for me. Her words had the desired effect as the girl blushed crimson. Toru. Izuku's ride on the boys' bus was not as calm as he had hoped it would be. Nito Monoma was continuously antagonizing the members of Class 1A, and there was nothing anyone could do about it since he wasn't dumb enough to fall for Shinso's quirk again after already being hit with it. Then there was Tetsu's attitude to deal with. He and Kirishima were two peas in a pod, but his superiority complex was almost as bad as Monoma's. The boy just resigned himself to a noisy ride as he sat next to Iida and Kaminari, one of his infamous notebooks in hand as he jotted down notes on Class 1B's students. Kaminari was peeking over his shoulder with interest. So, you're like a quirk expert, right? Hardly, Izuku commented as he snapped the book closed. I've just been interested in them since I was little, he said with a small smile, and since I was quirkless for a long time, I studied extra hard so I could take UA's test. Shinso looked at him from across the aisle. I keep forgetting that you were quirkless when you took the practical exam. He frowned. I know that my quirk isn't suitable for combat, but I gotta say that it takes guts for quirkless people to try something like that. Izuku nodded. I tried so hard to break those stupid robots that my hands bled. Please don't tell Kyoka that. He added in plea to his friends, who chuckled. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Honanuki shouted. You didn't have a quirk when you went through the practical exam. Kaminari gave the lipless teen a hard look. You gonna rag on him, too? He asked defensively, his hands sparking dangerously. Easy now. Izuku chuckled. Honestly, I'm used to it. TCH, Bakugo scoffed. The only reason he's here now is because he got lucky. Izuku sat back with a sigh. I really can't argue with that, he frowned. I did get lucky. Damned right you did, the explosive blonde sneered. I worked my ass off to get here, and you got the world's #1 hero backing you just because you were used as a science experiment. He glared right at the green-haired arachnid. I was born great, but everything special about you came out of a bottle. Aizawa frowned at the boy's words. This is gonna be a pain to deal with, the underground hero thought. Bakugo's therapy doesn't seem to be doing anything for that damned complex of his. Shinso wasn't too thrilled about Bakugo dissing on one of the few friends he had in the class. You're just mad that we beat in our first battle trial, Bakugo. He grinned at him in a taunting manner. Whether his powers came out of a bottle or not, he's still a better hero candidate than you. Why you? Sit quietly for the rest of the bus ride. Shinso intoned, his quirk at full power. Bakugo's back stiffened, mouth clamped shut, and sat back against his seat, looking furious but quiet. Kaminari snickered. Dude, you are one ballsy son of a bitch. He grinned at Shinso. You know he's not gonna forget this, right? Shinso shrugged as he sat back and crossed his arms. I really can't bring myself to care too much, he sighed. That guy needs to get that chip off his shoulder before he turns into a villainized washout. Siro gave one of his wide grins. Can't say I don't agree, but man is he gonna be pissed. He said as he saw smoke rising from Bakugo's hands. Monoma was no longer interested in antagonizing the other class. What he was interested in was the green-haired teen he'd heard so much about in the halls of UA. So, you got your powers through some kinda gene manipulation? He asked with a huge condescending smile on his face. You know that doing that sort of thing is illegal, don't you? All eyes turned on the blonde, either angered or interested in how his words would affect the mood of the usually warm-hearted teen. You're lucky it didn't outright kill you for that matter, because most quirkless that do go through such a thing never make it past 5 minutes of having it done to them. Instead of getting upset, as Monoma had desired, the boy just grinned. Well, I will say that I was pretty bad off when it happened to me, he said with a bashful laugh. Kaminari looked at him in confusion. Shinso and Iida were waiting for him to explain. It was just after I met Eri, he went on. The man that was chasing her had a gun on him and managed to get a shot off that hit me in the side. He pointed to his left side. Before looking over at the still mind-controlled Bakugo, I actually have Kachan to thank for getting her to safety so Kyoka could get me to the hospital. Surprisingly, it was Kota that piped up next. Why, you mean that you really did get shot? The timid giant asked. Yeah, he nodded, knowing that he'd told them all about the shooting. Apparently the bullet destroyed my liver, and I would have died without help, he said, thinking back on it with a shiver. I don't know what the doctor was thinking, but he took a chance and experimented on me, and probably saved my life. And gave you an incredible mutation quirk, Iida said. You've certainly done nothing wrong in my eyes. The blue-haired speedster smiled at his class representative, and I'm quite certain that you never asked to be treated as a laboratory experiment. Shinso nodded. Plus you took in a kid, the brainwasher said before giving Monoma a dirty look. Anyone that thinks otherwise has to be an idiot. Kaminari nodded. Anyway, back to me asking about you knowing a lot about quirks, he said, hoping to change the grim subject. I was wondering if you'd thought of my quirk. He looked down at his hands. Electrical-based quirks are pretty common, but mine comes with a huge drawback of shorting out my brain whenever I use too much power. He clenched his fists. It makes me a pretty easy target, and the last thing I want is for some villain to use me as a hostage, or for a comrade to have to pick up my slack. Izuku looked at him with great interest. I'll help out if I can. He grinned broadly. So let me ask. Do you just let your power loose, or do you focus on forcing it out of your body? I just let it loose. Denki shrugged. The only thing I usually try to control is how much voltage I put out. He held up his right hand, letting a few sparks rise up out of his skin. There's really no resistance when the electricity comes out, I just can't direct it. Izuku nodded. Then try focusing on both the output, and how you release it, he said, like forming a ball of lightning, or even shooting a bolt out of your hand. Denki held his hands up, his lightning quickly conforming to his mental commands and condensing into a ball. I can do that easily, Denki nodded. Shooting it is a different problem altogether, though. He said, making a throwing motion. If I try to throw it, it either reabsorbs into my body, or it rebounds and shocks me senseless. Might I interject? Iida asked. Izuku smiled at him and nodded. Thank you. Now, Kaminari, perhaps firing the blast needs a mental trigger. The ball disappeared while Denki sat back and thought about it. You mean like pushing a button in my head? Or pulling a trigger? Shinso put in. Whenever I use my quirk on someone, I always imagine the person I'm using it on trapped in a steel cage. The electric blonde nodded in understanding. Makes sense, I guess, he said. Maybe I can try it later when we're working on our quirks. Shigaraki tapped his foot impatiently. Are we ready yet? Heavy footsteps answered him as a large metal appendage appeared near him. No need to worry, my boy, Dr. Garaki said as both black and white spiders stood at his sides. We're running right on schedule. The lumbering form of his giant arachnoid, number 6, was right behind him, its 6 arms bound by a metallic rope attached to Garaki's extra appendages. Shigaraki smiled behind his severed hands. I'm so excited, he said, his red eyes practically glowing. I can hardly wait. A black portal appeared behind him. I have gathered all of those that wish to be a part of the assault. Kurogiri said. We are ready to move on your orders. The doctor gave a very sickeningly wide grin. Well, then, we wouldn't want to keep all of those dear students waiting, would we? The buses arrived on schedule despite May being late, and the students were ushered out and into the changing rooms where their costumes awaited them. Once again, Izuku found himself being stared at by the 1B students because of his scars. Juzo wasn't as hesitant about them as the rest of them, however. Man, Midoriya, that's some serious scarring, he said as he dressed. Don't mean to be rude, but damn, dude. Izuku took it all in stride. Nah, this isn't nearly as bad as it was a few years ago, he said offhandedly, a lot of them have faded over time. Still, though, you gotta be pretty damn tough to take that sorta damage, Juzo said, nodding his head, respect. Izuku chuckled as he pulled his suit's top over his head. Thanks, that actually means a lot, he said as he settled the green and purple top into place. Then pulled his gauntlets on. Honestly, it's thanks to these that I have such a high pain tolerance. He checked his case and started loading up his utility belt with mines, bombs, tracers, and plenty of his power cuffs. Then he made certain that his web shooters were fully loaded and that he had lots of extra web cartridges. Shota was looking at all the tech he was arming himself with. Geez, you really come prepared, don't you? Hiroshima just laughed. Hell yeah, he does, he grinned. Midoriya always prepares for war when he faces something unknown. It's kinda his way of showing respect in combat, too. Kaminari said, he'll come at you with everything he has without hesitation. Shinso grinned at a sweating Monoma. You would have been better off antagonizing Bakugo, he said as Izuku pulled on his mask, the eyes lighting up their eerie green color. The sight was enough to unnerve the 1B students. He walked out alongside Bakugo, who growled at him and knocked shoulders with him. Watch it, ya damned nerd. You bumped into me, Thunderbomb. Izuku snapped, his confidence boosted beneath his mask. It's plastique, ya loser. I hope you're the recyclable kind, quipped the arachnid. I said plastique, not plastic, dumbass. It's the same thing. The hell it is. Iida shook his head in exasperation. When will those two ever grow up? Probably when Bakugo starts taking ballet lessons, Sato said with a hooting laugh. Shoto looked at the large teen. So that means never, right? Pretty much. You took too long, Aizawa said as the students filed into the building. Vlad stepped up next to him. You'll all need to work on getting changed faster from this point on, he said. One of the few things Aizawa and I can agree on is the fact that time is the most important thing to a hero. Surprisingly, along with the Prowler's attendants, there was one other hero. Oh my gosh, it's number 13. Ochako squealed in delight, much like Izuku would whenever he met any hero, really. She's my absolute favorite hero. The spacesuit-clad hero chuckled. Well, it looks like I have a fan. She laughed. Welcome to the Unforeseen Situation Joint, or USJ for short. Huh, just like Universal Studio Japan, was the collective thought running through the students' minds. Here you'll be exposed to situations caused by natural disasters such as floods, earthquakes, and fires to name a few, Vlad said, and you'll learn how to react properly in such situations that cause you to rescue any civilians that may be caught in the chaos that follows such events. Aizawa nodded, which means that you will not be using your quirks to fight, instead you will be learning how to use them to save the lives of those that have been trapped or injured by the situation. He looked at both Shota and Izuku, class reps, front and center. Izuku and Shota stepped forward. Vlad stepped up to Shota. You will divide the class into teams of 2, how you divide them is up to your discretion, but there should be at least one student from each class on a team with each other, he said, looking to Izuku, and then your teams will be given assignments in the aforementioned areas to begin rescue training. Prowler was off to the side listening to the lesson plan, finding them practical, but something caught his attention down below. The overhead lights flashed, a visible arc of electricity running across the bulbs, blowing some of them out. Then a shadowy veil of a sort began to appear, becoming large enough to pass a truck through it, and then to the man's horror out walked several individuals. We have intruders, Prowler shouted, alerting the teachers and students, his voice furious. High was supposed to be a state-of-the-art hero school, and here he was staring down at well over 50 villains that he recognized from police billboard wanted posters that had snuck in, and there was no indication of the damned alarm going off. Aizawa, you have some explaining to do. He snapped at the underground hero. What the hell is wrong with your security system? He demanded as he readied himself for the ensuing fight. Why haven't the alarms gone off? The scruffy teacher just frowned at the man's tone. Kaminari, try your radio, he shouted at the student. The blonde boy frowned, tapping his headset. Shit, all I'm getting is static. He called back to the teacher. Someone's blocking the signal. Izuku stepped toward Kyoka and Eri. Dad, what's going on? He called out to the Prowler. No one move a muscle, Izawa shouted as he leapt halfway down the steps. These people are villains, Prowler shouted as he ran after the man with Vlad hot on his heels. As the group filed out of the portal, a young man with pale hair and hands covering his body stepped out, followed closely by Dr. Tsubasa. Izuku shouted as the rotund man lumbered out of the portal on 4 mechanical tentacle-like appendages. His grin was wide enough to split his face as he spotted the young man while the shadowy portal shrank as the last of the group filed out, taking on a humanoid shape. 2 yellow eyes opened in the black mist. Eraserhead. Number 13. Vlad King. And the Prowler, it said, it seems that the files that you procured were misleading. All Might doesn't appear to be here. Tsubasa seemed amused at the absence. Such a shame, the rotund doctor said as he fiddled with his mustache. I was rather looking forward to seeing how my boys would fare against such a foe. The one that was covered in severed hands grumbled. After all that trouble I went through to get that stupid folder, he sneered in a high, raspy voice that made Izuku's skin crawl, and I even went through the trouble of gathering so many friends to bring along with us. There, my boy, the doctor said as he looked up at the 3 guardians, we must look on the bright side. Look at all these little toys we get to play with. His eyes drifted up towards the students and those beady eyes landed right on Izuku, Kyoka, and little Eri. And it would seem that I get to see firsthand how my very first success performs in combat. The hand-covered villain nodded, and maybe All Might will come out if we kill a few of these kids, huh? Tsubasa grinned widely. Living or dead, I can extract samples from these wonderful crops either way. He smiled up at the boy. I had so hoped to find you here today, Izuku. He tipped his hat toward the students. Oh, do forgive our rudeness in interrupting your class, but as you have heard, All Might is the reason we are here. He said as 3 figures stepped around him followed by a hulking monster that resembled a bipedal spider. But, seeing as that the world's number 1 dunderhead hasn't arrived yet, do please allow myself and my associates to entertain ourselves, by ripping each of you apart. Vlad sneered down at the group of villains. Whatever's jamming the communications has gotta be the work of one of these bastards, Quirks. He cracked his knuckles menacingly. All we have to do is take him out, and the cavalry'll be here in no time. He tilted his head to the side and popped his neck while Izawa and Prowler readied themselves. Hasashi grinned beneath his mask. Been a while since I was in a decent fight, let alone a big ol' brawl like this. He cocked his wrist-mounted Gatling guns. What say we turn this into a good learning experience for the kids, shall we? I like the sound of that, Vlad said as he covered his knuckles in hardened, crystallized blood. Number 13, you protect the students, we'll handle these delinquents. Izawa's eyes glowed as he pulled his goggles down over his eyes. Keep your guards up, they said they came here to kill All Might, remember? The Prowler's eyes glowed dangerously. Gotta get past us first. With that, Prowler leapt into the air, tucking his legs in and plummeted the rest of the way down the steps. The moment the Prowler leapt into the air the villains acted as one, those with shooting-type quirks moving up the front lines. The purple and green suit erupted, forming a holographic shield in front of him before the bullets could hit their mark. The shield slammed into the first villain as he landed on top of them, flipped up on his hands and spun around using his legs like a windmill to kick the other villains away from him. Vlad jumped in next as one of the villains was sent flying by Prowler, and smashed his hardened blood-covered fist into them. Save some for me. Snooze y'all lose, old-timer. Prowler shouted while Eraserhead jumped into the fray right behind him with his quirk flaring to life, his cloth whipping around and snaring the nearest villains to smash them either into the ground, each other, or surrounding structures. Dad, look out, Izuku suddenly shouted as a large 4-armed villain came barreling at him. Hasashi just grinned under his mask and bent himself backwards to avoid the villain's fist. Well, if it isn't old steel bulwark, he said laughingly while he caught one of the villain's arms and rammed his knee up into the elbow joint, the bone snapping with a sickening crunch. Bulwark howled as he held his injured appendage. I'd have stayed out of this if I were you, the Prowler said jokingly while practically dancing around him, especially after we ran into each other last time. The villain glared at him. It won't be like the last time. Bulwark roared as he made a grab for the ex-vigilante with his remaining arms, this time I'll use that fancy helmet of yours for a tea kettle." Prowler chuckled. "Oh, I don't think so." He ducked under another swing. "My kid and grandkid are watching, so I gotta make myself look good." He took an round object from his belt. "Here, hold this." He tossed it at Steel Bulwark, the villain floundering to catch it before realizing that the object was flashing. "Hey!" Fell for it again. He raised his shield just as the small bomb exploded with massive force. The villain was laid twitching on the ground, out cold. The doctor raised his brow at the brutal display in front of them. HMPH, perhaps we should have called in some more powerful allies. He grumbled to himself with Tamura nodding right alongside him. "Don't you just hate it when pros live up to all their hype?" The young man sneered. "Indeed," Tsubasa sighed, casting his gaze toward the misty villain. "Kurogiri, my boy, I do believe it's time for Phase 2. He said, "Are the other forces in the areas as we discussed?" The misty warp villain nodded. "They are, sir." "Shall I proceed?" "Please do." The man nodded before pointing to the little girl that the one he knew as Jiro was holding, "and make sure to keep track of where you send that little girl. Remember that she is vital to my future endeavors. And make sure that you don't hurt her." Tamura added, "If we're going to catch something so rare, then it's better to just use a cheat, and take it without damage." Tsubasa nodded in agreement, "and remind the others of what will happen if any harm comes to her by their hands." He sneered as Number 6 snarled at his side, the monster's mandibles dripping with acid. "Understood." Aizawa was far too busy fighting to keep his eyes on all the villains at once, let alone the ones that seemed to be the most dangerous. Even though he tried, he had to blink at one point. When he did, the villain with the warping quirk was gone. "Number 13. Protect the students." He shouted up at her just as the black mist reappeared behind the classes. Izuku acted right away, defensive quirks to the front. He shouted, "Long-range offensive form a second line behind the first." Eijiro and Tetsu were out in front right on command while Juzo and Saburaba made up a line behind them. Katsuki blasted himself out in front. "You don't give me orders, webhead." "Bakugo!" Eijiro shouted and ran after him with his quirk activated. Both of them slammed into the warp villain full force. "Man, can't you just give the guy a break for once?" The faux redhead shouted as Katsuki just grinned. However, their efforts didn't seem to harm the villain, rather he seemed amused. "Your efforts are worthy of recognition, little ones," the misty villain intoned. "However, I can't have you impeding the goals of my masters." The shadowy mist spread all around the combined classes. "You will be spread across this facility so that our comrades can torture you all." So many things happened at once that Izuku would later have difficulty remembering just what exactly happened. He felt himself being pulled from the ground, despite his ability to stick to any surface. Kyoka screamed next to him as she was also pulled into the void and saw the little girl being lifted from her arms. Eri's scream could have brought down the entirety of UA on them as she was taken from her mother's arms. Suddenly, there was Toru jumping up to curl around the little girl. Both disappeared in a matter of seconds. Izuku and Kyoka tried to reach for each other, but were drawn apart and pulled deep into the darkness. Toru tumbled out of the shadowy portal, her body curled around the little girl protectively. When they finally came to a stop, she felt something wrap around her. "Toru, are you all right?" she heard the familiar voice ask frantically. The girl opened her eyes and saw Kendo Itsuka looking down at them. "Kendo?" she asked dizzily, looking down at Eri for a moment, seeing that the girl was safe, frightened, but safe. "Eri, sweetie, you okay?" Eri gave a shakily little nod as her big red eyes began to water. "Are mommy and daddy okay?" Kendo straightened and helped Toru to her feet. "I haven't seen them," the ginger said as she looked back toward the entrance. "About half of us got taken away by that shadow monster creep and spat out in different areas around the USJ. She frowned as she looked at the surrounding area. "If I had to guess, then I'd say that this is the landslide zone on the eastern side." Toru scrunched her brow as she soothed the little girl in her arms. "That means we're almost 2 miles away from the entrance," she grumbled. "Did anyone else get sent to this area besides us?" "Yeah." Kendo jerked her thumb over her shoulder. "I helped Todoroki and Shiozaki duke it out with some villains that said that they were looking for, well, her." She pointed to Eri. I figured that it couldn't be good if they wanted her out of all of us, so we split up and started looking for her. She grinned widely. Lucky for us, it looks like you had her taken care of. Toru frowned in confusion. No, we just fell out of that portal, she said, but you guys were already in a fight. Yeah, I figure it's because that mist creep was trying to figure out who to drop where, Kendo said as she crossed her arms. You took the longest because he was probably trying to get Eri away from you, and ended up dropping you out at the last possible second. Eri sniffled as Toru rubbed her back. Then it's a good thing Auntie Toru wouldn't let you go, huh, Eri? I want my mommy and daddy, the girl sniffled again. Toru smiled down at her. Oh, don't you worry, sweetie, we'll get you back to them soon, she said and looked at Kendo. Any idea where Midoriya or Jiro might be? Kendo shook her head. All I really know is that you two, Todoroki, Abara and I are here. She pointed down at their feet. The mountain zone is just over there. She pointed toward the cliffy area to the south, and I've heard fighting over in that area, like a lot of fighting. She said, pretty sure I heard one of Jiro's sonic screams over there, a low-key one, but it was definitely one of hers and not a villain. Toru sighed in exasperation. If there's heavy fighting over there, then that's the last place I wanna take Eri. She said as the little girl whimpered in her arms. What about the central plaza? She asked just as an explosion went off in that direction, gaining their attention as they saw what could possibly be Aizawa, Khan, and Midoriya's father fighting in the throng of villains, and dealing serious damage if the crater in the ground was of any significance. Never mind, she said with a large bead of sweat running down her head. What we need to do is, Kendo began just as another portal opened up in front of the three girls. Get back. The ginger shouted as she stepped in front of the two of them, her big fist quirk activating as the sound of heavy steps came from the portal. Out came first one long mechanical tentacle-like appendage, followed quickly by another. Well, now, said an elderly voice with a false tone of kindness, I didn't expect to find you so easily, my little darling. A man dressed in a lab coat stepped out of the portal, revealing 4 mechanical tentacles in total combined with his actual limbs. He tucked his arms behind his back as he set himself on the ground. And I see we have a few, rather disappointing specimens, I must say. He said as he looked over at Kendo's enlarged hands, and then at Toru herself. The tentacles rose up, each having 3 opposable claws at the end of each of them, but I suppose beggars can't be choosers, we are on a bit of a tight schedule. The claws started rotating like saw blades, and I'm certain that samples from a partial enlargement quirk like yours will be quite useful. The grin he wore as he stared at the girls was sickening. Listen, buddy, I don't know what you're after, but, Kendo started but yelped a moment later as one of the tentacles whipped toward her, causing her to just barely roll out of the way with Toru and Eri. Some of her orange hair drifted down to the ground. This will do quite nicely, the man said as one of his tentacles picked it up and placed it into a specimen bottle from his coat while Kendo checked her head for injuries. But I rather thought that one of you had an invisibility quirk. He said, sounding as though he was talking more to himself than the students. Rather uncommon. It's something that I would have happily to add it to my lovely collection. Said invisible girl jumped visibly while the man's eyes zeroed in on the movement. Ah, so it's you, is it? He grinned impossible wide. Well, then this is just about perfect, isn't it? I can harvest 3 quirks with very little effort. 2 of the tentacles near his shoulders rose up, sprouting long spikes from their center. However, I believe more than just hair samples will be required from you little rascals. He rose from the ground using 2 of the mechanical appendages as he approached, Kendo rising to her feet in a defensive position. Blood, bone marrow, brain tissue, spinal fluids, he rambled gleefully while Toru paled. You won't mind, will you, my dears? He asked. I promise you won't feel any pain, for very long. Eri screamed as the upper tentacles rocketed toward them. Toru reached for her belt, becoming invisible almost completely save for the little girl, Kendo. She rushed to her side, and pushed Eri into her arms. Take her and run. But, the girl yelped as she was pushed out of harm's way when one of the appendages made a grab for the girl. Don't argue with me, just get her out of here. The invisible girl shouted. Kendo didn't attempt to argue again as she turned on her heel and ran toward where she'd left Todoroki and Obara, intending to bring help. The man chuckled as he settled himself back on the ground. A very valiant effort, my dear, he said, but you don't believe you can actually, oof. A sharp blow across his face staggered him as he heard the scampering of feet against the ground. He rubbed his jaw. Right, then, no more talking. Two of the arms whipped around him, extending well beyond what the girl had figured. A small shriek left her as she ducked under one of the arms. My quirk may sacrifice physical strength for my longevity, but that doesn't mean I am weak, young lady. He cackled as the other mechanical appendages joined the fray, smashing the ground around him. Toru just barely managed to dodge before she ducked down low. She cocked her fist back, and just for a moment the girl became visible as a bright light focused on her fist before she delivered a left straight to the man's face. The impact of the attack sounded like the sharp crack of a whip as the man staggered back, his nose broken and bleeding. Toru was shocked by the sheer force that she had produced from the blow, but didn't dwell on it as she became invisible again, but not fast enough. The tentacles smashed into her back, knocking the breath out of her while they coiled around her. She gasped for breath as the appendage squeezed her tighter, her bones creaking in protest. Your quirk, the man chuckled, is far more interesting than I thought, my dear. He began to cackle as he brought her in close, one tentacle rising up with needles coming from the claw. But I believe our little game ends here. Her heart was hammering into her aching ribs as the needles inched closer to her neck. Come on, her mind screamed at her, this isn't how you die, girl. Do something. She strained against the metal, pushing with all her might to get some breathing room. What's this? The man asked in wonder as she felt some of the pressure ease off. My word. Aren't you a little marvel? He said with obvious glee. Quote exclamation mark quote. A wordless gasp escaped her as she inhaled sharply, gulping down as much air as she could manage when she felt the arm loosen more. She looked up and saw that the needle had paused just centimeters from her neck. Then a warm trickling sensation started from her ears and her nose, resulting in a warm coppery taste entering her mouth. The man was laughing loudly now. It seems that this form of your quirk isn't without its risks, he said as her vision began to swim in blurred images. All the better for me, I'm afraid. The pressure returned, a truly valiant effort, I assure you, but all in vain. She felt the needle penetrate her neck. I will get what I want. Not while we're here. A rush of freezing cold air rushed by her as she felt herself freed from the pressure of the metal appendages, her body collapsing to the ground. She gasped and coughed as she tried to regain her breath. Something then coiled around her body and started dragging her away. I've got you, Toru. Shish Shiozaki. The girl mumbled, Eri. She's safe. That was Todoroki's voice. You did an incredible job, Hagakure. Her vision cleared as she saw the heterochromic boy standing in front of them with a giant ice wall between them and the mad doctor. She could see him just on the other side, twirling his mustache in thought as though he were picking out a tie to wear while those mechanical arms of his swayed. You're Endeavor's child, aren't you, boy? His voice held a hint of longing. Any other day I think I would have tried to take you on and obtain a sample. Todoroki sneered at him, the left side of his face steaming as it melted the partial ice mask. Feel free to try, old man. HM. The man chuckled. Oh, how tempted I am to take you up on that challenge. The claws on the metal appendages flared open and emitted a loud, high-pitched sound. A moment later Todoroki's ice wall shattered, raining pulverized ice down on them. Because, while I'll readily admit that you are indeed powerful, he chuckled at the boy's face, without the other half of your power. You are nothing. Come over here and say that. Shoto's left arm suddenly started to flare up with small tufts of flames. I don't see you trying to put me on my back. As I said, any other day, my boy. He rose up, and snapped his fingers, a signal, which caused another portal to open up behind him. Unfortunately we are quite strapped for time, he rambled as he stepped back, but at least I have a small consolation prize. He stepped through the gate. Thank you very much for your time, Miss Hagakure. Toru shivered as he held up a small red vial. Blood. Her blood. Anger bubbled up through her. No, she reached out her hand. You can't have that, she ground out, her form wavering between visibility, I won't let you take it. A small bubble formed around the vial, startling the man as it floated away from his fingers, and flew across the space between them into her outstretched hand. The bubble then imploded in her hand, smashing the vial. A small, weak grin spread across her face. You lose. Perhaps, the man growled back angrily, but the day isn't over, yet, you foolish little girl. He stepped back into the portal, and by day's end, I will have what I desire, and the symbol of peace will weep over the corpses of your classmates. He grinned widely, and my master will have his day. He disappeared into the shadow. Toru tried to get to her feet with Shiozaki steadying her. Where's Eri? She demanded. We have to. Kendo took her to where she thinks Kyoka might be, Shiozaki said in an attempt to soothe her, but you're in no condition to follow. Todoroki nodded as he made his way over to them. She's right, he pointed at her. You're bleeding from your nose and ears pretty badly, and I don't know why, but you're also flickering in and out of visibility. Whatever you did to take that vial away from him, Shiozaki said, it's still affecting your quirk, and not in a good way. Toru shook her head. I'm fine. She pushed away from her and staggered to her feet and pressed the dial on her belt to shut off her quirk. I just have to find Eri, and get her to. She stumbled, collapsing to her hands and knees. Hagakure, Toru, Todoroki and Shiozaki were at her shoulders immediately. The only place you're going right now is wherever we can get medical supplies. Todoroki with as somberly as he could manage. He's right, dear, Shiozaki said, you're of no use to anyone like this. She patted her on the back. You have to remember, that villain was also interested in you, so giving him another chance at you would not be in your best interest. And you know that Kendo will keep Eri safe, Todoroki said. I've seen her fight, Hagakure, she's no slouch. Toru frowned, praying that they were right. Kendo kept her chin down with Eri's head tucked under it as she ran, guilt causing a sick feeling in her stomach as the images of Toru facing down the maniacal tentacled villain flashed through her head. She'll be fine, she told herself. She's part of Class 1A, the top class for first years, she'll be fine. She jumped down a small cliff that led straight into a forested area just beneath the mountain area. Big sister, Eri piped up as Kendo slowed to take a breath. Are the bad people gonna get us? Kendo stopped in her tracks, huffing and puffing, but she managed a small tired smile at the girl. Not a chance, sweetie, she said to the little girl in her arms. Your Auntie Toru told me to get you to your parents, and that's where we're going. Okay, the little girl nodded. Itsuka smiled and looked around the area, hoping to see one of her friends or at least another from Class 1A that knew Eri well enough to put her at ease. However, she had a theory that those that had gotten caught in that mist villain's attack had all been warped away to different disaster zones. And if there are villains in those areas just like the landslide zone, then they're all gonna have their hands full. She thought to herself. I think he ran over here. The ginger nearly yelped as she ducked into the bushes to hide. Eri knew well enough to clamp her hands over her mouth, her little eyes wide with fear. Itsuka dared to peek through the leaves just a little bit to see what was going on, and who was searching for them. Two large villains, one with horns like a goat, and another with a hulking figure with a gas mask strapped over his face, were looking around. I swear I saw that little blonde shit run this way, the goat man said with a grunt. Damn it. All this time wasted on an annoying little pissant. The gas mask villain gave his partner a look. I told ya we should've stayed in the plaza, he grumbled. One little runt ain't gonna amount to much when the doc's offerin' a huge reward for that lil girl with the white hair. Eri shivered, but remained quiet. Itsuka was holding her right arm behind her just in case she needed to use her quirk. No way was I staying near the prowler, the goat man said. You got any idea what that bastard's capable of? Nah, the gas mask villain said. Never seen the guy. The goat man shook his head. He's a real piece of work, man, he said. Doesn't even need his quirk to beat someone, but you make him mad enough, and that quirk of his is gonna come out. He's worse than Endeavor. Nah, no one's that bad, the gas mask villain said. Endeavor's not scared to kill, member. The goat man scoffed. Neither is the prowler. He said as they moved off. We gotta take care, too. I heard that the prowler's kid is among these students. They continued talking as they moved away from the two hidden children, relief washing over the older girl. That was close, she sighed as Eri nodded in agreement. Come on, we should get moving, she said as she checked the surroundings again before coming out of hiding. The two villains were nowhere to be seen, prompting a sigh of relief from her as she came out of the bushes. Kendo. Izuku jumped, nearly shrieking in fright while little Eri squeaked in alarm. She whipped around, one hand enlarging to swat whoever it was that had snuck up on them, only to find one of her classmates running up to her. Juzo. The lipless teen smiled at her. Man, am I glad to see you. He ran up to them. It's getting crazy in here. There's villains all over the place. I know. The girl shrank her hand back down to normal size while Juzo looked down at the little girl in her arms. He blinked. Hey, isn't that the kid that? She got separated when that mist villain teleported us, Izuku explained as she rubbed the little girl's head comfortingly. She looked at Juzo. You're not alone, are you? Juzo nodded tiredly. Sure am. When I got tossed out, I was thrown right into the thick of it. He shivered slightly. I barely made it out of there. Lucky for me they didn't know what I could do with my quirk, so they all ended up getting stuck while I made a run for it. Izuku cursed under her breath. Okay, then we should get moving before those two that were looking for you come back, she said while looking up at the mountain area. Did you notice any villains near the mountain zone? Juzo shook his head. I got spat out near the plaza, and that place was crawling with them. He shook his head with frown marring his face, but the teachers are tearing it up over there. Midoriya's old man is a real piece of work, too. Grandpa. Eri perked up. Izuku smiled at her. Yeah, just like your mommy said, he's beating up all the bad guys that wanna hurt you. Juzo grinned and pumped his fist. Heck yeah, he is. He said while looking up at the mountain zone. Are you looking for Midoriya or Jiro? Both, she nodded. Toru said she heard one of Jiro's sonic screams coming from the mountains, so I figured that was the best place to start. Juzo nodded. I actually caught sight of Midoriya. She looked at him expectantly, but the boy pointed toward the shipwreck zone. He and a few others got dropped over there. Izuku squinted a little and caught sight of a familiar purple figure. I see him, but there's no way I'm getting out there with Eri. She frowned and then the three of them were shocked to see Izuku sparking with a large amount of electricity. What the hell is he doing? She shouted in horror as she watched Izuku dive over the side of the boat, and straight into the water. The result was a massive surge of electricity racing across the water, and the pained screams of the villains that were surrounding the ship. Juzo hissed. Damn, that is harsh. He said with sympathy. Midoriya must be pissed. He looked at the little girl. I know he and Jiro were holding on to Eri when that mist villain took all of us, so he must be pretty desperate to get her back. Daddy's scary when he's mad, Eri said, remembering when he had attacked Hisashi after he had shown up. Izuku and Juzo just laughed. Yeah, sweetie, he sure is, she said before moving toward the mountain. Come on, we need to get moving before someone spots us. I'm afraid that it's a little late for that. Izuku felt every hair on the back of her neck stand on end as if someone was about to put a knife to her throat. Acting on pure instinct, and wrapping Eri securely in her arms before whipping around with a spin kick. She connected with a skinny body as the figure behind her was thrown back. Juzo paled. Hey, he was with the mist villain. The man was skinny, and dressed in black from head to toe, and covered in severed hands. Geez, you hero brats are no joke. He grumbled as he picked himself up. Good thing that neither am I. He grinned behind the hand on his face, and rushed forward. He's fast. Izuku ducked as the man reached out for her, causing him to miss and touch the tree behind her. Izuku was then horrified to see the tree, after that single touch, turned gray and started falling away into dust. Oh my god. Juzo. Don't let this guy touch you or you're dead. Izuku shouted before turning tail to make a run for it, but the villain was already on her. Shigaraki grinned at her. You don't really think I'll let you get away, now, do you? He asked, but before he could touch her, Juzo's shoulder checked him into the bushes. Run! Juzo shouted as he rushed by, grabbing her hand as he did and pulled her along. Shigaraki came out of the bushes looking furious and slammed both hands onto the ground. It turned ashen gray beneath their feet. As it turned to dust, both lost their footing. When they stumbled into the disintegrated ground, Shigaraki was on them in seconds. Juzo touched the ground between them and turned it into thick deep mud, causing the crazed villain to sink as though he'd stepped into a pool. What the? Go! Juzo shouted as he helped Itsuka back to her feet. By now Eri was crying in fright, calling out for her parents while the two teens pelted away from the villain struggling out of the trap. When I get my hands on you brats, he snarled as he turned his trap into dust, you won't be dying quickly. Juzo looked behind them as they ran toward the mountains, he's gaining on us. He shouted. Just keep running, Itsuka shouted, don't stop. Juzo bent low to touch and liquefy the ground once more in hopes of stalling him. But a quick glance over his shoulder showed him that the villain had jumped over the impromptu trap. I won't fall for the same trick twice. He gained ground on them with frightening speeds. You'll need to do better than that. He reached out, his fingers almost catching Itsuka's hair, right as something snagged his wrist. What an AHK. He was yanked away from the teens and slammed into a tree. Itsuka and Juzo came to a halt, wondering briefly what had saved them. Out of the trees came an imposing figure of the arachnid-themed hero in training. His arms were sparking wildly with stored electricity. The emblem on his chest and back and the eyes of his mask were glowing brighter than sunlamps. The two of them weren't able to see his face, but it was easy to tell. Izuku Midoriya was angry. Daddy! The minute she saw him, Eri tried to squirm out of Itsuka's grip to get to him, but the girl held onto her firmly. Stay there. Spider-Man's tone was low and dangerous as the villain picked himself up off the ground with a groan. Daddy needs to work right now. Juzo stood up. Better be careful, man, he warned him, this guy has some kinda disintegration quirk. He said, looking ready to fight with him. One touch turned a tree to dust. The arachnid nodded in acknowledgement of the boy's warning, dropping into a fighting stance. Get Eri out of here. He said this to Itsuka, who nodded and made ready to leave, and Kendo. She turned back to him for the briefest of moments as he turned his head slightly and gave a slow nod, thank you. She smiled and turned to run, leaving the area with the two boys staying behind. Spider-Man turned to the boy who was cracking his knuckles and popping his neck, you should go, too. He commented, this could get dangerous. Juzo just snorted behind his helmet. I don't like running from a fight on my best of days, he said while the villain got to his feet. Besides, this guy's way too dangerous to take out on your own. Spider-Man took something from his belt and handed it to him. Use that on him if you get the chance. He told him while Mudman nodded, placing the item in his pocket before getting ready for the fight. Shigaraki growled as he stared down the two heroes. Don't think this is going to save that little brat, he snarled. If I don't get her, one of Garaki's monsters will. Spider-Man's lens brightened. That just means we need to take care of you quickly. Juzo nodded. Then we can get rid of your boss. He laughed, which proved to enrage the man. He lunged at them screaming, I am the boss. Spider-Man went into the branches while Mudman dodged into the bushes, touching the ground as he went. Shigaraki's feet became encased in the softened ground. Not this again. He thrust his hand into the ground, turned it to dust with his quirk before pulling himself out of the hole. Don't you have any other tricks? How about this? He turned around and was met with a fist, venom punch. Spider-Man's electrified fist slammed into his gut and sent him sprawling, but not before he grasped one of the plates on the back of his arm. The armored plate fell away like ashes, leaving a hole in his suit. You have absolutely no respect for other people's fashion. Like I care. Shigaraki was up and after him again, only for Juzo to pop out of the bushes and sock him in the jaw before hiding again. You bastards are really starting to piss me off. He shouted as he saw Spider-Man just standing in front of him with his arms crossed. He raised his left hand and gave a beckoning gesture. Shigaraki was only too happy to oblige. This time, though, Izuku made no move to avoid his touch. The crazed villain thought that he had the battle won when his fingers touched the spider emblem on his chest, but the arachnid hero still stood. What the hell? In answer, Spider-Man reached up and took hold of the villain's wrist, and crushed it with a sickening crunch. Shigaraki screamed as she pulled his arm back and cradled his limp wrist. What the hell did you do to me? Spider-Man chuckled and gestured to his other arm. Shigaraki looked at his good arm and noticed a band around it. "That's a little capture weapon I invented," he said as Mudman came up behind him, his helmet lifted up to reveal his smiling face. "When it's activated, it not only safely nullifies a person's quirk, but can only be deactivated by the person that put it on you. And that's yours truly." Mudman gave a mocking bow. "Haha, so to put things in simplest terms, you're basically quirkless right now." He laughed as the villain tried to remove the band. Shigaraki was furious. He was visibly shaking as he reached up and started scratching his neck in agitation. "You little brats. Wait until I get this thing off. You won't be laughing then." In answer, Spider-Man came forward and pushed him against the trunk of a tree before placing a web bomb against his chest, letting it explode and bind him to the trunk like a fly wrapped up in a spider web. "I don't think you'll be getting this device off anytime soon," he promised the villain, "and I'm going to make sure you spend the rest of your life in prison for threatening my daughter." The eyes of his mask glowed dangerously as he spoke. Shigaraki just sneered at him behind his severed hands. "Oh, I don't think I'll be going anywhere except home after today's done, you wall-crawling pest," he said as his eyes rose up over his head, setting spider sense off like a grenade. "You really don't think I came to this area alone, do you?" Spider-Man's eyes widened visibly as he sensed something large and dangerous coming up behind them. Right behind Mudman. Honanuki. He turned and time seemed to slow down as he bolted for his comrade. Behind him, a giant creature with a large head and multiple arms stood. Mudman was turning slowly to face the creature. But Spider-Man reached him first and pushed him out of the way just as the creature's claws came down and a spray of red littered the ground. Kyoka felt something in her chest tighten as she tied up the last of the villains that they had been fighting in their area. What was that? She wondered while looking over to Mei and Momo. "Hey, girls," she called out as Mei was coiling up a new length of rope that was coming from Momo's arm. "I think we should start heading down," she said as she looked down at the plaza where she saw the teachers still fighting. "I'm getting seriously worried about Eri and Izuku." Momo nodded as Kaminari came over, looking a little fried. "I can't blame you," the girl said as she cut off the rope. "We'll finish up here, but I'd rather you not go alone, so please, just wait a little longer," she said as she handed one end of the rope off to the electrified teen while he started tying up one of the villains. Kyoka frowned, looking at the chaos that the facility had become. How the hell did this happen? She wondered aloud while the others finished up. Not only did these villains plan this attack, but they knew enough to cut off the communications. She looked at the villain they had just finished with. He was the one that had been blocking any and all signals coming in or out of the USJ. "At least now that we can send out distress signals now," she sighed, feeling her stomach clench as she thought about the horrible feeling of Eri being taken from her arms, and seeing Izuku being pulled into the shadows a moment later. "I hope they're both okay." Mei came over to her. "You doin' okay, Jiro?" she asked as the girl hefted the rifle she had had Momo make for her. "I mean, you know that Muscles can take care of himself, right? And Eri's probably just fine. Hagakure was with her, after all." Kyoka nodded. "I know, Mei, but I got this really bad feeling, you know," she said. "That little girl's gonna be terrified no matter who she's." "Mommy." Kyoka stiffened. She turned around and looked down the mountain. "Mommy." Itsuka Kendo was running toward her with Eri in her arms, safe and sound. Her legs moved with a mind of her own as the girl rushed toward them. Itsuka knelt and put Eri down so that she could meet her. And the little girl did. She ran as hard as her little legs could carry her and jumped into Kyoka's arms. The little girl hugged her so tightly that she almost couldn't breathe. "Thank God you're okay," the worried mother cried. "Auntie Toru and big sister Kendo saved me," the girl sniffled into her chest, "and then Daddy came and beat up the bad person that tried to hurt me." Kyoka sat back with a smile on her face. "He did. Where is he?" She looked behind her and Itsuka, but saw no sign of her boyfriend. Itsuka came up to her, smiling. "He stayed behind to deal with the villain that came after us." She pointed down into the forested area. "He and Honanuki should be okay if they work together." Mei heard that, and looked down toward the forest using her zoom quirk with hopes of catching a glimpse of them. "I'm not seeing anyone in the forest, but that might just mean that they're under the trees." she said before looking toward the plaza. But the teachers look like they're just about through with the guys that attacked us earlier. There's just that weird doctor guy and that mist villain. She frowned as she looked toward the exit. Hey, it looks like someone got out. Momo clasped her hands together in delight. That means we're about to get some much-needed reinforcements. Wonderful. Not so wonderful. May frowned as she focused in on the rest of the class. It looks like number 13 is down for the count. Her suit's all messed up, she said as the others gathered around her, Momo dragging Kaminari with her. May swung the rifle around back to the central plaza. Hold on. She frowned. That handsy guy just stumbled out of the forest with that huge monster they had with them. Itsuka looked at her in alarm. What? But he was alone, she shouted with worry. Not anymore, May muttered as she pulled the bolt back to load a shell. Geez, that thing is huge. She used her quirk to enhance her vision more. Hang on, it's carrying someone. Shit. She shouldered the weapon looking furious. Kyoka looked at her. Who is it? May bit her lip and shook her head. Sorry, but it's got Midoriya. Kyoka paled considerably while Momo came forward with a pair of binoculars she pulled from her arm. She looked down at that plaza. Oh dear, Izuku was being dragged by the neck in one of the creature's large claws. He looks as though he's been badly wounded. The punk rocker couldn't take it. I need to get down there. She made to hand Eri off to Itsuka, but the girl stopped her. Kendo, please. But the ginger just shook her head sadly. We can't rush in without a plan, she told her. Izuku's easily one of the strongest students in either of our classes, but that monster took him down. She looked down toward the plaza herself, wincing as she saw their friend thrown to the ground harshly in front of the other two villains that stood near the mist villain, and then there's those two. May brought the rifle back up, taking aim at the monster. At this range I'd only make that thing mad, she muttered before tossing the gun away and reaching into her pocket. Momo, I need a few things. She handed her a couple of wrapped bars. These are some really high-fat protein bars. Scarf those down, and I'll get you a list. Momo nodded and unwrapped one of the bars. You have a plan. Working on it, the Rosette said as she took a pad and pencil from her back pocket. Kyoka knows this, but Izuku has a really bad weakness that pretty much makes him lose all of his powers. She said with a look toward the girl and child. He gave me the specs for his new suit, and pretty much begged for a way to filter it out if he ever came across it, and there's a very likely chance that he would. Kendo looked at her with confusion. And that helps us how? That monster down there is obviously a arachnid-based mutant, the same type as Izuku, she explained as she scribbled away. From what I know of his powers, they were created by that wacko down there. She made a wild gesture toward the doctor while he was kneeling next to their friend, and if that monster has anything to do with Izuku's powers, then I'm willing to bet my favorite toolbox that it shares that same weakness. She ripped off the paper she was scribbling on as Momo finished eating. All right, Momo, I need all of this. As much as you can give me in the form of gas grenades. Momo took the paper, scanning it with a look of surprise. Ethyl chloride. Yeah, I know, but that is his weakness, May told her with a vigorous nod of her head, and make sure that the grenades have a really high concentration. We wanna knock that big bastard out of the game before it can do any lasting damage. She turned to Kendo and Kyoka. All right, here's what I got. The fight with the man-spider creature had not been a long one. After Izuku had taken the beast's claws for Hononuki, his costume shredded by the monster's claws while his left shoulder and chest were laid open and bleeding, Hononuki had tried to fight back against the monster himself, but only served to anger the creature. It was by sheer luck that Hononuki had managed to escape from the beast with Izuku's help, as he had been badly injured as well. His arm had been broken and he had received a bad gash across his back from its claws. Thankfully, one of Izuku's remote mines had been enough to distract the monster long enough for his friend to get away. Izuku half expected to be killed right on the spot, but the beast had leered at him before going to free the villain that he had webbed to the tree. Then it had proceeded to drag him out of the forest. Now the man that Izuku had once known as Dr. Tsubasa was knelt in front of him with his hand grasping his mask. The article of his costume was pulled off with the gentleness of a bull in a china shop. When he saw the boy's face, he let out a chuckle. Well, if this isn't poetic justice, then I don't know the meaning of the words. The rotund man grinned down at the boy as his head lolled down while the arachnoid giant held him by his arms. To think that my own creation would seek to become a hero, only for his successors to be the ones to end those adolescent dreams of yours, my boy. Izuku tried to raise his head, blood leaking down face. I am not. Why, your boy. The doctor chuckled. Oh, don't be so shy, my child, the man said as he reached up and twirled his mustache. I view all of my creations as my children. He made a gesture behind him toward the giant. Take number 6. Here for example. He was much like yourself when I got my hands on him. The giant humanoid arachnid growled next to his ear, its mandibles dripping with acidic venom, a quirkless little nobody that was destined for a life of misery because of geneticism. He then spread his arms wide as if unveiling a grand work of art. But just look at him now. So big, so strong, so obedient. Number 6 growled again with a look of extreme hunger in its misshapen eyes. The doctor snapped his fingers rapidly to get the beast's attention. Though his manners may lack a little finesse, he chuckled before he gestured to the other 2 figures. Now my other 2 boys, the blue and white clad beings, came forward. They are quite a bit more refined than their big brother, he said fondly. Then he looked down at the boy with a small frown adorning his face, yet they still pale in comparison to you. Izuku held a small smirk on his face. Guess I'm just that much better. He would have laughed had the man not backhanded him across the face hard enough that he felt a tooth come loose. Shigaraki snickered next to him as the boy spat out a glob of blood along with the tooth. The doctor made a gesture which caused the monster restraining him to raise his arms above his head, the boy giving out a pained shout. One of Tsubasa's mechanical arms rose up and grasped him by his wrists, hoisting him from number 6 a grasp. Another came up and bashed in the ribs, forcing louder scream from him as the blow snapped some of his ribs. Don't, Tsubasa glared at him, mistake your importance to me for reason enough to keep you breathing, my boy. He brought the boy close, and do not invoke my ire any further. This entire day has been an utter waste of time. Not only did I lose a very valuable specimen, but that little brat of a girl has eluded these bumbling idiots we've brought with us. The 3 remaining tentacles hovered around the boy, their claws spinning slowly. Now, you are going to call for that little brat, and once we have her, we will retire from this fool's errand. Izuku mustered enough strength to glare at him, like hell. The one of the appendages shot forward and pressed against the boy's wound. Pain laced through his chest before he felt electricity coursing through his body. Izuku's howls of pain were only drowned out by the laughter of Shigaraki as he took pleasure in the boy's pain. I understand that you have the ability to absorb a certain amount of energy, Tsubasa sneered as he took the claw away for a moment. Shall we find out just how much? He shocked him again. Izuku screamed so loud that he felt the veins in his neck bulge painfully. I think I just heard a vein pop. Tsubasa laughed heartily. Much more, and all the blood vessels in your body may burst. I would call the little girl were I you, young man, Kurogiri said. The good doctor is not a patient man. Shigaraki laughed. Oh, don't stop him now, Kurogiri, the younger man said. This is just now getting fun. Fun, indeed, my boy, the doctor said as he grinned widely. Tell me, Shigaraki, have you any idea what the most painful type of broken bone happens to be? Shigaraki just grinned right along with him in delight. Is it the arms? He asked, hoping for some payback for his broken wrist. Oh, that is quite painful, he agreed while the younger man pouted, but I find that the most pain from certain broken bones comes from either the ribs. He used 2 of the tentacles and pressed Izuku's ribs inward, his screams echoing throughout the area. Or, the claws dipped down, and grasped his legs, the femur. The claws closed and crushed down on his thighs. Izuku's screams reached new heights then as he howled with pain. The claws retracted, giving the boy a small respite to catch his breath. Tsubasa leaned in while the boy dangled. Do I hear compliance? Izuku raised his head just enough before he spat right in the man's face. Tsubasa did not look impressed as he reached inside his coat for a handkerchief to wipe away the bloody spittle. The claws opened up, sliding out the long blades from the center. I took a blood sample from you before, he sneered at the boy. Now, I could use bone marrow. The blades plunged into Izuku's side. Izuku didn't even scream this time. He couldn't. The blades had pierced straight into his lungs, causing him to vomit up blood. Nearby, two pairs of eyes were watching the scene unfold with growing disgust. Earlier, when Izuku's mask had detected Ares' spider tracer nearby, prompting him to dive into the lake and shock the villains surrounding the shipwreck, both Tsuyu Asui and Shinso had been with him. After Izuku had neutralized the villains, both had swam to shore in order to go for help. Instead, the pair now found themselves watching as their friend was brutalized. "We have to do something," Shinso hissed angrily. "Hero." Tsuyu was lower in the water, her large eyes just barely above it. Izuku's gurgling screams only got louder and more pained as the mad doctor worked him over. Shinso rose out of the water, but was pulled back down by Tsuyu. "We can't." She told him, "That monster would kill us before we could even get near them." Shinso ground his teeth. "I know, but..." He clenched his fists. He hated not being able to do anything. "Maybe I can take control of it with my quirk," he suggested. "It doesn't have to talk, a grunt or a snarl would work." He closed his eyes, wishing he could block out the sound of his friend's screaming. "Or I could get the doctor." "Maybe." "Hero," she mumbled, shivering. Before the two of them could decide on a course, movement in the bushes caught their eyes. Shinso ducked back down as both feared that more villains were joining in. But they then caught sight of a pink-haired girl trench crawling through the brush. "Hatsume," the boy said in disbelief, then noticed that she wasn't alone. Right behind the girl was Yaoyorozu and Jiro. Hatsume looked to be carrying a rifle of some kind, while Yaoyorozu was carrying something larger, a grenade launcher. Tsuyu peeked above the bank. "They must have a plan," she surmised, "but I don't think even a grenade will hurt that thing." Shinso shrugged. "Dunno, but this is Hatsume we're talking about," he said. "If she's in the lead, then whatever their plan is will be a doozy." He frowned when he noticed that Jiro was carrying a pair of knuckle dusters. "And it looks like Jiro really means business." He turned to Tsuyu. "Come on, we'd better see if we can help." "Do you think we can?" the girl croaked. "Better than sitting here letting our asses get pruny." Shinso waded over to the bank that was hidden behind some bushes before pushing himself out of the water and crawling along on his belly. Kyoka spotted him right away. "You're being way too loud, Shinso," she hissed, making him realize that she had her jacks stabbed into the ground to keep a lookout. She looked behind him as Tsuyu joined him. "Is it just the two of you?" "Yeah," Shinso said, wincing as another scream tore through the air. "Midoriya was with us earlier, but..." Midoriya screamed again. "That..." He pointed toward the scene. Mei looked back at them. "Well, we're gonna try to get him out of this mess." She jerked her thumb back over her shoulder. "We found Hononuki a few yards back there with some pretty bad injuries. Momo patched him up the best she could, but he could use a little help." Shinso thought to make himself useful by going to help the injured boy, but Kyoka stopped him. "We might need your quirk," she said, gesturing for Tsuyu to head back instead. "We left him leaning against a tree. If you could get him back toward the entrance, he'd be a lot safer." "Easy peasy, hero," she croaked and started back toward the forested area before turning back. "Wait a second, where's Eri?" Momo pointed up toward the mountain. "We left her up on the mountain with Kendo and Kaminari looking after her," she said. "We were told that the villains wanted to abduct her, so Jiro thought it best to keep her well away from the fighting." The girl nodded. "I'll come back to get them," Tsuyu said before moving away. Shinso crawled over to Mei. "All right, what's the plan here?" he asked while the scene played out. "I don't know if grenades or bullets will be enough to hurt that thing." He gestured to the monster. "Then there's those other two." He looked at the other two figures standing nearby. "I haven't seen them fighting at all yet, but something tells me that they're the ones we need to watch out for." Hatsume nodded in agreement. "Momo and I already figured that they might be more dangerous," she said while motioning for Momo to come up beside her. "But from the look of their suits, designs, I'm willing to bet that they've got similar powers to Izuku and the big one. And according to Midoriya, he has a very simple, yet crippling weakness that I've loaded into these gas grenades," Momo said as she moved up beside them with the launcher aimed at the plaza. "Once I fire, Mei will take out the two smaller villains while I reload an explosive round for that monster." Kyoka brandished her knuckle dusters. Then I move in and go after the octopus. She scowled angrily as she watched her boyfriend being tortured, glaring at the other two girls. Can we please get a move on already? She snapped as the doctor let up on his torture right before he used those mechanical arms to bash the boy's ribs. Hatsume nodded and gave Shinso a look. If you get the chance, use your quirk on the misty one. Not the skinny dude, Shinso asked. He was acting like the boss when they got here. She shook her head. Juzo said he nailed that one with one of Izuku's power bands. She pointed to his right wrist where a black band could be seen with a green flashing light, which means that his quirk is completely suppressed. She pulled the bolt back on her rifle. That bastard's mine. Momo took aim with the launcher, but was stopped by Shinso. Hold it, he looked over at Mei. If those things have the same weakness as Midoriya, then won't the gas in those grenades affect him, too? Definitely, Mei nodded, but it's all we've got. That's not good enough. Shinso shook his head. Let me go out there, he said while the girls gave him looks of confusion. Look, they don't know that my quirk is brainwashing, which means that I can get that mustachioed freak to respond to me so I can put him under my control long enough to drop our friend. Then you girls can launch the main attack, he explained while growing impatient. They've really worked him over, and if whatever that stuff in your grenades works on him, too, then his powers aren't gonna help him, and that includes his healing powers. We had thought of that. Hatsume frowned while looking over at Kyoka before giving him a nod. All right, you can go, but don't do anything stupid. Shinso grinned, like insulting a villain that could rip me to pieces. He snarked and moved forward. To say that Shinso was nervous would be the understatement of a century. He was relying solely on the hope that he could use his quirk on the Mad Doctor so that his friend could be saved. An idea that was losing ground every second he hesitated. Healing factor or no, Izuku looked like he had been put through a meat grinder. His mask had been removed, showing off his mottled, swollen face. The upper portion of his suit was shredded, showing the boy's mottled purple ribs as well as the gash on his chest. Blood was streaming down all over his body. Shinso didn't have much time. The gangly villain spotted him first. Well, it seems like we have a real hero on our hands, he jeered as the boy neared them. Look, number 6, your dinner's just arrived, he said to the large monster who growled hungrily as it swung its massive head toward him with acidic venom dripping from its mandibles. You want the girl, right? Shinso said loudly, hoping to divert their attention for even a moment. I know where she is. The doctor looked at him, but said nothing. Damn it, I need him to talk, Shinso thought desperately. Shish Shinso, Izuku groaned as his looked at him through a bloodied eye. He couldn't wait a moment longer. Let my friend go, and I'll tell you where she's hidden. As that's so, Shigaraki sneered at him, making a gesture. Black, white, the two costumed villains stepped forward. Bring him here. Shinso was beginning to panic as the two of them stepped around the doctor, only for the man himself to stop them. Hold it, boys, he said, giving the younger man a hard look. Don't forget, these are my children, Tamura Shigaraki, he said with a deceptively calm voice, though from experience, Shinso could tell that the man was furious with the younger man's attempts at ordering around his subordinates. Okay, I've got him interested, Shinso said as his heart thumped steadily into his ribs as he waited anxiously. Come forward, boy, the doctor ordered while he turned toward him, Izuku dangling from his claw. If you want your friend to live, then you'll tell me where that child is. Let him go. First, Shinso said, take the bait, please God, let him take the bait. Shinso silently begged. The doctor frowned. If you think even for a moment that, Shinso exerted control over his quirk, trapping the doctor inside of a mental cage made of titanium. Throw Midoriya to me now, Shinso commanded. Shigaraki looked shocked, but a moment later the doctor's mechanical arm threw the limp body of their captive toward the brainwasher. Doctor. Garaki came back to himself almost instantly as Shinso braced himself to catch Izuku. Kill him, the man roared to the arachnids just as the two boys made contact. Now, Shinso roared. The sound of gunfire erupted as a grenade was launched. Shinso flung the boy over his shoulder and ran just as the grenade exploded, covering the area in the chemical. Then another was fired, and another. Momo was firing every grenade she had at the monster, hoping and praying that the ethyl chloride would have the same effect on the mutant as it would have on Izuku. Shigaraki came barreling out of the smoke in pursuit of them, his hand outstretched to grab them. Shinso was glad that the man couldn't use his quirk as his fingers brushed the back of his neck. Jiro suddenly burst out of the treeline. "Mei, get the big one." He heard her shouting. "I can't see the damn thing." Mei snapped, "There's too much gas." She ran right past Shinso and punched the pursuing villain right in the face, sending him sprawling to the ground when the large shadow of the creature appeared over her. The six-eyed behemoth was snarling at her while greenish foam dripped from its jaws. "She'll being fine, she'll be fine, she'll be fine," Shinso chanted in his head as kept running, praying that the girl would be all right before catching sight of Hatsume taking aim at the beast looming over the girl. She fired, grazing his ear, the shot followed by the smack of the bullet as the beast screeched in pain. Kyoka plugged her jacks into her choker and let out a sonic scream right onto the monster's head. It was knocked away and stumbled to the ground where it struggled to rise. Another shot rang out as Mei continued her assault, hitting the creature in the head. "Momo, time for some explosive rounds," the girl shouted as Shinso reached them and laid Izuku down. The girl handed the launcher off to Shinso. "Here, I need to treat his injuries," she said, the boy nodding as he took aim while Momo started making medical supplies for Izuku's injuries. The first round exploded against the giant mutant, bringing it down for good, prompting Shinso to reload and take aim where the other two arachnoids were, and paled, "Jiro, look out." The girl whipped around just as the one called, "Black Spider," lunged at her with a barbed spike protruding from the back of his wrist. She just barely managed to dodge, receiving a scratch on her left arm which immediately went limp. Paralysis. She grit her teeth before screaming at the villain to get him away from her. She then turned and ran back toward her friends. A bullet whizzed by, the sound of it impacting something behind her telling the girl that one of them was right behind her. "Move it, Kyoka," Mei shouted as she fired another shot at the villains. "Momo, I need more ammo." "There's no need for that," Momo said, smiling as she looked up toward the area behind the plaza. "Help's already arrived." She breathed a sigh of relief at what she saw. "Finally," she shouted as Bakugo came rocketing down toward the plaza with Kirishima and Tetsu right on his tail. The mutant seemed to still be alive, and was trying to get up from the ground with a bullet hole oozing blood from its massive head, but the explosive teen rotated himself with his quirk, gaining speed. "Howitzer!" Plastique roared as he reached the wounded creature. "IMPAAACT." He thrust out his palm, and exploded with the force of a missile number 6. A body fell to the ground smoldering. Its head laid open. The two remaining arachnoids turned on Kirishima and Tetsu. The steel quirk user tanked a blow from White Spider by crisscrossing his arms, but it was enough to send him sliding back. "Geez, this guy's no joke." Meaning that the gas attack hadn't affected the two of them as it should have. Kirishima had to agree as Black Spider came at him with his bone-like blades. "Bakugo, we could use some help," he called out as the ashen blonde turned to the mist villain and doctor with a manic gleam in his eyes. Meanwhile, Izuku blinked his eyes slowly as he dropped in and out of consciousness, managing to stay lucid enough to look up and saw Kyoka coming toward him holding onto her arm. Hey there," he had to smile weakly while Kyoka knelt down and pressed a soft kiss to his forehead. Did Eri find you?" "Yeah, she did," the girl's voice sounded close to tears. "God, what did they do to you?" Izuku gave one of his lopsided grins. I'm tougher than I look," he said as Momo reached out and tore open the girl's sleeve to have a look at her wound. On the other side of the plaza the doctor was furious. "I should have guessed this," he grumbled as he regarded the leader of their group lying flat on the ground with a massive bruise on his face while the large body of number 6 lay on the ground twitching and his brothers fought with mere children. "Of all the quirks that I found in that file, there was one that interested me above all." His eyes landed on the boy that had tricked him. A mind-controlling quirk. So marvelously rare. Kurogiri stepped up beside him. "We should take this time to flee," the misty villain said as the ashen-haired teen stalked toward them. "With Tamura injured and number 6 destroyed, our chances of winning this battle are." The doctor raised his hand. "That boy is a lost cause," he sneered. Not only did he have his quirk suppressed, but he also went into battle knowing full well that he could not fight, and ended up injured. You intend to abandon him? Kurogiri asked. The master will not be pleased. He turned to the misty figure. Do you really think I care? He muttered. I've thought he was unworthy of the master's time from the very beginning. He turned to his two remaining experiments, Black Spider, White Spider, that's enough. He shouted out before he noticed that Aizawa, Vlad, and Prowler were heading into the plaza. Deal with these three first. He gestured to the three heroes coming toward them. Kurogiri, open a portal. Black and White Spider moved toward the Prowler, Vlad and Eraserhead. The Prowler was undaunted by the two foes. You're not going anywhere. The man's mask was glowing at the seams with heat. Slowly, he raised his right hand to remove it. Eraser, whatever you do, do not let that teleporter get away. His tone left no room for argument. Vlad, you subdue the doctor. What about us? Kirishima yelled. Feeling left out of the fight after the two villains had broken away, we can help handle these guys. You've done good, boys, but now's the time to stand down and stay out of the way. The mask came away, black smoke rising from the eraged father's mouth. These sons of bitches belong to me. Todoroki and Shiozaki were helping the still weakened Toru between them, supporting her by placing her arms over their shoulders while helping her to walk. There had been no more villains encountered as they made their way back to the main entrance of the training facility, which was good for the three of them as Toru needed to rest after the overuse of her new quirk abilities. Guys, seriously, I can walk now, Toru whined as the two supported her. My head isn't hurting like it was before. Todoroki looked at her. I don't think so, Hagakure, he told the girl. I don't know a lot about head injuries, but I know that bleeding from your nose isn't something to be overlooked, and bleeding from the ears is something serious. He's right, dear, you could have brain damage after using your quirk in such a strange way, Shiozaki said. It's only by the Lord's grace that any of us haven't come up against a villain higher than an E rank. Toru grumbled as she caught sight of part of their combined classes gathered around a downed number 13. Oh, my gosh, what happened? The invisible girl yelped, catching the attention of the students protecting the injured hero. Hagakure, Mina shouted when she spotted her friend while number 13 was being tended to by Ochako, Shiro and Shoji. What happened to you? Sato came forward and offered to take her from Todoroki and Shiozaki. Here, let me. He said before taking the petite girl in his arms. Toru giggled. My hero, she said while the boy grew flustered, but it's okay, Sato, I can walk by myself. She said and got down. She then gestured to the fallen hero. What happened after we got warped away? 13 tried to use her black hole on the mist villain while we were trying to get Yeet out of the building. Ochako's voice trembled as she spoke, showing just how scared she was while she supported her favorite hero. But he opened up a gate behind her and caused her quirk to rebound on her. She gestured to No 13's torn suit. Mina nodded. Lucky for us, though, that we managed to give Iida a chance to get outside and go for help. She said while Shiozaki came forward to offer her help with number 13. I don't know how long it'll take, but he's fast, so. The sound of explosions and gunfire caught their attention from below. Todoroki rushed to the stairs and looked down. Looks like someone took down that man spider thing. He said as Sato joined him, but who's that with Midoriya down there? It's Shinso, Sato told him. I recognize the hair. He grimaced when the skinny villain with the hands covering him reached out for Shinso, but both boys saw Jiro rushing in and knocking the villain flat on his back. Ouch. Geez, Jiro sure has some power in her punches, Sato said as another shot rang out, downing one of the other spider-themed villains. Wonder who's doing the shooting. Yaoyorozu, maybe, Todoroki said while he watched the giant man spider begin to rise up, right before more explosions erupted as Bakugo flew onto the scene to finish the creature off while Tetsu and Kirishima took on the two spider-themed villains while Jiro made her escape, her left arm dangling limply. Then the teachers joined in on the fight. Midoriya's dad's mask is smoking, Sato noted as the man removed it. That doesn't look good. I agree, Todoroki said as frost began to gather on his right side. We should probably. Before the boy could go any further, the two young men watched as the prowler's mask hit the ground while the man himself inhaled a breath so deep that it looked as though his chest would explode. and let loose a flame so hot that even the young men could feel the heat from all the way up above the plaza. Oh! Sato breathed out. The plaza had just turned into an absolute inferno. In a matter of seconds, Izuku knew that his father was not a man to be trifled with. The flames that he had breathed out were so hot that they had burned the skin away from his mouth. The doctor and mist villain moved out of the way just in time as the flames washed over the plaza. Shigaraki was crawling away from the battlefield on his hands and knees, just barely avoiding the flames. Hiroshima and Tetsu had jumped into the bushes where he and the rest of his friends were hiding, while Bakugo had jumped clear of the blast with his explosions, a look of pure shock clear on his face. Oh, God, he heard Kyoka breathe out as she saw the man's face after his flames subsided. Momo had her hands over her mouth like she was going to be sick, and Hatsume turned away from the scene. Shinso had a look of pure horror on his face. Geez, your dad doesn't play around, does he? The doctor, on the other hand, seemed amused by the show of power. My, you truly live up to your quirk's reputation for being monstrous, Prowler. He chuckled as the robotic tentacles deposited him on the ground once more, though, I dare say that your aim could use some work. Hisashi Midoriya's eyes burned with hate. If I'm so monstrous, his voice came out as more of a hiss thanks to the damage done by his quirk, then you were a fool to provoke me. He stalked forward, but was stopped when the two arachnids barred his path. The doctor just grinned at him. True, your fire breath quirk is powerful, he admitted with a happy nod, so much so that I would compare it to Endeavor's Hellflame. He smiled impossibly wide then. However, your quirk's fatal flaw is that you can only use large bursts like that once, or else you run the risk of permanent damage. Hisashi's eyes just barely narrowed at the man, but it was all he needed. One blast of such magnitude was all he could manage, otherwise he was reduced to welding flames, and you think that's all I'm good for? I think my boys are more than strong enough to deal with you. The doctor said, at least, until I'm able to get away, that is. He raised his hand and snapped his fingers, shocking the mercenary as a warp gate opened up beneath him. Boys. As he sank below the shadowy portal, the two arachnoids attacked. Come along, Kurogiri, he called out before he disappeared. No, Vlad rushed at the man, but it was too late as he sank out of sight. However, Aizawa had the mist villain in his gaze. Eraser, keep him pinned. Vlad shouted as he realized that the villain was helpless, and rushed to subdue him. Look out, Bakugo shouted from above before he rocketed down toward him. Vlad blinked as he turned his head just in time to see a spike flying toward him. He used his quirk to form a shield of blood on his side just as the projectile struck. The villain that had been called Black Spider then smashed into the shield with a powerful blow. Vlad was thrown as the momentum of the villain threw him off balance and sent him careening into the shipwreck lake. White Spider was just as quick as his brother. He had bypassed Prowler and gone straight for Eraser head. Eraser moved so that his gaze never left the teleporter, while taking the White Spider under his quirk's effect. But that did little good as the arachnid fired a stream of webs from his wrist. A mutation type, Aizawa was forced to bend away, but in doing so, his gaze left the mist villain. Kurogiri was gone within seconds of leaving his gaze. No, Shigaraki suddenly scrambled out of the bushes, you can't leave me here. Kurishimi and Tetsu rushed out and restrained him while Momo produced some handcuffs. Meanwhile, Hisashi moved to aid Eraser with White Spider as the arachnid mutant rained blow after blow against Eraser's raised arms. Hisashi ran toward the villain, taking one of the mines from his belt and hurling it at him. The mine connected with his back, attaching itself like a burr. Eraser, get away from him. He activated the mine remotely from his wrist controls just as Eraser head jumped away from the villain. The mine exploded against his back, throwing him forward and onto the ground. Eraser's ears rang because of how close he was, but he was otherwise unharmed as the angered mercenary advanced on the recovering villain. His back where the mine had exploded was a mess of raw muscle and blood, but the damage was healing right before his eyes and the wound was gone in a matter of seconds. Watch it, Prowler, this guy's got a rapid healing quirk. Good, the Prowler growled as he rushed in, more time to play. White Spider turned and leapt at him without a second of thought. Hisashi brought up his shield at full power as the villain landed a powerful kick against it. He flipped back as the shield powered down, and brought out his Gatling gauntlets. White Spider flipped back, using his webs to maneuver out of range, Eraserhead all but forgotten as it faced down the Prowler. When his feet touched the ground, the arachnoid blurred toward him in a burst of enhanced speed. The mercenary easily sidestepped the attack and clotheslined the villain into the ground with enough force to leave a crater. White Spider was undeterred by the blow and attempted to grasp and break Hisashi's arm. A searing pain lanced through his arm as the bones cracked under the assault. He rolled, managing to throw the villain off of him before springing back up and delivering a blow to his ribs. He felt the bones give way beneath his fist. The blow staggered the villain long enough for Hisashi to trap him in a headlock. Eraserhead blanched. Don't. But it was too late. Hisashi gave a squeeze and a harsh pull, snapping the mutant's neck. Letting the villain drop, he then turned his attention to Bakugo and the Black Spider villain. Bakugo flew right at the Black Spider and pulled the pin out of his grenadier bracers, unleashing nitro sweat he had stored up inside and engulfing the villain. "Ha ha, I gotcha," he shouted as he landed nearby. His celebration was short-lived as the villain lunged out of the smoke, his costume scorched off, and his face burned down to the bone. Bakugo backpedaled and blasted himself back into the air to avoid the spikes thrown at him by the villain. "What the fuck's up with this guy?" he roared as the spider villain leapt up from the ground after him. Bakugo then noticed that his face was regenerating shockingly fast. "Oh, fuck that." He thrust both hands toward the villain. AP shot. Auto cannon. The blonde unleashed multiple powerful explosions at the villain while the man advanced toward them. Black Spider came hurtling toward the ground with Bakugo still blasting him with his quirk. "Die, die, die. Bakugo was shouting at the top of his lungs as the villain was ripped to pieces under the assault. Still the creature still persisted in trying to rise. Its shredded and misshapen body was nothing but a bloodied pulp even when it tired to regenerate. Vlad was watching with growing horror as the creature screeched up at the team with its mandible-like mouth. Bakugo winced as his palms and arms ached from the use of his quirk before he reached for the pin on his other bracer. "Grow this back, ya freak." But just before he pulled the pin, Hisashi unleashed another massive wave of flames that washed over the shredded creature. Its screeching was short as the mutation quickly burned away to ashes. Bakugo looked at the elder Midoriya, ticked that his victory had been stolen, but he paled when he actually took a look at the man that his former friend called his father. Damn, he landed with a small blast to cushion himself. "Prowler, what have you done?" Vlad, sopping wet, demanded angrily as he marched toward the flame-using mercenary. "We could have gotten some answers from one of them." Hisashi turned his half-skeletal face toward the blood user, making him flinch at his misshapen face, and pointed to where Kirishima and Tetsu were restraining the kicking and screaming villain that had been left behind with the aid of Yaoyorozu's handcuffs. Vlad growled, "That doesn't mean you had to use lethal force." Eraserhead knelt down to examine the White Spider's corpse, lifting the mask to see who was beneath it. Vlad saw his eyes widen. "Prowler, you'd better come look at this." Hisashi didn't see any reason, but he heeded the man's request. Vlad joined them as Hisashi reached the underground hero, and saw the man's eyes nearly pop out of his head. "What's wrong?" He jogged over, taking a look for himself. There, staring back at him with lifeless eyes, was the face of Izuku Midoriya. The moment Toshinori Yagi was informed about the attack on the school, all else was forgotten. The fact that he had been away because he was helping his former sidekick with the case against the Yakuza that had held Eri captive was by no means an excuse. The only reason he had gone was to offer his counsel on how to proceed with the warrants and the heroes that would be present when the police conducted the raid. He hadn't truly been needed there. At the school, where he was supposed to be stationed, he was needed and he hadn't been there. "How could I have let this happen?" Toshinori grumbled to himself while he was being briefed on the incident by Nezu and Vlad. Aizawa was running damage control with the media while Recovery Girl worked over on the injured students, of which his favorite was among them. Izuku's injuries, while the advanced healing factor side of his quirk was repairing the worst of the damage, was in very bad shape. His ribs were all broken, fractured or badly bruised. His legs were on the mend, but his lungs were in worse shape after being stabbed, and that was after his quirk started healing him along with the added effects of Recovery Girl's quirk. Thanks to the giant arachnoid mutant that had felled him, his chest would now have a large permanent scar from his left shoulder across his chest. According to the school nurse, due to the electrical shock torture he had endured, his muscles had suffered severe burns, but were quickly on the mend, thankfully. Whether it was fortunate or not, Izuku had been the only student with such extensive injuries. Juzo Honanuki was the only other that had a severe injury, as well as a badly bruised ego, that had been caused when the large mutant had slashed him across his back with its claws and had broken his arm as well. Injuries that would have been much worse had Izuku not acted so quickly to push him out of the way. Toru Hagakure had been admitted to the nurse's office because of a severe migraine, and bleeding out of her ears and nose. A side effect of her powered-up quirk. In that sense, Toshinori felt proud that she had been able to push herself beyond her limits to protect the others. But then he thought of the injuries suffered by the teachers, particularly those of number 13 and Prowler. Both would recover, but Prowler's face had to be tended to by several specialists with cellular regeneration quirks, forcing him to be admitted to an off-campus hospital away from his family. "This was no fault of yours, Toshinori," Nezu said as the man scrubbed his face. "You were doing important work in order to help give young Mr. Midoriya and Miss Jiro a chance for a better life." Vlad nodded, "Not to mention the fact that you were working to capture the ones responsible for abusing their child," the man said. Toshinori shook his head. "I was merely a consultant," the blonde grumbled, "and you already told me that those villains were here for myself and Eri, so don't go telling me that this isn't at least partially my fault." He growled toward Nezu, "I'm working on retiring from hero work to become a teacher, yet when my students needed me the most, I was off doing my same old routine." Nezu sighed. "All right, then say that we do put partial blame on you for this mess," the mammal suggested. "What good would it do? Will it heal the injuries that our students and staff suffered today? Will it bring justice to the villains that escaped capture when Hisashi drove them away?" He shook his furry head. "No, it will not." "He's right," Vlad nodded. "What we need to do is figure out what to do from this point on." Nezu nodded. "As we speak, Hound Dog is making a list of students to speak with regarding their involvement in the attack." He picked up a clipboard on his desk. At the top of that list are Miss Jiro, Yaoyorozu and Mr. Midoriya. "You had better see that he adds Bakugo to that list," Vlad mentioned. "I know the boy talks about killing his opponents often, but the damage he did might have left its mark on him." "And what about your own students, Vlad?" Toshinori asked worriedly. "Do none of them need therapy?" Vlad sighed. "Thankfully they seem to have had it easier than many from Class 1A. He said, "I know that sounds horrible, but there's no other way that it can be said." He shook his head. "Honanuki was the only one that was seriously injured in my class, but he seems mentally stable from what Hound Dogs told me, and from what I've been able to see for myself." "That's a relief." Toshinori sighed before looking over at the principal. "What about this issue with a clone, you said?" Nezu frowned. "Indeed, and a nasty surprise it was." He flipped the page over. "Facial features on the white spider subject were so strikingly similar that we had its DNA tested, and we were shocked to find that not only was it a clone, but an artificially aged clone. The telomeres found in the subject were drastically shortened to the point that he was, for lack of a better term, at the end of his life cycle." Nezu placed the pad down and shook his head. "I doubt very much that he would have lived for another week if we had managed to capture him." "So the one called the Black Spider was also a clone?" Vlad asked. "We're not sure," Nezu said, "but it is a safe bet to make since the two of them were so similar in powers." He sighed. "I can't imagine what Midoriya's father must have gone through when he saw the clone's face." He shook his head sadly. "I have told Hound Dog to schedule a few visits with him when he has the time after his release from the hospital." Toshinori nodded. "A wise choice." He agreed. "And what about the big one that the students took down?" "There's no need to sugarcoat it, Toshinori," Vlad said. "You mean the mutant monster that the students worked together to kill." Toshinori covered his eyes with his hands. I can't believe that these children were forced to kill." Nezu looked down at his paws, shamed. "I wholeheartedly agree with you, Toshinori," the principal said. I will say this in their defense should it come to some form of legal situation. That thing was a monster in every definition of the word. The DNA we were able to salvage from the corpse was that of a formerly quirkless man that seems to have undergone the same treatment that also transformed our Izuku. However, this individual had gone through so many forced physical mutations that he was totally unrecognizable as a former human. Not only that, his mental capabilities were said to be akin to that of a poorly trained dog. Vlad and Toshinori frowned at the principle. What I mean is that it followed orders from the one that created him, but even then the length of his obedience was unpredictable. Vlad frowned with a look down at his gloved hands. I'm not a clean hero by any means, he sighed tiredly. I've killed more than my fair share of villains when I had no other choice, and by now I know when it's necessary. He made a gesture with his hands. This would have been one of those times. From what I've been told, it was a student from the support course that came up with the plan to take the beast out. If she weren't so dead set on becoming a support gear bigshot, then I'd tell you to transfer her into the hero course right away. Miss Hatsume has made it very clear that she wishes to remain where she is, Nezu said with a laugh. Still, it is worrying that the same person that brought about Midoriya's new quirk is a villain, and quite a dangerous one at that. Toshinori frowned. Young Midoriya said that he was actively seeking Eri. He growled, thinking of the little girl dangling from the man's grasp. I also have accounts from Miss Hagakure, and young Todoroki stating that he was interested in their quirks. The very idea of more clones popping up sickened him, and if that's so, then there is a chance that this man could have some ties with the Yakuza group that Night Eye is after. When do you move on them, by the way? Vlad asked. Surely you have enough evidence. The blonde man nodded. Night Eye intends to move on them within the week, he said with a sigh. I was planning to be there in case things went south, but, he shook his head, I can't do this anymore. Now, Toshinori, Nezu started, but the man held up his hand. No, Nezu, this is it. Toshinori said finality. I may have come here to find a successor, but, these children, his mind conjured up images of Izuku, Kyoka and Eri, all of them smiling and laughing together. I could have lost them, today, and I will not put them through this again if I can prevent it. And I can't prevent anything if I'm off playing the hero like always. He shook his head. No, it's time for All Might to retire from being a hero, and start being the teacher these children need. Vlad smiled at him. I can't argue with that kind of conviction, he said, but what about your quirk? Toshinori shrugged. If I can find someone that can handle it, then I'll make the offer, he said, but at this moment, I know that there are 2 students here that have the unrivaled potential to outright replace me. He said as images of Spider-Man and Lemillion flashed through his mind. He could see them clearly fighting side by side against whatever villain dared to rear their head. And I will not squander the chance to help them grow. Not if the alternative is seeing them hurt as the first years were today. Nezu looked at the hero with a smile, and that, my friend, is the right course of action, I believe, he smiled. Instead of searching for the next All Might, it's time for you to search for the next great hero. Toshinori smiled before getting to his feet. Where are you going? Vlad asked as the man headed for the door. I'd like to see how young Midoriya's doing before looking in on young Jiro and little Eri. The man said with a soft chuckle. I certainly owe them an apology for not being here when they needed me the most. Really, I'm fine now, Izuku argued weakly. Thanks to Recovery Girl and my healing factor, I should be perfectly healthy in a day or 2. Sitting next to him were Kyoka, Eri and Kyoka's parents standing behind them. Across the room at her desk sat Recovery Girl. It may take longer than that, young man, she told him with a hint of a smile in her voice. Healing factor or not, dearie, you were pretty banged up, and your legs are still in horrible shape thanks to them being crushed. She shook her head. Honestly, that man calls himself a doctor. Disgusting, she spat angrily. When I took my oath, one of the first lines was I shall do no harm. Izuku snorted. What about smacking us around with your cane? He asked as the woman glared menacingly at him. That's not harm, that's education. She cackled. Kyotoku frowned. I gotta say, son, that was some ordeal you had to go through. He said with awe in his voice. I'm glad you're gonna be okay, though. Mika nodded next to her husband. her hands on Kyoka's shoulders. If that beast of a man had gotten hold of Kyoka or Eri, I'm not sure what I would have done, she said with a slight grip on her daughter's shoulders. Kyoka turned and looked up at her, her left jack moving up to wrap around her wrist. Mom, nothing like that happened, and nothing will, she promised her before turning back to her boyfriend. Still, though, you scared me today, she told him. I never expected you to go down like that against some mutated monster. It sucker punched me, he said with a hint of bitterness. He then lowered his eyes toward Eri, who had been quiet the entire time. Eri. The little girl raised her eyes toward her father. You know that none of this was your fault, right? Eri frowned and cast her eyes down to her lap. But, Daddy, that man said. That man was a villain, Kyoka said, and nothing he said could have been true. Even if he'd gotten you, he most likely would have killed a few of us if it wasn't for Mei's plan, and Shinso's quirk. A curtain blocking off another bed swished to the side, revealing Honanuki with a depressed look on his skeletal face. If anyone at fault here, it's me, he said and looked at the little girl. Your dad saved my life, and nearly got himself killed because of it. I don't regret saving you one bit, Izuku said with a small chuckle. Besides, I survived. Kyoka frowned at him right before sending both jacks right into his head. As Izuku vibrated from the shock of her quirk, she gave him a hard glare. Now you listen to me, she said once she had taken her jacks away. I'm glad that you were able to save Honanuki, and I'm happy that you got out of this in one piece. She glared at him while he looked at her confused. But the fact that you really don't seem to care about the fact that you came this close to dying, she held her thumb and forefinger just barely apart from each other, scares the ever-living shit out of me, Green Bean. You don't regret what you did. I understand not regretting saving a classmate, but don't you regret nearly getting killed? Izuku saw what she meant. That's not how I meant it. He hung his head low. I mean, I do think I would've. Save it for Hound Dog, Kyoka told him with a small smile on her face. We'll both be seeing him soon because of this mess, so yeah, we'll be talking about this a lot. Izuku opened his mouth to argue, but seeing her jacks hovering near his head made him pale. Yes ma'am. Kyotaku chuckled as he looked at his wife. Remind you of anyone? Mika hmphed, and turned her nose up at him. I don't know what you're talking about. As the two parents laughed, there came a knock on the door. Come in, Recovery Girl said, and the door slid open to reveal Toshinori. Done with the meeting already? She asked with a small hint of bitterness in her voice. Toshinori nodded. All Might's been given much to think about considering that his absence caused so much trouble, he said as he nodded to the two parents. Right now he's going over some new security plans for the school grounds, and some new training regimes for the students. But he sends his apologies to you as the parents of one of the students that suffered through this horrific assault. He bowed his head in apology, and I offer my own as an agent of his. I should have told him to remain here instead of letting him act as a consultant for this upcoming raid. Mika and Kyotaku looked at each other. Please, Mika said, raise your head, Mr. Yagi. He did so slowly. We know that All Might is working with another hero to apprehend the ones that targeting our grandchild. She smiled down at Eri, this being the first time that she had referred to her as such. We can't fault him for trying to give her a chance at a life without fear. I may not like what happened, Kyotaku said whilst rubbing the back of his neck, but I know the big guy's got a lot on his plate right now, what with teaching and being part of all this crap with Eri. Toshinori looked to the surrogate mother and father of the little girl, Kyoka giving a shrug. I won't lie and say it wouldn't have been better if All Might had been there to deal with those pricks, she said, but we got through it, alive, and that's about all I can ask for. Ditto, Izuku said. I mean, he's still my idol, so I can't get mad at him. He chuckled when Kyoka gave him a tap with her left jack. Oh, yes you can, she admonished before smiling, but we had all the help we needed. She looked over at Juzo. I haven't thanked you yet for helping to save Eri. Thanks, Honanuki. Juzo just grinned. Hey, I wasn't about to let the little lady get grabbed by that hand psycho, he said before looking at the skeletal man. What ended up happening with that guy, anyway? Did the police get anything out of him? Toshinori shook his head. Just a lot of depraved rambling, he said. He was obviously furious that he was left behind. even though it was quite clear that he was one of the more dangerous villains apprehended during the cleanup. He gave Honanuki a small look of admiration, but I must say that was quite a risky ordeal you and young Midoriya went through when that villain has such a dangerous quirk. I'm impressed. Ah, shucks, mister, I just went along with what Midoriya had in mind, Juzo laughed. Izuku just grinned right back at him. Call me Izuku, Honanuki, he said, causing the boy to look at him. I think we're on good enough terms for first names after what we went through, right? Only if you call me Juzo from now on, Juzo grinned. Besides, I wanna ask your old man for some hand-to-hand tips. Kyoka groaned. Oh, God, the bromance in here is sickening. She mimed gagging while her parents and Toshinori laughed. But that's cool, Juzo, so you can call me by my name, too. We train with old man Midoriya whenever we get free time between homework and parenting. After he gets out of the hospital, Recovery Girl reminded them, he was none too happy about my refusal to heal up his facial wounds thanks to his quirk, she said with a laugh, though he should have known better than to push himself to that point. Angry or not, Kyoka giggled, he looked like an angry mummy after you bandaged him up. Mommy, I'm hungry, Eri mumbled as her stomach gave out a small gurgle. Kyoka nodded and brought the girl into her lap before getting up. Ah, before you go, Toshinori said, you should know that Nezu has scheduled both you and young Midoriya here to speak with Hound Dog in a few days. He said while the girl nodded. Also, the principal's given the first years a full 7 days off to recover from all of this. That was kind of him, Mika smiled, but won't that put them behind in their studies? Toshinori shook his head. Not at all, he said before looking at Izuku. As a matter of fact, the sports festival is coming up soon, so you'll all probably be pushed into physical training in preparation for the event. What's a sports festival? Eri asked, her hunger momentarily forgotten. Toshinori gave the little girl a small smile. It's like a big party where your mom and dad here will compete against the rest of the first-year students for a medal, he explained. There's also gonna be a lot of food, games and mask stalls set up for in between the events, so it might give you three a good opportunity for some quality time. That sounds fantastic, Kyoka giggled. I remember watching the festival last year, and I loved watching everyone compete. She turned toward her boyfriend. I'm off to get her something to eat, but I'll be back in a little while. Izuku just smiled. I'll be fine, he promised her before she leaned down and kissed the top of his head. Eri did the same thing a moment later. Bye-bye, Daddy. See you soon, he laughed as they left the room with Kyoka's parents in tow. Toshinori grinned. Getting used to this father role are we? He laughed as the boy nodded. I will say that you're doing a fine job raising her. Thanks, Izuku said before frowning. Sorry to say this, but the costume that you had made for me kinda got wrecked. Toshinori shook his head. Then it was an inferior model, and not suited for your needs, he said. I'll speak with the company and have them work a little harder on the next one. In the meantime, I hear that you're having Hatsume and Power Loader work on a new one. Yeah, he nodded. Kyoka helped me out with the color, and it looks fantastic. He smiled. I guess my spider sense kinda warned me that the one you had made was gonna get destroyed, huh? He joked half-heartedly. Maybe, the man nodded, before looking down at the young man, young Midoriya. I'm sorry that I wasn't here for you when all of this happened. But before the boy could answer, Juzo, whom the man had forgotten about, piped up. No disrespect, Mr. Toshinori, but what could you have done? He asked, startling the man. Luckily, he had a story to spin out. Oh, that's right, you probably didn't know, he said to the boy. I helped scout young Midoriya after his disaster at the entrance exams. Yeah, Izuku laughed nervously. Really, if it wasn't for Mr. Toshinori, I would have been placed in general studies or the support course. Recovery Girl decided right there and then that visiting hours were over, and thanks to our beloved hero course, these two youngsters need rest. She got up and started shooing the man out of the room. Go on, he'll be fine in a few more hours if his healing abilities haven't been affected, and lucky for him they haven't. She said as the man chuckled before she hissed at him. You need to pay attention to your surroundings unless you'd like the whole school to know. Yes, ma'am, he chuckled before calling over his shoulder. You two rest well. The sports festival won't pull any punches this year, I'm sure of that. Dr. Tsubasa Garaki was sweating profusely as he stood in front of the monitor, the voice of his master coming from the speaker. So you say that young Tamura could not be retrieved before making your escape? The master said, this is the story you wish to make me believe. Garaki shook his head, Master, if you don't believe me, then I beg you to speak with Kurogiri. The mad doctor said as he pleaded his case, Tamura had gotten too far for us to reach without risking ourselves coming up against either Eraserhead, or the Prowler, who had been enraged to the point of damaging himself with his own quirk. I was forced to call upon Johnny's help in order to get away before Eraser used his quirk on me. I see, the master said, I will admit that Tamura is reckless and childish, though I find it hard to believe that he would endanger himself so readily. The master's voice took on a more dangerous tone. You realize that I intended him to be the next me, do you not? Garaki nodded, and he still can be, the man said, though I think you could do much better. If you wish the boy to succeed you, then he must grow a little more. He said in an attempt to reason with the master, prison may be just the right course of action for the boy to realize that just causing mass mayhem and destruction is not the way to get what he wants. After all, you wish to be known as the Demon King, do you not, master? But of course, the master said with a hint of a smile in his voice, and I shall be once my plans are truly set in motion. He said, I see the reason behind your words, Doctor. If Tamura doesn't shape up soon, then my power will be wasted on him. He paused for a moment before speaking again. Yes, you are right to believe that some time behind bars would do him a world of good, so to speak. In the meantime, tell me, what have you learned in your incursion into the UA grounds? And so the doctor launched into a relieved explanation of the assault. Those children are quite dangerous, he finished. Not only was my darling number 6 destroyed, but I fear that my black and white spiders have been destroyed as well. He shook his head. I realized that they would have been dead before long thanks to my tinkering with their aging process, but it still galls me to think that they were still inferior to Izuku Midoriya. Now, my dear friend, the master said in a comforting tone, perhaps their successors will have better luck. You have been working quite hard to perfect the quirk that was born of injecting the devil's breath contaminated spider venom into his body. Have you not yet perfected it? Garaki nodded. I believe I have, the man said with a cruel glint behind his glasses. However, instead of making another child, I think that's something else in order. Something that will break little Izuku before unleashing it back on him. He growled as he remembered his first child's impertinence toward him. That boy needs to learn how to show respect toward his father. Just as Tamura needs to learn from his experiences. The master chuckled. What do you have in mind? The doctor sighed. For the time being, I must choose my path carefully. He said, as you know, the child I was initially after has an absolutely incredible quirk that could restore your body, but I found so much more. He was practically salivating. A girl with a dual-type quirk that renders her invisible, and utilizes telekinetic force fields, he said with longing as he remembered how close he had come to obtaining a blood sample. The child of Endeavor with his dual fire and ice quirk, and a boy with an incredibly rare mind-controlling quirk that I would have happily given my right arm for. Quit the list you have, my friend, the master said with a chuckle. I can't wait for you to obtain those samples so that I may gain from them. The doctor looked at the screen, and gain you shall, my dear old friend, for I will not stop until I have those quirks in my possession. A tapping behind him drew his attention to the slimy organism he had created. Ah, don't think that I've forgotten about you, my little friend. He said as the slime attacked the glass it was behind aggressively. I think that you might soon have exactly what you want. To be continued. I hope you enjoyed this story. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.